All right, y'all. All right. Welcome into the YouTube fam. If you're just coming in the room, make sure that you smash that like button over there. Say what's up in the chat. Share the YouTube stream out. What's up, Satan was framed, my favorite motherfucking name, and it will always be. What's up, Insultus? Hello. What's up, not Christian Island. Okay, I like that name too. The Avatar Arcade over there in YouTube land now. Y'all, what's up, Masaki? Thank you. I appreciate you. Tintin Wheel Mill, hello. You said it takes a lot to drag you away from Joel. Joel is pretty awesome. No Witch. Oh, No Witch is an island. Oh, okay. My bad. How the fuck did I read that? Not Christian Island. What's up, Sam? Teammate Barry. I will fuck up a name. I will say that. I'm surprised no one has named themselves Think or Fucks Up names. I'm surprised that it's not a name yet. Think or Fucks Up names. It should definitely be somebody's name. Oh, all right, y'all. Let's go on ahead and let's get it going.
Hello?
uh, is it Jimmy Jade?
Jimmy Dade.
Jimmy Dade. Hey, how are you?
Yeah, how's it going? It's been a minute.
It's going good. You said it's been a minute?
Yeah, we talked a few times now.
Okay. Oh man, I am so sorry.
It's all right. You talk to everybody every day.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
are you a believer? Are you an atheist?
yeah,
Okay. Give me just a
yeah.
second. What's up, Trust? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Thinker?
So
Hey,
I'm getting good
just
feedback on the show. Everybody said it was a great,
oh, right
show.
on.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, just wanted to say thank you again, and man, that was a lot of fun. So I can't wait till the next time, man. Because we cut it up real good. So
Yeah.
I
Thank you so.
appreciate you.
You're so welcome. It's you are the perfect co-host. This was my first time hosting the show by myself, and I would
Oh,
say
for
like I
real?
was nervous, but yeah, having you there as a co-host made it that much easier. So thank you.
Oh, oh, that's so
Yeah.
nice. I didn't even know. I didn't know that was your first time hosting.
Yeah, that was
That's
my first time
great.
hosting by myself.
That's dope.
Flying the plane as the pilot for the first time.
What, do you
Right
mind me
on.
asking what you were hosting?
The atheist experience. Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. Very cool.
Yeah. Jimmy, so you're an atheist. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, there was actually two things. Because you've invited me up before. We've kind of had it was like just come back, with updates, etc. And I had my family down in the room. I had them all sitting down.
Oh, okay. Wait, I don't know why your name. Why does your name look different? Like, was
No,
your?
it's the same.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Like, okay. So you told your family?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I had them sitting down in the room, but then we'd had a really good day. So it was like, it's always that, oh, well, I can't fuck it up, and so just kind of kick the can down the road. But, yeah, no, I mean, it was a good day and we had a good time with each other, but eventually, we'll get to that point. But, actually, I know it's not on the prompt, and if it's not on the prompt, I'll step down. But, I had a question for you because you're fucking thinker. So like I know that you probably have an opinion on this. If I haven't already brought
I
it up
actually
before.
don't. I actually don't allow people to ask questions that are not on the prompt unless they are subscribers to the community. So, like, if you come up,
Uh,
you have to stick to the topics on the post.
uh, gotcha. In that case, yeah. Is the God of the Bible the God of the black community? Is that why black people don't believe or don't do
Well,
atheism?
that one is a conversation I want to have with believers within the Black
Like a,
community. Yeah.
yeah, gotcha. Uh, die a physical or spiritual death. Um, that's the thing is that I don't know. I don't because that's the thing is like depending on the translation, you could fuck it up as much as you want. You could say, oh well, it meant this, it meant that, depending on like the person you're talking to. Um, and the thing is, they ate from the tree of knowledge, and it was like, oh, that's what that means. But they didn't get the chance to know what it meant before that. So, no, I don't think they really knew. I don't think they knew what they were in for. I mean, I don't believe in the story anyway, but even let's pretend I did. Like I don't think that. I don't think that. I mean, how could they have known? It wasn't unless it was made. Joel reads the Bible. He brings up the idea of the perfect communicator a lot, and so it's like, well, even if they were perfectly communicated that, why is there a serpent in the first place? Like why would you even put that there? Like a trip hazard, a fall hazard, or some sort of medieval trap. Just doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah. But maybe I'll catch you on a day where you're doing a little bit more like an open discussion, and we can talk more then.
I don't really do open discussions on my panel. Mama Bash does a lot of open discussions for like people that are deconstructing, but typically the open discussions are reserved for people who subscribe, and that's just a boundary that I set for myself.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
I can respect that. That's fine.
all right. Well,
But anyway, I hope you're doing well. Good to hear from you again. It's been a minute since I've been on the app, so kind of been here and there. But yeah, no, I just hope you're doing well. I hope you have a good live. Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate
yeah.
you.
All right, you take care.
All right, you too.
All right, bye bye.
Bye bye. All right. If you're in the guest request box, please make sure you are at least 21 and up, and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, someone deconstructing, or an atheist. Slim Rotsky, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Sorry to interrupt. It's my bedtime, so I'm gonna dip. But again, thank you so much. Great show. Can't wait to do it again. So,
Sounds good. Thank you so much,
all
Trust.
right.
All
Have
right.
a good night,
Have
thinker.
a good
Take
rest.
care.
Cheeseburger.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm anti-theist.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, the first one just is insensical because, like the guy was talking before, Adam and Eve, if that was a real thing, they didn't know good from evil from their conception, just like a child. And when they ate the fruit, whatever it's called, right? Hey, look, we got knowledge. They know it. So how does that even seem reasonable? I don't know.
Well, that topic is discussing whether or not women are responsible for
No,
the
it's
sin.
it's
That's what
it's
that's
the Bible
discussing.
that's responsible for that. But I mean,
Well, I'm not talking about whether the Bible is responsible. We're
oh
talking
well, no,
I'm
women ain't.
sorry,
I can't read.
cheeseburger. Like the way this works. Like if I'm speaking, you're not okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. What I want to know with topic number one within Christianity, the story that's told is that Eve disobeyed first, and then she it's her fault that humans are no longer in paradise or in communion with the God. But because the man, I guess, has a dingling, he takes the responsibility, but women get the blame.
Well, according to the Bible, which I do not agree with, I think that is true according to the Bible, not what I believe. Correct?
According to what it says in the text, yes, but
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that she's responsible for
No,
someone
no, no,
evil
no. I
knowing.
think it was a flaw in the premise anyway.
Mr. Berger,
Yes, sir.
do you recall when she asked that you don't interrupt her?
Okay, that's bad.
No, what I was saying was I don't think that even according to the text, that she would be responsible for sin or evil coming in the world. First off, the story never says anything about sin. Um, and second, I think that the knowledge that she acquired, the wisdom that she acquired, men actually appreciate it and they don't actually see it as a bad thing, and that they don't question why their God wouldn't want them to have that knowledge.
Well, as the God in the Bible told Adam and Eve, the day you eat of this fruit, you will surely be not alive, right? Not exact text, but I mean, I'm trying to make it TikTok friendly.
You could say die.
All right, so they did that. That's what he said. And then when Eve first ate of it, then Adam ate of it, and they realized, hey, look, I'm supposedly, according to the Bible, I'm naked and all this stuff, right? And then the God of the Bible had to go looking for them because they were hiding. How would an omniscient, all-knowing person or being not know where somebody is? If I'm omniscient and know all things, I don't go looking for something. I just go to where they at.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with that topic, though, Cheeseburger. Like,
Yeah, it
I'm
kind of
not
does.
Cheeseburger. That doesn't have anything to do with the topic. The topic is discussing whether or not the wisdom that Eve acquired in that story that humans today believe makes them sinful was actually a good or a bad thing.
No, well, it's a false premise in itself because it never happened.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming up, Cheeseburger, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, have a good one. Live in hell. I don't know what's happening right now.
Have
Lawless,
you accepted the Lord as your Lord and Savior?
did y'all get together and decide to come up and do this today?
Nah, I just playing with you. How you doing today? How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. I was looking at your topics. I hope you're ready. Let's get into it.
Really? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a believer of the Lord and the Bible.
Mm. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Okay. So Eve, women are responsible for the.
What? Hold on for a second. Kalu, are you noticing something with the accents? I feel like TikTok threw me in down south.
Yeah. Hi, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Atlanta.
You in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, which topic did you want to talk about?
We'll go with one.
All right, go ahead.
So Eve, women are responsible for evil and sin coming to the world. If we go read our Bibles, which I feel like that's putting a lot of blame on the women when men are supposed to be the leaders in the situation. That's why Adam was punished, because even when God said that, he said, well, the woman you gave me, he said, no, you're the leader. You should have protected your wife. You feel me?
You
So
can't.
God didn't
You are
even
not
God.
serious right now. There is no way in hell you are serious.
No, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm
No, you're
dead. I'm
not.
dead. Like
No, you're
you're
not. There
supposed
ain't
to.
nowhere in that story where he said that to that
No,
man.
no. He definitely, Adam was punished for it.
But there is
I'm
nowhere in that
paraphrasing
story.
for the conversation,
No,
but
you're.
yeah,
There is nowhere in that story where he said, "No, you're the leader."
no, he is. It is.
No, it's
Yeah, in
not.
the Bible it says that
No, it's
men are
not.
the
It does not
you're the
say.
one given
It doesn't.
dominion over everything.
He gave him rule over her as a punishment to her, but there is nowhere in that story where he's like, "No, you're the leader," when he tries to blame her. That's not true. Y'all can't be serious right now.
You know what I mean? Because men were the leaders in the Bible.
No, they were
We're
not.
it's our job to be the leader. In
No,
all the community.
no, y'all were not. There is nothing in that story. What are you doing? Why are you going on Tika?
Hold on, let me pull up the passage for you.
You do realize that you cannot do two things at once. You cannot chew gum and walk at the same time on TikTok. Like you're not going to be
Just
able to
yeah, I don't
tell
know
us
why. Yeah, it
you're
was
not going to
kicking
be
me
able to
out.
do
That's
that, right?
crazy. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. That's why it kept kicking me out. Okay, that makes it.
A woman just remember that a woman had to tell you that.
I know. I'm a whip myself for it later.
Yeah.
No, but
There is nothing in that story, right? Prior
hold
to them eating from that tree, prior to your God handing out the curses, that says that the man is the leader over her at all. Well, something happened to your phone. Like, why is there an echo
no,
now?
I'm sitting. I'm listening to you. I'm trying not to
There's
talk
an
over you.
echo.
I don't know why this. I don't know. My iPhone been doing that. I don't know what the hell. Here,
I
mute.
feel like they've been waiting on me. What do you think, Kalu? Like, what is happening? Y'all got a lot of energy.
I don't know what is going on. I really don't.
My goodness. Yeah, he did. He blew it to the phone.
Y'all, look, when he blamed her,
Are y'all okay?
yeah, look, I'm reading it. I'm reading it to get everything. Yo, you can't blame. Yo, they blame it. Okay, the woman you put here for me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it. Genesis 3:12. Let me pull that up. The serpent deceived me when he asked her. Adam didn't escape punishment by blaming Eve, even though
What are
Eve
you
gave.
reading? What are you reading?
I googled it to see what passage.
It's literally in the beginning of the Bible.
I know, but I wasn't about to do all that reading. I was trying to get to you got to jump ahead to the parts for the
And then you're gonna
conversation.
come and explain something to me that you read off Google.
No. I'm about to pull up the actual verse. That's what I was asking what verse it came from so I could read the actual verse.
Is this man wisdom?
Oh yeah. I'm definitely about to cook. So go ahead. Go
You gonna
ahead.
cook with Google
Yeah.
AI?
Nah. Which was invented by a man.
No, the fuck. Like, are y'all okay?
I'm just saying mostly
No, it
everything
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
TikTok was invented by men.
Oh my gosh. Okay. You want to know something that's really interesting. You want to know what's really interesting is
What?
that in 2016 I actually developed my apps, which was video marketing and
Oh.
turning everyday users of Facebook, Instagram into influencers for businesses. And I launched my platform in 2017 before TikTok did. And I start
Oh.
and yeah, and it's news uh clippings out there of me talking about it. And the
She
people,
ta-
not will you stop? Like
no, the
I got
comments have me
funding. I
laughing.
don't talk to the comments. Like I got funding from Google, from Amazon, from everything. But like people kept telling me that people wouldn't want to get on video. That people nobody would want to roll over in their pajamas and get on video because everybody was doing blogs on they were doing their regular blogs, and then they were doing long form content on Facebook. So it literally saying that a man invented everything isn't true. Like you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, what conversations happened behind the scenes until all you get is the finished product, right? You don't know who has had conversations with certain people, and just because somebody else has the funds or the resources to actually pull it off, It doesn't necessarily mean that a man invented anything.
Okay. I mean, I guess, I get what you're saying because it could have been a team, but you know what I mean. But still, it was probably a man that developed TikTok because I ain't TikTok from China. I thought it was them chinks made that mug.
Don't
I
use
thought.
slurs like that on my stage.
Well, that's just what
You
I
wouldn't want anybody calling you a slur. Do not call Chinese people slurs.
no, but I don't mean it disrespectful.
You
That's just what
did,
we
but
call
you
them.
did, but you did. Like I don't understand how those of you that claim this Jesus use slurs at the drop of a hat. Like why don't Jesus correct y'all when y'all use that type of language? Well, never mind because Jesus used slurs. It's ridiculous. Like your Holy Spirit doesn't correct you, but TikTok has to. Oh goodness. Hand of the day. Hand of the day. Are you there? If you are in the guest request box, make sure you're in there on purpose, please. Please check to see if TikTok has thrown you in the request so that we are not going through accidental requests. Fan Jennifer.
Hi, sister from Syria.
Y'all
For
no.
baby, look,
Like
baby,
this
sister, look.
shit is
Look, let
crazy.
me talk, baby,
No,
sister,
no,
look.
and I hope that's your
Please,
baby. No.
please, sister.
No.
We
Why would
love
you
you.
put your baby on
Look, sister.
no.
Sister.
No. And then you put the picture of a white woman there. Like you are doing like distrustworthy shit, untrustworthy shit. Because you used a slur. Goodness gracious. No more war.
What's going on?
How are you?
All is well.
How old are you?
31.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Am I a believer?
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
100% I believe in God. Yes.
Is it the God of the Bible?
Yes. You
All
can
right.
say that.
There
Yes.
are 5 topics. Which one did you want to discuss?
Uh, homoph- homophobia is rooted in hysteria and misogyny. I don't
It
understand
says
what you mean by that.
Christian misogyny.
What do you mean by that?
Christianity is male centered, so Christian misogyny.
You said Christianity is.
Religious men or men that are homophobic are homophobic because of their misogyny, not because it harms anything or anybody. Just simple misogyny.
And let me ask, are you an atheist?
Yes.
You are. How long have you been have you
That's
always been
what
an
does that have to
atheist?
do with anything? What does that have to do with the topic you wanted to talk about?
Just curious. But
That has
you said
nothing to do with the topic.
homophobia. You say homophobia. The most Christians that I deal with, we don't. That's not even a subject.
It, it is a
We
subject
believe.
here. Is a subject here, and your homophobia is rooted in misogyny, even if you try to hide
We
behind the
believe,
God.
but we don't. I don't. There's no such thing as homophobia. It's made up.
Sure.
Um, we don't believe. We believe all people have the right to the kingdom. So I don't know what you
We're
mean
not
by
talking about
that.
having a right to the kingdom. We're not talking about that.
We love the homosexuals,
Sure.
right? We have nothing against those people.
Sure.
But
Is it a sin?
yes,
That's homophobic.
that's not homophobic
It is
according to the
homophobic.
Bible.
What's the
According
harm? What's the harm in homosexuality?
because it goes against the nature of
How?
God and the nature of how He
What is the
intended us
nature?
to be.
How?
Man, woman, God, Christ.
How does it go against the nature of your God? What harm does it cause?
God and Christ, Christ and man, man over woman, and woman over children. It goes against the order.
Where was Christ's woman?
I'm sorry.
Where was Christ's woman?
Where was his woman?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he had one. His woman was the church.
Oh, so he fucked the building.
His woman was the church.
Right. So he fucked the building.
His woman was the gospel. No,
So
he
he
wasn't. No, hold on.
fucked the gospel.
No, not necessarily, but
Oh.
he wasn't, into the foolish emotions like that.
Oh,
All that
so
type of
then,
stuff.
so you have no
He
example.
had to do the Lord's
So
business.
you had no example. As I stated, like your reasoning behind your homophobia is rooted in misogyny.
Misogyny.
Yeah.
What does misogyny mean to you?
Men who dominate women, who think that they should dominate women just simply because of their genitalia, because of their gender.
Well, most men don't feel like that.
Sure.
Most men don't feel like that. You realize that?
Sure.
Most men are like women today. They should think like that. I agree with you, but they don't think like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They think just like the women do.
Mm-hmm. Like you think, right?
No, I think that there's a nature. I mean, there's an order.
You still have not answered my question. What is the harm?
The harm in homosexuality.
Mm-hmm.
It goes against the nature of God. I just said that. I answered you.
Who gives a fuck about your non-existent as God? Like you don't even
And
know
it
the
goes
name.
against
You
nature.
don't even know the nature of your God. You have never
But I
seen
don't
a
hate.
God.
I have. But
No,
I
you
don't hate.
haven't.
I have homosexual friends.
You've never
I
seen
don't hate it.
you've never seen a God. You've never seen
I
a
have seen a
God. No,
God.
you
I
haven't.
see him. I see him every
You
time
know
I go
what? Let me ask you
outside.
a question. Did you have to be taught how to be a man?
When I look at the sun,
Did your father teach you how to be a man?
yeah, he played a part in it.
So you had to be taught how to be a man.
No, I was born a man, but
No,
he
no,
had to
no,
teach me
no,
the.
nope.
He had to teach me the
He had
characteristics.
to teach you how to be a man. So that goes against nature.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you
If a
have to be,
man is
if
teaching
you're
how to be a man, that's right.
horses don't have to be taught how to be a horse. They don't have to be taught how to gallop. If you are supposed to be this misogynistic bullshit of a presentation that you're showing right now, no one would have to teach you that shit.
But
Hey,
horses are not
Sandy.
like human beings. Horses don't have
They're a part of
souls just like
nature.
we do.
They are a part of
But
nature. They are a
let
part
me.
of nature.
Right, they are part of nature, but that
Right.
doesn't mean
So
that they
what's
are like
natural?
humans.
So what's natural to them? They just naturally do. The fact that you have
Right.
to be taught how to be this misogynistic ass man, it is not
Misogynist.
natural. It's not natural.
But I'm not sure what you mean, man. I'm not understanding
I
what you're saying.
know because you are naturally unintelligent.
That's not a good comparison. A horse and a human are not the same thing.
Sure.
Two different things.
Okay.
Human beings have consciousness. Horses don't.
Mm.
But let me
Interesting.
ask. Let me
Interesting.
ask real quick.
He said horses don't have consciousness. That is
Right.
interesting.
Do you support feminism?
Like, do you think consciousness equal communication, like talking?
Do you support
Do
feminism?
you think consciousness means you talk?
Yes. Do you
See,
support
I
feminism?
told you you are naturally unintelligent.
You're not gonna answer that?
No.
Okay, so that's a yes. Do you love men?
Can you answer the fucking topic that you came up here to
I already
discuss?
answered it, man.
No, the
I
fuck you
already answered it,
didn't.
man.
No, you didn't.
I told you, homophobia. I don't believe in there's such a thing because most Christians, uh, there's homosexuals in the church. You know what I mean,
Oh
leading
my
certain
God.
churches.
What is the
So
fucking harm?
I just told you it
E-
goes against
Even if it
the nature.
went against nature, what is the harm? So what? It goes against nature, therefore what?
It goes against God. It goes against what
Therefore
is
what?
right.
Therefore
By
what?
causing confusion. Hold
Therefore
on.
what?
by cutting down the population.
How? How does it
It's
cut
a
down? How does it cut down the population?
because they can't procreate.
Yes, the fuck they can.
Y'all are so stupid. Hey.
That's amazing. Give me an example of two men procreating. Where
Sure.
have you seen that at?
Sure. My cousin is gay and he has a daughter.
Mine too.
And
Mine
he
too.
has
Go
a
ahead.
biological daughter.
Huh?
He has a biological daughter.
But no, did he make that daughter with
What the
his
fuck do
current
you think
partner?
biological means?
But no, he could have been straight earlier and made that
He
child.
was
I'm
never
talking
straight.
about
He was never straight.
no, no, no,
He
no.
was never straight.
So can a man have a baby?
Men don't have babies. That's the dumbest question. But he's gay and he has a biological daughter.
That's not what I asked. I asked, can man have a
I just
baby?
answered that stupid ass question.
Okay, no. So how can your cousin? Yeah, yeah, of course he has a biological daughter, but he made it with a woman.
Oh, okay, and he's still gay.
He still got a biological daughter, idiot.
That's not my point. That's not my
And he's
point. I'm
still
saying that
gay. He is a gay man who procreated.
that's not my point, man. I'm
That
asking
is your
you,
point.
can a man? One second.
Your point was that gay people can't procreate. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
They can't. They
That
not
he
with each other.
fucking did it. Who cares if they do it with
Who
each other? They
said
still fucking procreate.
and
No,
gay
that's
people
not what I
can
mean.
procreate with each other?
You
Gay
tap
people
dancing.
can procreate with each other. Gay people procreate with each other all the time. Yes, they
Y'all
do.
tap dancing.
And gay people
They still add to the fucking
gay people
population.
procreate with each
No,
other
they
all the
don't.
time.
No, it's
It doesn't
impossible.
fucking matter. It doesn't matter if two men have sex and it doesn't produce a fucking baby. They can still have children and they do have children. It does not stop the population of the earth. And then here's the crazy thing. What the fuck does that even have to do with you? Like when you die, you won't be here anymore. Why the fuck do you give a damn about the survival of the human race?
Good question. Very, and it's one of the best questions I've heard in a while. Because I am a human and I have emotions and feelings, and all humans have a connection. You know, we all connected whether you realize it or not. So yeah, I love the human race. Um,
Don't matter. You'll be dead.
right, but a part of me will still live on. But the reason I teach
You
my
will be
daughters,
dead.
hold on
You will be dead,
one
and it
second,
has
ma'am,
absolutely nothing to do with you.
1 second, ma'am. I teach my daughters the right way to think, the right way to
So no,
go.
well, if they think
And that's
like you, I
not
feel sorry
normal.
for them.
And I tell them, I mean, do what you do when you get grown,
Like
but
if they
I'm
think like
I'm gonna
you,
give
if they
you,
think like you, I feel sorry for them because
I'm
you
gonna
think
give them
consciousness equals saying your ABCs.
no, no, that's not what I feel.
That is exactly
But
what you said.
no one's afraid. You know, like I said, I have family members, friends. I'm not afraid of it, but I don't hate the sin. I mean, the
You're
sinner. I
just
hate the
ignorant.
sin.
You're just willfully ignorant.
No, I hate the sin, not the
There is
sinner.
no sin. Your Bible doesn't say that homosexuality is a sin.
Because if it was normal, you can have a family just like heterosexuals do,
You can have a
but you
family as a
can't.
homosexual.
You can't. You have to go outside of
It
the
doesn't matter. You
homosexuality
still it doesn't matter. You do it.
for you to have a child.
It doesn't fucking matter.
So,
You still can do
My
it.
sister and her husband don't have a biological child, but they still have a child. They had to go outside of their relationship and get a freaking baby.
right, right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't make it right or wrong, but I'm just
My
giving you.
sister
It's
and
not
her husband, who are heterosexual,
every
have a child
everything that you're saying right now is
that is
rooted.
not their biological one.
Hello. Everything that you're saying right now is rooted in misogyny. Like nothing that you are saying has any scientific basis or grounding or evidence. You're just saying hateful ass shit, ignorant
Ma'am, I'm
shit.
not being hateful, ma'am.
You are saying ignorant ass shit because of your misogynistic upbringing that men are supposed to be masculine and men are supposed to poke vaginas.
No, ma'am, that's not what I mean. I'm not
That's
being
exactly what you
rude or
mean.
anything like that. I'm just giving you my opinion. And yes, I can give you scientific facts that I mean, it is what it is. That's
You
not even
cannot
really a
give any
conversation.
scientific facts about
Uh,
gay people not being able to procreate. That's not true.
right. They can't not with one another. Two
It
people of the
doesn't matter.
same sex.
It
Well, let me say
doesn't
it like this.
fucking
Let me say it
matter.
like this.
It doesn't matter if they do it with one another. They can
Let
still
me say,
have babies. Your issue is that it harms the earth because it they cannot procreate, and it
right.
stops the flow of humans coming on the earth, the population, which isn't true. Which there is a rabbi, a lesbian rabbi on this platform right now with 18 fucking kids, and
A lesbian rabbi?
of nine that she had from her own hoo ha.
That's mind blowing. You say she's a lesbian rabbi?
I swear, talking to y'all is like
Hello?
talking to kids.
No, no, I just want to know that what you just said. You
That's
said
what you
she's a
heard. That's what I said.
that's mind blowing. I've never heard anything like that before. And I have Jewish friends.
So, what does that have to do with anything?
That's
Like
amazing.
you just pulled the whole
But
like when white people say, and I have black friends. Like what? Just because you have a few Jewish friends don't mean you know all Jewish people. Like what the fuck
because
does
Jews,
that?
no, that's not what I mean. I don't mean like that. Because they are held to a higher standard.
They do not believe
Um,
that homosexuality is a sin. They know they
yes, they
know
do.
no the fuck they don't. They know
Yes, they
their
do.
Hebrew scriptures doesn't say man shall not lie with man as with a woman. It does not say that in Hebrew.
It does say that.
No the fuck it doesn't. It does not say that in Hebrew.
But I'm not trying to get to the Bible thumping thing. But um,
But it does say that. It doesn't say that in Hebrew.
let me ask: have you always hated the Bible this much?
I don't like you. I don't like misogyny. I actually think the Bible is a pretty interesting book. That's why I study it like I do.
Right, right. I feel as if
Here's the crazy thing.
this.
You love the Bible. You love the God, yet you don't read it. You don't study it. Have you always hated the Bible this much?
No, I don't love the Bible. I don't love a book. I love the love. You know, I love the nature of God.
Yeah,
The Bible
you
is
just
just
love pretending like you read the Bible so that you can lie and and lean on its so-called authority, right? But
no. I don't.
why don't you read the thing that you claim, the thing that you swear by? Why don't you study that shit?
I've studied it, but I don't.
No, the
The
fuck you
Bible is
don't.
not a governor in my life. It's
Yes, the
just
fuck it is.
a
You
book
the
that
one
has
who brought that
knowledge.
shit up. You the one who brought that shit up.
No, we answer.
You are the one who brought the Bible up.
You asked me, man, was I a
You are the
Christian?
one. So it is the governor of your fucking life.
No, it's not.
Yes, the
No, it's
fuck it
not.
is. Yes, it
If I
is.
didn't have the Bible, I would know that two people of the same sex is not normal. Because if it was,
Who gives a fuck about what you think normal is, motherfucker? Like
nature
the
does.
fact that you are this ignorant and you don't know that homosexuals have existed since the beginning of time. Intersex individuals have always existed. There are fucking homosexual animals. That you are just ignorant and you are willfully ignorant and you choose to stay that way. And quite frankly, your governor, your God is why you stay that way.
Are you saying it as if just because slavery has existed too since beginning of time, it doesn't make it right?
First off, slavery isn't natural. Somebody said, "Hey, go over there and enslave these people."
I mean, it's the nature of mankind. You know, that's
Oh, so
you know,
slavery is natural. That's nature.
yeah, yeah, it's
Yeah.
nature. Yeah,
Like I said, your homophobia is rooted in fucking misogyny. Like what? Misogyny makes y'all stupid. Like, do you realize that? And like you don't you lack any type of shame whatsoever of your ignorance.
you keep bringing up misogyny.
Motherfucker, that is the topic you fucking chose. And I gotta keep grabbing you by the fucking hands and pulling you back to that bitch.
Right, but you can, you know, I'm not getting how that correlates with the topic we're
It's the
talking about.
fucking topic you chose.
I don't understand, man. I just don't get it.
Of course you
I
don't.
don't get it. I don't
Of
get it.
course you don't.
You keep mentioning misogyny.
Your fucking prefrontal cortex looks like your fucking PFP, like a goddamn it disease. Of course you don't understand.
So how does misogyny
Like
affect your life?
your fucking PFP looks like the fucking snapshot of your fucking brain, of your amygdala. That is the fucking snapshot of your amygdala. It is shrinking. Has
How does
shrunk. That's
misogyny
what the fuck
affect?
your misogynistic ass, ignorant ass amygdala looks like in your
How
prefrontal
does misogyny
cortex.
affect your life?
I have to deal with motherfuckers like you.
You probably doing very well. You probably got a good job. You get paid. So I don't get it why these women, these modern day women, are going around whining and
Did you just put
complaining.
an S at the end of women, motherfucker? Did
No,
you
no,
just
I said
say
women.
women's? No, the fuck you didn't. You said
No, I said women.
modern day women's. That's what the fuck you
No, I
said.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes, the fuck you did.
But why are you women going around complaining and whining and lying about men when you're doing very well? You can do
Motherfucker,
pretty much everything a man can do now.
motherfucker, the only reason why you are up here is because you want to complain. You want to fucking, I don't know, um just because I am a woman. Like that's the only reason
No, I just
why
like
you're
to
here.
hear how you people.
Like that's the
I like
only
to hear how
reason
you
why you
people
are up
think.
here.
He healed the sick.
You just didn't read it yet.
He gave back to the
You
poor.
just didn't read it yet.
I don't see nothing he did wrong. Now,
Yeah,
if
you
you can
didn't read
prove,
it yet.
if you can show me, then I believe it. I don't see nothing from what I've
You
read
just
that
haven't read
Jesus
it
did
yet.
wrong.
It's okay. You haven't read it yet. It's all right.
Like he just
Jesus,
says shit. Like he's a waste of fucking space. Seriously.
Jesus fed the multitude, man.
Right. He
He
did
gave,
that one
he
time.
fed the
You're right.
multitude, brother.
He did that one time. You're right.
Jesus gave back to the poor.
No, the fuck he
Right.
didn't.
Sure.
There is
He did
nowhere
that.
in this text where he's giving shit to the poor.
He healed the blind, man. The man couldn't see. He gave him his eyes back.
Right.
So if you can show me
Can
where
y'all hear
Jesus
me?
did any wrong,
Yeah, we can
I
hear
will
you. He
stop
just
reading.
Like
keeps talking.
I will stop
he's
reading the
just
Bible.
he's like he's a waste of fucking space. Like honestly he's a waste of fucking time.
I'm
How does it
asking
feel to be a
again.
waste man?
Huh?
I was asking him, how does it feel to be a waste man?
Honestly, I don't think he has enough shame to even give a damn. Like he doesn't he does not give a damn. He knows he's disgusting. He knows that he's stupid. Like he's fucking intelligent. He knows that shit. He knows that he's gross. Like women don't want to be around his ass. He knows that and he does not care. He's proud of that shit. He's a fucking
But I'd
incel.
rather serve God than women.
Your God is an incel.
That's what happened to Adam. He served the woman, and
Okay,
look what happened.
I'm done. Goodbye. You don't there's no conversation to be had with you.
Look what happened to Adam when he.
Bye.
You.
Like he just can't. He's one of those he's like that guy. I forgot what show we were on. He just kept saying stuff over and over and over again to be offensive. I think that was Mama Bash's live. It was another guy. He just kept regurgitating red pill Gorper shit. He's that. Like there's no conversation to be had there. He's here to offend because he's not happy. He's broken, he's bitter. He's mad at the world, he's mad at women, and he just wants to fucking offend. There's no conversation there. Okay.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 26, and I am a believer in the Bible.
All right, there are 5 topics there. Which one did you want to discuss?
Um, I wanted to discuss number one, though I do know you had a couple people talk
I don't
about that one
discuss
already.
I don't discuss other people's
Oh,
conversations with, just start fresh
sure.
from your perspective.
Sorry about that. Sure. So yes, number one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So Eve, women are responsible for evil and the sin coming into the world. So, the way that I would believe it to be is similar to what I've heard, even though I know we said we're not going to talk about that. So God in the Bible did entrust the garden and all of earth and animals and fish to be under Adam's dominion. He gave Adam dominion over all of the earth and the garden. And Eve was made as a companion for Adam. So when Adam was deceived, I believe that Adam should have subdued either the serpent or turned Eve away from the sin, because what brought the sin into the world was the compilation or the both of them committing that sin together. Whereas Adam should have stepped in and either subdued the serpent or subdued Eve and turned her away from that, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. Like, do you need a man today to stop you from doing bad things?
No, definitely not. But I'm just speaking in terms of the Bible. God entrusted the world, the earth, to Adam, not to Eve.
Have you read
It
this
was
story?
entrusted to Adam.
Have you read this story on your own, or is it something that some man told you?
No, I've read it on my own.
Are you sure? Because in Genesis 1, when he hands out the blessing and the command to go out and have dominion, he is talking to both of them, not just Adam. And in Genesis 2, when he creates the man, I'll finish speaking when you come back. In Genesis 2, when he creates the man, he creates him to till the ground, to be a groundskeeper in the garden. He does not give him a command to rule over the earth in Genesis 2. He places him inside of an enclosed garden inside Eden. And then he says, it's not good that this man is alone. Not because he is lonely, but because he wasn't getting the job done. So then he creates him an Azer, which is a strong opposite, not a companion, not somebody to fuck, not somebody to keep him company. He creates an Azer, which is Eve. Doesn't say anything about for her to be his companion.
It also doesn't say anything about creating an Azer as well, though.
Azer is Hebrew, love. That is the word for helper in Hebrew, and that means a strong opposite.
It seems like a lot of assumptions are being made from the words, though.
What assumption did I make?
I'm not trying to be disrespectful in that way, but just from, if I'm reading from the Bible, there's a lot of ways that I could take any word from the Bible and make it into my own
I'm sorry,
perspective.
what assumption did I make though?
That Eve was an Azer or
That's what
an
the Hebrew
equal
word is,
companion.
helper. He made a helper, and in Hebrew, that word is Azer. The
Okay,
definition of that word in Hebrew is strong opposite. That is not an assumption. That is called linguistics. That is called grammar.
okay, but in the if it's translated to English,
Why do I give a
and
fuck about
the
the translation? I'm talking about the original language. Why would I
because
give a damn about the translation?
the translation was translated for a reason for
The
English
translation
speakers.
was translated.
Yes, it was translated.
The translation was translated.
I mean, if you want to nitpick my wording, I guess we can do that.
I mean, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand you. Are you saying the translation was
Do you not
translated?
understand?
I do not know, because I was talking about the original language Hebrew that was translated to English, which I don't care about because I'm talking about what it says in Hebrew.
But obviously, I don't read Hebrew.
But I do.
And that's great, but I'm speaking about the translation.
Cool, but when I said he created an Azer, your response was, there isn't anything in there that says Azer. And I was explaining to you the word Azer is from the original text, which means helper, but it means a strong opposite, not a companion, not someone to keep him company.
Okay.
And he was not created, he was not commanded in Genesis 2 to have dominion over the earth. That command came in Genesis 1, and the God in Genesis 1 was talking to both of them, not just Adam.
Adam was created first. He
In
was
Genesis
who the
2,
garden was
yes, but in
entrusted to.
Genesis 1, no.
But the garden was entrusted to him
Of
first
course,
because he
yeah,
was made
I
first.
agree. The garden was entrusted to him first, and he failed at that. It was not good for him to be alone. So he needed an Azer.
I believe it was not good for him to be alone, but I don't believe that he was not doing a good job. He was
It doesn't matter
doing
to
as he
me.
was told.
You don't know that. Yeah, it's interesting that you say that I'm making a lot of assumptions, and yet you just said he was doing a good job. He was
I
doing
s-
what he was told. No, no, no. You just said that, and that's an assumption. There's nothing in that text that says that Adam was doing a good job or that Adam was doing what he was told. You are assuming that.
Well, I didn't say that he was doing a good job. I said it did not say that he was
Oh, are you
not
sure
doing a
that's
good
what you
job.
said? Are you sure that's what you said, Kay?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like for me to play it back?
If you'd like.
Sure. Let's play it back, Kay.
For him to be alone, but I don't believe that he was not doing a good job. He was doing as he was told.
You don't know that.
I believe it was not good for him to be alone, but I don't believe that he was not doing a good job. He was doing as he was told.
You don't know.
So yes, I did not say he was doing a good job. I said he.
You literally said, I do not believe that it was because he was not doing a good job. He was doing what he was told. That's what you said. And you don't know that. That is an assumption, Kay. Y'all don't mute her. Y'all don't have to mute her, please. Kay, you are on mute.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was okay for me to come back. But so yes, what I was trying to say was basically what I said. It was just that I was not saying that he was not doing a good job. I just believe that in the Bible, God gave him, he gave him jobs to do, to watch over the animals, to give them names. That's what he was doing. But like you said, and like it says in the Bible, God had told him, or God had said that it was not good for him to be alone. And that's kind of where that stops. It doesn't say it was not good for him to be alone because he was not doing a good job, or because being alone is bad, or whatever it was, just because he was alone.
Okay,
So
when someone says, like, if you work for an employer and you are the only employee and you are hired to do a job, and then your boss says it's not good for Kay to be alone, and then your boss hires you a helper, is it because you're lonely, Kay?
well, I would think if I was the only person on the earth
I said, Kay, I didn't say
surrounded.
anything about an earth. Stick with me, Kay, okay? If you
Okay.
are hired to do a job, Kay, and you are the only employee, and then your boss observes that you need help, Kay, and says it's not good for Kay to be by herself, and then hires you a helper, Kay, is it because you're lonely or because you need help to do the job?
I would disagree though, because I would not think it would be.
Answer the
I,
question. If you are working for an employer and you are the only employee and your boss observes you working and says, I will make or hire K a helper because it is not good for K to be by herself. Is it because you are lonely or because you need help?
I believe it is because I am alone. And they notice that.
I think, Kay,
If they are over me and they notice things.
Kay, I think that you would need a man to tell you when you are doing something bad.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't think all women need men to say, no, stop,
I
do that,
understand.
bad. I don't
I
think all
understand
women
what you're
need that,
saying.
but I think you do, Kay.
I do understand what you're saying, and that's okay.
What am I saying,
I don't
Kay?
want to bicker with you.
What am I saying, Kay?
You think that I'm incapable of having my own thoughts and doing my own things.
Yes, I do, Kay. And as a matter of
And
fact, you implied that with Eve. Adam should have turned Eve away from the sin, as if Eve didn't have her own agency, her own ability to think. As if, like, did you just completely ignore the part in the story where Eve observes the fruit, where she analyzes the fruit and she says, it looks like fruit that we already eat as food? Did you ignore the part where she thinks to herself, would it be good to be wise? Did you ignore all of that? And then she made a decision. Like, you ignored the part where she has the conversation with this serpent and she considers what the serpent says. Did you ignore
no,
all of that?
no,
It sounds like you did. Or you think that when a woman looks at something and says, this looks like what I already eat, she's not smart. She needed Adam to say, no, don't eat that.
that's not at all what I was
That's what you said.
implying.
Adam should have turned Eve away from the sin. Those are your words. Kay.
No, I believe that Eve knew she was making a mistake. She knew that she was tempted by the serpent, but it was, as a partner, Adam should have been able, as one. She is from his ribs. He
No,
should
the
have
fuck
been
she's
able
not.
to talk. That is how God made Eve.
You think you came from the rib of a man, Kay?
Not me. This is from the Bible. Are we speaking on the Bible or are we talking about life today?
Do you think women came from the rib of a man? Do you think this story is true, Kay?
I know where I came from.
Kay, do you
I'm
think this
speaking of
story is
Eve.
true?
I believe in the
Do you think
Bible.
life started with a dirt man?
I believe in the Bible, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Do you think life started with a dirt man, Kay?
I do.
Interesting. And
I
then,
believe in the Bible.
and sure, okay. Considering the fact that every human being starts off female, there is nothing in nature where a male produces anything without a female.
And that does make sense from your point of view because you do not believe in God.
I mean, the fact that your God, that you believe that your God started off creating life with male and then fucking switched it for everything else. What about the animals, Kay? Did they start off male too?
Did the animals start off male?
Mm-hmm. Did your God create Adam and then just create all male animals?
I'm not sure how they made it in the Bible in the first garden.
Use a little bit of your brain, Kay, or should we go get a man so that we can make one full brain so that you can think logically? Like, I don't want to get you in trouble with a man.
You know, that's okay. But I think I'll drop. And thank you for having me up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry that we couldn't get to a place of having a good conversation, but I appreciate your time. I really do.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. Have a great night.
Yeah.
As a man, I just want to say she's in trouble.
Well, no, she's not. She's gonna have a man that's gonna always take care of her because she's gonna do whatever the man says.
As a man, I'd like to add, you're correct.
Yeah. Gary? Gary? DBP? I said women that hold up the patriarchy are dangerous as fuck. Remember, if you are friendly and you're in the guest request, I will not automatically bring you up unless I see a nerd emoji. It's everybody in the on the wait list. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. Nelly? Nelly? I think you're right, Mac Time. Nelly? If you are a subscriber, unless I see a nerd emoji, I will not automatically add you to the live stream. I'm going to think that TikTok threw you in there. Nay, are you coming up to talk about one of the topics? What are you coming up? What are you coming up to do? I saw your message. You said I can come up real fast. Like, I don't need anybody to come up. Is that what you're referring to? Adam and Eve. So you are coming up to talk about one of the topics?
Hello.
Hey, you came up to talk about topic one?
Am I not a subscriber anymore? Can I not go off topic?
No, yeah, I didn't know. You said I can come up real quick. I thought you were saying that I thought you were saying that like I needed someone to come up. Like, are you coming up to you said Adam and Eve distinction? Like, what do you mean?
I'm so sorry. I meant like I'd come up if there weren't other people in front of me, basically, right?
Well, you don't have to ask that. Like, as a nerd, you get priority. I just need to see a
Oh,
nerd
okay.
emoji.
Yes, yeah, yeah, definitely. I wanted to kind of like elaborate like on the last discussion that was had, or extend it, because I think it's interesting. Like, I think like if Eve didn't serve some like subordinate like role in God's big plan, right? Why didn't he just create another Adam if he was like the perfect leader? Why aren't there two leaders?
Yeah, I did ask that question before. Why didn't he just create all men? Like, he could have just
Yeah,
created like mud
exactly.
men, unless he's just a lazy god. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, lazy god. And I think it's like exemplary of it's like it becomes dismissive really quickly, right? Like it's almost like the story in and of itself like conceals the difference between like man and woman, Adam and Eve. um it almost like smuggles her into like this ideal of everything that you will do is because of Adam, right? Where's the autonomy in that?
What do you mean? You're talking about as far as like her eating from the tree or everything?
Yeah, because it's like everything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have more to say?
No, I was trying to understand. Like, when you say the autonomy, are you talking about from what the interpretation that believers put on it? Is that what you're talking about? Because in the story, her autonomy is there. There is no expectation for Adam to have told her what to do. That is being read into the story by believers through their modern day misogynistic patriarchal lens.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's the part that's being smuggled in, right? Covertly. Um, it it grants itself like as being justified through modern day, um, modern day subordination of woman, or to be a woman. And I think more specifically, it's almost like I'll give you an example. It I think it collapses into like this idea of like, well, was a boss present on shift? Well, then everything that the employee does is their fault, right? But that does two things at the same time. It reestablishes authority, the boss, and also denies responsibility, which is like a denial of authorhood, right? Like Eve, everything Eve could have even possibly done, even if she made the right choice in these circumstances, it would have all been because of Adam. And that's dangerous.
I don't know that I don't know that that's true because I don't think patriarchy takes credit for every decision that women make. Is that what you're saying?
Um, I don't know. I think I heard earlier on this exact live actually a believer who did posit that. And I of course do not agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not I don't in any way believe that to be as a factual, demonstrable condition, right? Like contribution isn't limited to men, but believers are very easily capable of falling into that frame of thought.
I think specifically when it comes to this story, yes, but I don't necessarily see it everywhere else. Like Ahab doesn't take any responsibility for Jezebel's actions. He's not blamed for Jezebel.
But God is.
No, believers don't blame the God for Jezebel's actions. They blame Jezebel.
Um,
I think they cherry pick like this story with Adam and Eve. I think is so important to the foundation of their belief system. Right? This story tells them why they're wretched, why they're sinful, why they need their Jesus. So I think this is why like, and it's also a etiological tale about the rise of the patriarchy, and so they are willing to blame the woman here, or and say that the man is responsible because it is the story of the patriarchy. But when you get further into the narrative, women are blamed, like Delilah, for example. Samson doesn't take credit in this story for his inability to see that Delilah was trying to set him up 4 times. Delilah is blamed. You don't see the same expectation of authority or male leadership in the stories of Jezebel or Delilah.
Yeah, I would say that like there is congruency there to be rightfully examined. Um, and for a moment, I just want to like briefly step outside of the example that the Bible posits, like Alfred and Huxley and the discovery of DNA, right?
I'm sorry, say that
Um,
last part again.
the like the discovery of DNA, as like the Alfred and Huxley story,
Okay, what about it?
where the female scientist gets silenced in the proposition of the discovery of DNA, who had contributed like a large body of work that gets minimized and silenced, whereas the male body of work becomes um, established as like authoritative and the narrative pushed towards us,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you're kind of positing that this is, like, it's uh, the women don't have any agency, and that anytime, what even when if a woman makes a good decision, it's the responsibility or the credit goes to a man. Anytime she makes a bad decision, the responsibility goes on the man. That's not the case in society, and that's not the case in the Bible. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that to be true, that that is always the case.
Right. Uh, but what I'm saying is that that's exactly like what I'm naming specifically and calling to like question is the that's taken for granted, I think, in Christianity. Like accomplishments are collapsible achievements that are attributable to men, whereas that is not the case. Even when the facts and the story before yourself are there.
I guess I'm confused as to how you're tying this to the Adam and Eve. Like, we know that men have taken credit or pushed their agendas, their superiority in society over women. I'm confused as to how you're tying this to the Adam and Eve story of Adam is responsible for Eve doing a bad thing because he's her ruler or like her parent. Like, how is that the same as male superiority?
Let me think about this. Okay. I think the Bible exemplifies and I think establishes itself as being as framing women as being intrinsically subordinate.
Right.
So like could we imagine, for example, a version of the Bible where Eve was the one who Adam was derived from?
I'm so confused. What do you mean, imagine a version of the Bible where
Like
Adam was the
what
one
if
who
Adam
Eve
came
was
from Eve
derived?
instead?
Okay, why are we doing that? Like, I'm still I'm still confused. Like, I like I I don't want you to think I don't know what you're saying. I know what you're saying as far as male superiority in society. The men are the ones that's supposed to be the ones that have the PhDs that run the companies, right? They're the ones that's supposed to be out front, right? Male success, right? I get that. What I don't I'm having difficulty connecting is that piece of society, that part of the patriarchy attached to what we're discussing with Adam and Eve. Like, can you connect those two for me?
I think so because I think that there is like representational evidence in positions of power um that get to make calls for like the greater populace between female and male bodies.
But he doesn't make any calls. And what they're not
Who
saying,
doesn't?
Adam, he
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
make any calls in the story. And what believers are saying is he should have like basically parented her.
Yeah. I think what I'm getting at is that like if God is God is a man, Adam was a man, and then Eve was a woman, right? Like we have a derivative approach that's intrinsic to how the Bible presents it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and that derivative is then replicated like in positions of power in society specifically.
Right, like it sounds like you're saying you're just talking about the patriarchy, right?
Yeah, I am talking about the patriarchy. I'm talking
Okay.
about the downstream effect that like well and I'm sorry, I apologize because um
Like I'm trying to understand how you're connecting it to the specific aspect of what we're exploring within the Adam and Eve narrative. So we know that Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 is about the rise of the patriarchy, right? Like it's it explains why men rule over women, right? But what we're discussing right now is the um the blame of whether whether or not Eve is responsible for humans being able to sin or do evil things in the world because of this wisdom that she obtained when she disobeyed, right? That's what that topic is about. Like, I don't think that a lot of people who believe in this story actually understand the so-called wisdom that this character gained in the story, and that they actually appreciate it and that they don't see it as a bad thing. But also, even if she did, what we're seeing today is that where it's usually said that Eve is the problem, Eve was at fault, because the word responsible is in that question, we're seeing people fight for male domination, right? For the man to be the ruler, even when it comes to uh, sin and evil being brought in the world. They're not saying that Adam, is the one who sinned. They're saying Adam was responsible for making sure the woman didn't sin, like she was his child, right? Not taking credit for what she did, but that he was the man and the leader, the one created first with authority. He should have stopped her, right? So he's responsible because he didn't stop her. Not that he's taking credit the same way men would take credit if a woman, for example, women created internet, voice over IP, right? The different inventions in society that women created, but yet all we hear about are the male contributions, right? The male name. Those are two different things. Because we don't hear it's Adam's fault, it's Adam's fault, it's Adam's fault. We hear it's Eve's fault, but Adam should have been a better CEO. That's what we hear. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I see the transparency here that you're bringing up specifically. What I'm bringing up is that the biblical narrative of Adam and Eve and Eve's experience specifically, it creates womanhood. It creates,
What do you mean by that?
well, I think that what it does is that it creates like an implicit structure that goes unquestioned about what it means to be female or to have like female attributes, right?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever once thought of Eve when it comes to me being a woman or being a female human.
Uh-huh. And why is that?
Why would I? And let me ask you, like, why would you like, you're not, like, you don't identify as a woman, right?
No.
Okay. So why would you assert that you understood what makes womanhood? Like, what makes a woman feel like a woman? Like, I'm confused how you're tying Eve to that.
Because I think that biblically it promotes like a bimodal direction, right? It's
How
like,
so?
sorry.
How so?
Um, what I'm saying is that like the man equals authority and to be female equals
Now, why did you
subordinacy
say man and then female? Why did you do that?
because Adam and Eve,
But why did you call Adam a man and then refer to Eve as a female?
are they not promoted as such biblically?
Do you see what you did? You humanized Adam and then dehumanized Eve.
How?
Because a female could be anything, eh? A female could be an elephant, a plant, a bug. She is a human. Adam is a human male that we call man, and Eve is a female human that we call woman. But even in like, you didn't even realize that you refer to Adam as a man, and you did not refer to Eve as a woman, but a female. You refer to her as her sex.
Yes, but I right. Exactly.
Exactly what?
This is what I'm talking about specifically.
No, that's what you did. And I think the thing to do here would be, you know what? Let me correct myself, right? Because that's misogynistic, that's patriarchal, and it's language that needs to be corrected. A lot of men and misogynistic women refer to women as females, while they respect the male and refer to him as man.
I completely agree. Um
It's all a part of deconstructing the patriarchy. Like, I don't want you to, like, think I'm, like, coming down on you. Like, I still love you.
no.
Like, it's all a part of deconstructing. And as we were talking about last week, the patriarchy, it just is in society, right? And
Mhm.
we hear this language, on a daily basis. and to the point to where you don't even recognize that you are dehumanizing a woman when you were in the very same sentence you refer to a male character as a man, because in your mind that male character is human, that male character has authority, but the female character you don't humanize. In your mind, she is subject, she is property, she is less than the male character. And I think uh, men who engage with this story, whether you are a believer or a non-believer, whether you are deconstructing, uh, see this male character as divine. It's somewhat, I think they see the character as themselves, but um, a step up, like the God to the women and children, like a step below the God that they believe created them. And so this character is divine. There's nothing in their mind that this character cannot do.
Right. And I think that what I'm pointing at, and I think that we're actually like closer in our thought process than what is like maybe easily like discernible, is that like that is something that I'm naming as being intrinsically problematic, right? I'm talking about the biblical framework of that operation of positing Adam as being a representation of personhood, whereas Eve gets a derivative of that. Does that make sense? I wasn't talking about the value that they would have if they actually existed outside of the biblical narrative. That wasn't my position. I'm saying that Adam gets framed as having like the autonomy granted alongside personhood, whereas Eve gets granted the distinguishable and derivative, and by some means conflated with capacity to make choices with something the Bible, not I, presents as lesser than, right? So it's like an intrinsic claim to how it's biblically referenced. Does that make sense?
Mm-mm. Like I think I don't know if I think you might be over complicating what it is that you're trying to say. I think you are trying to say that through the lens of Christianity, Eve is subjugated and belittled beneath the man, while the man maintains autonomy and authority and humanness. Like that's what I think you're trying to say, but it sounds like you are overcomplicating it with your word choice. But did I understand? Did I get it right? What you were trying to say?
Yeah, probably. And here's the thing.
I
I
want you to talk to me like you've been in the community now for probably a year. Is that right?
yeah.
Okay. Talk to me like we're friends today. Right? Like just talk to me like we're at coffee. You don't have to use big words. Um because honestly like it just throws me off, and it's difficult for me to understand what it is that you're trying to say, and I really want to understand what you're trying to say. So just pretend like we're at coffee, or at a club, about to have a drink. What is it that you want to say about how you see believers or society reading into this story?
Okay, thank you. That's actually
Okay.
that's where it's at. You're right. And yeah. All right, we're at the club. right?
Mhm.
Hey, thinker. Let's go to tequila soda. Also, you know what's funny about Adam and Eve? I think that the story, what it's done, has created a very, very impactful, bad framing of what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman in the world today that we live in, even in this
Absolutely.
club.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. It definitely has, and believers bank on that, right? And from this indoctrination, I guess the first thing that we're indoctrinated into, right, when we become believers, or even kids, as kids, we're taught about Adam and Eve, right? We, as kids who have very religious parents, we're taught that women came from the rib of a man. Men were created first. Boys are supposed to be masculine. Girls are supposed to have babies and get married and take care of their husband. And so we're indoctrinated into this patriarchal uh, mindset from a child. And from there, when we become adolescents, we're then taught how to talk to boys and how to talk to girls. And we are like I was saying today, I noticed like I'm paying attention to my grandkids, and they are 11 months apart. But my uh, 1 year old granddaughter naturally knows how to diffuse her brother who is 2. And when he has a temper tantrum, she knows how to calm him down. And she will just give him what he wants to calm him down, right? And so that he won't bother her, so that she can continue drawing or doing whatever it is that she's doing, right? Like he's not taught to throw these temper tantrums, and he wants a lot of attention and love, and she doesn't need that. But we are taught that through this patriarchal lens, men that love and that they naturally want young boys, like when they're younger, that's stumped out of them because that's not masculine, right? He constantly is like hug, hug, hug. But my son will go, don't pick him up. No, go play. Like, but he wants to feel skin. He wants to hug. My baby girl, my granddaughter, she doesn't want to be bothered, but my son will always pick her up. Right. So we're taught through this lens, right, that if you're a boy, you have to be shut off, emotionless, right? If you're a girl, you have to be filled with emotions and nurturing and, oh, lovey dovey. And that comes from this Adam and Eve indoctrination.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm pointing towards. It's like the creation of like, oh my god, hold on. I almost went back to jargon. Um, what I'm describing is precisely what you're saying, right? Like you've heard the saying "boys don't cry."
Yes.
So it says just as much about what boys do as what women do.
Yes, because we're human, right?
Right, exactly. Like it's our shared subjective experience. It's our ability to like produce tears. It's about like our capacity to like embody suffering. And yeah, I appreciate you so much. And I think that's also like um important is to be able to describe these ideas in a way that's like identifiable. Because that's what we're doing. That's what like this conversation is about fundamentally. Um so it's I think what I was getting at, we're still at the club, right? Like,
Yeah, we still at the
isn't
club.
it?
I'm on my second drink.
Yeah, exactly. I'm buying your third. Um, it's isn't it crazy how like the Bible describes someone at their limits, And it even started. It even proposes that Adam and Eve was how each one should be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adam is going to do something at the club. Eve is going to do something at the club. But Eve is going to be the one that might, like...
Honestly, I think she's the watch out.
She's what?
I think Eve is. So she's the one. Adam is having a good time at the club. He's drinking. He ain't
I
paying
don't think
attention
Adam
to the door.
cares.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He's not paying attention to the door. He's drinking. He's laughing. He's enjoying his paradise. Eve is thinking, right? She's watching the door, right? She's having a conversation. She's getting put up on game. She makes an executive decision. Whether that decision goes against the club owner or what, she made an executive decision. And then society comes and goes, Adam, what the fuck were you doing? You were supposed to be watching her. Right? The mob boss comes. How the fuck did you let her how did you let her out of your sight? You were supposed to be watching her. Right? That's what happens with society. Like he doesn't do anything worth becoming the leader. He wasn't already the leader. It's just put on him. He's at the club and they are just enjoying themselves. And then later they go, "You were supposed to lead her." It's just put on him. He hasn't earned it.
Right. Yeah.
And
Excuse me.
I'm not even saying that she was better because um the last live, I had the conversation with an asshole, and I said, "You don't know what went through Adam's mind. The story doesn't say that he was there, right? Adam could have very well have had the same thoughts. Could have very well been like, this motherfucker making a lot of sense, right? I'm not saying that men don't have the ability to critically think. Society has stomped that shit out. Society has said your brains matter less than your muscles, matter less than your penis. But we don't know. Like if we were to explore what the story doesn't say, right? With the man sitting at that tree with the woman within ear shot of this conversation, Adam could have very well have thought to himself several things. He could have said, "Man, this motherfucker make a lot of sense." And as he's watching Eve touch the fruit, and she's like, "This looks like food that we eat," he like, "Hell yeah, it does." And Adam could have been thinking in his mind, "Did that motherfucker lie to us?" And then when Eve eats, he sees that she doesn't die, and then she hands it to him, and he eats. Right? Like we don't know what his thought process was. He could have very well been like, "I'm gonna test this shit out on this motherfucker." He could have been a shiesty motherfucker, right? Like we don't know. But what religion teaches us is that, oh, she did a bad thing. He's innocent, but still he got in trouble because he's a man. That's all. That's what religion does. No critical
E-
thought in that whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. That's, I think, precisely exemplifies what I'm getting at. It's that the story has done a lot of work to expedite and deliver us the role that we have to play without questioning it. Right?
Yeah.
Like, Adam gets to work the front door because he's a man. It's not Adam gets to work the front door because he's capable of.
Intelligent. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. It's like Eve is the one who gets away with, like, hitting the party, having a good time, because that's what girls do. It tells us this. It tells us this subconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
Um and no matter what, it's fixed, we have to just exist in it.
We can
And
change
that's
it.
the lie. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the lie. That's the lie. I don't know if you saw the video that I did where I said the garden is the system of patriarchy,
The
right?
garden as the system of patriarchy. Uh-huh.
Like the garden is uh, patriarchy,
hmm
and Adam and Eve are players within the system of patriarchy, and then the
Yeah.
serpent are those of us that dissent from it, right? We're the ones that's telling people, "Hey, you've been lied to," right? Like if you don't get your value from a man, hey, you don't have to lead a woman or subjugate a woman, right? Like we're those of us that are the serpents in this patriarchal system, in this garden that we're in, are dissenters, right? The moment that you gain the wisdom of what this system is, then those that are running the system, the gods, kicks you out because then you are a threat to the entire system, and they cut off your resources, right? Access, right? You get ostracized from your family, um, certain jobs, right? Um, your access to things that sustains you gets cut off because you then become a threat to the entire system. They start
Right.
telling people, that you are a devil, a demon, so that they don't listen or accept the knowledge that you're giving. They even say, well, they're telling you a truth that's a lie, or a lie that's a truth, so that they don't accept your information, so that they stay in the garden, stay connected in the garden, in the patriarchal system.
Yeah. Um I think that's a very interesting point, and I'm glad you bring it up. Because I think what you're getting at is that like the to use an analogy is that like the stage is also a construction, and we're all actors within it, and to be able to perform in that stage is also something to be examined. It doesn't fall out of it's something that can be scrutinized, right? Who got to make the stage? What voice did the stage get to come into being? Who paid for it, right? Those sorts of questions are important when you are the one who has to step on stage and be um, using your body as product.
You talk about the woman's body or women and men?
Well, I think women and men, because like you can step on stage, like you can. I think that you can like be, you can exhibit, you can be a man and still experience femphobia, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
um, you can be punished for the boys don't cry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
In the same way that like, um, white.
So I think what you're saying right now is the patriarchy harms everybody, or affects or impacts everybody.
That's
It's not
exactly
just
what I'm
one group.
saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And everybody is on the stage of patriarchy, and should be asking the questions: whose stage is this? Who's funding this stage? Who's holding the stage up? Who's setting the rules? Who's writing the script? Why am I following the script? What role am I playing?
Yes.
Mhm.
You've nailed it now. I think you've absolutely you've gone to the core of what I'm trying to describe.
Yeah, I
Um
agree.
And I think it's like there's like an important example in the same way that we deconstruct like notions of, well, maybe analogous, right? Like we can draw an analogy. Like white tea supremacy, right? It's like white tea supremacy is responsible for establishing hegemony at the same time as constructing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who suffer are both
Mm-hmm.
the perpetrators of it and the
victims.
yes.
I
There
agree.
we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, Nay. Next time you come up, just remember, like you've known me for at least a year now. We should be able to talk as friends. I'm not here for people to try to talk to me like all intelligent and like I just want to have conversations with people. So relax. I think you are adorable. I enjoy talking
Mhm.
to you. So when you come up, just remember that part, okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will say it's like it does draw back to some of the neurodivergent stuff,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah, I get it.
and it's difficult to contend with. And I do tend to think in like overcomplicated structures that like are not maybe good for having casual conversations. But I could also write you, so I'm learning to appreciate that that's also an option for me to establish some thoughts between us. So
You know what I used to suffer from is seeing the big picture. Like being neurodivergent, you tend to recognize patterns, and you tend to see the bigger picture, and it's difficult to communicate because you're seeing everything all at once. And I think the thing that helped me, like being an entrepreneur, you got to take bite size in your plans, and so communicate that one thing that you're focused on at that moment, or else you won't get shit done. Um, and so that's how I learned how to focus and have conversations. So I totally get being able to see the entire picture and finding the right words to communicate what it is that you're seeing. But we can't explain it all at once. Does that make sense? And so it's okay to just hone in on one part of it and describe that thing. And eventually the conversation will lead to that bigger picture that you're trying to articulate.
yeah, and um I think this speaks to you as like um just someone who is capable of having the potential to open that up in someone. I think like that's a role that very few people play, and it is so valuable because it asks for specificity, but also hey, meet me as I am, and that's a philosophy in and of itself.
Hmm. That's why I say I am who I am, and you get what you get. You love it or
Yeah,
you hate it. I don't give a fuck because
I mean,
I
hey,
spent the majority of my life trying to fit into the status quo, and that made me hate myself. And when I just accepted that my brain works the way that it works, I am who I am. Some people love it, some people hate it, and it is what it is. You're gonna get what you're gonna get.
right, exactly. Yeah. Um, again, I'm gonna congratulate you on having an amazing day. And So appreciate your time having me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up, and I look forward to our next conversation. Have a great rest of the night.
Definitely.
All right. All right. If you are in the guest request box, please make sure that you are 21 and up. Please check to see if TikTok has thrown you in there on accident. That'll save us some time with me accidentally bringing people up that don't want to come up. If you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, I need to see nerd emojis so that I can bring you up. And you must be a super nerd in order to skip other people in the line. What's up, Solil? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for having me. I want to talk about, well, first let me say, because I did get a chance to listen today to the atheist experience. I really enjoyed it. You did a great job. So just really happy for you and seeing you get these opportunities and not only just getting them, but knocking them out the park, man. You're awesome. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem. I wanted to kind of talk about number three. And I apologize because I did get a little bit sleepy, but um, the is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community, and is this why Black people don't do atheism? Um, so as you know, because you talked to me before, I'm deconstructing, but like every day that I continue through that journey, I'm getting closer to atheism. And so I kind of wanted to like get your thoughts on some of the fleeting thoughts that I've had. Um, so I think that, well, obviously he's not the God of the Black community, right? But for some reason we think so. And I'm wondering if it has to do with the fact that um for many, many years, like we've sought and waited on promises from God. And I wonder if, you know, the reason why they hold on to it so dearly is because they believe that if they have that faith in holding on to it, that eventually they'll get those rewards that was promised to them. I hope that's making sense.
I actually today a caller on the atheist experience reminded me of the fear of blaspheming against the Holy Spirit and how that kept most people from saying anything negative about the belief. So
Yeah, I
even
remember them.
yeah, so even like researching it and learning something other than what we were taught, and our mind would be too close to an opportunity to blaspheme the Holy Spirit, so we don't do it. And so I think that right there, that fear of blaspheming the Holy Spirit and that being the one thing that cannot be forgiven, I think is one of the things that keep Black people from questioning this text, um, from engaging with atheists. Like it's the fear of that, the fear of that's the point of no return, right? Because that's the thing you cannot get forgiven for. You can sin and you can get forgiven. You can do fuck shit and you can get forgiveness. But if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, that's the point of no return. So I think they are afraid of that, and that's what has them hanging on. I do think they have convinced themselves that they are already being blessed. Um,
That's true, actually. Yeah.
yeah. Um, and then the fear of hell.
Yeah, I definitely understand, you know, the fear of hell and all of that. And I think the thing that baffles me the most about it is that if it was something that was so scary, and if it's something that you are literally making life decisions on a daily basis, like you would want to know more about it, and they don't. And like they don't read the Bible, they don't know the history of it, they don't know, you know, how it came to be, they don't know, you know, or take the time to even try to research like what it's actually saying, or like the context that it comes from, the times or whatever. Like they don't know any of that, and it's confusing because instead of like looking or seeking for knowledge. And I know, the Bible teaches that, well, not the Bible, maybe it's just church or black churches teach that, oh, the devil knows the Bible better than you. And, these people that are going to know, or these people that are challenging you are going to know the Bible better than you. But that should be something that you shouldn't want, especially if this is something that you're governing your life on, and you're scared of hell, but like, what's the real deal with that? Like, how do I know that that's real? And how do, what's I guess I guess I just don't just take things with a grain of salt. Never really have. And it's just really weird to me that, they really do seek people or see people as like the ones that are seeking knowledge are the ones that are of the devil, just based on how they've been indoctrinated.
Yeah, like I was asking today, I wonder why it hasn't dawned on them that the other things in this Bible, these supernatural claims that they can heal the sick with their hands, they can raise the dead, they will do greater things than Jesus did, walking on water, moving mountains with just your words. Although, like some of these people say, oh, that's metaphorical. It doesn't actually mean that you could talk to a mountain and move it. But these mountains in your life, right? You still aren't able to do that supernaturally. The things that this book says that you can do, you don't try to do because you don't believe that you are capable of doing it. But you do believe in hell. You do believe in, uh, you know, lack of forgiveness. You do believe that you will go to heaven and have eternal life. I don't understand the. Uh, Let me take that back. I do understand why they believe those things and why they don't believe these. I don't understand why they don't recognize that they don't. Right? Like, why haven't they recognized that they have a lack of faith in their ability to do these supernatural things, but they have all the faith in hell and heaven and
I
forgiveness?
want, oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, I feel like, and I don't
Once
know.
again, VJ, I do see your comment. Please don't spam the same comment over and over again. The mods will end up muting you and thinking that you're spamming. But I did see your comment. I don't read off everybody's comments unless you are a nerd. Sometimes I may read them, but spamming them over and over and over again isn't going to make me uh, read it off. So, and I don't want you to get muted, okay? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Talia, go ahead.
That's okay, no problem. I don't know, like, how your experience it was like, because I know you say you come up Kojic, which I I feel like that was kind of one of the, because I've had a couple, like, membership church experiences or whatever. Um, but like the first one was like holiness, and I don't know if that's like the same as Church of God in Christ, but that's the only thing I really remember about it. But they focused a lot on hell, and they focused a lot on the fear. Um, and like, even like Bible study would never really be like us learning the Bible. Like, you'd start like that way, but then they end up just talking about hell and fear mongering and all that stuff. And I wonder if that's the reason, is because the church, churches are focusing a lot on that and basically just trying to scare people with that versus actually teaching them the word.
They did focus on hell a lot. Growing up, I don't know what they do now. I haven't been to church in over a decade. But we do hear more believers in the Black community now talk about how hell is not a real place and how it's just separation from the God. And so they're starting to deconstruct the idea of hell and soften it up, as Trust was talking about today on the Atheist Experience. So I do think that the fear of being separated from their God, regardless of how they identify hell to be, whether it's fire and brimstone, or just like outer darkness. I think it's the um, idea of no longer existing. And as V was saying in the comments, them not seeing their loved ones again is the thing that has them hanging on to, uh, you know, the fear of not seeing their loved ones, being in outer darkness, not existing or burning in eternal flames. However, they're starting to deconstruct the idea of hell. But we definitely, I was raised Kojic, and Kojic is hellfire and brimstone. Damn near every sermon is hell, 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 hell. Now, I don't think I ever went to church where hell was not preached.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Same. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And then I guess, and also like what I was thinking about that as well is like, I, it frustrates me, like I said, because they don't even know what it says. Because if you read the Bible, it tells you you're not going to even know who those people are when you do like crossover or whatever you call it. Um, I have noticed that there has been an awakening of a lot of people as it relates to Christianity and starting to like really think it through more so um, than just accepting people's word for it. But there's also those that are like no matter what, they're not going, or at least they're not showing signs of it now. Like they're just not even thinking it through. And that's what's scary to me. It's like you don't even think about it, like you don't even question it, like it doesn't matter to you whether it's true or not. And then even with those people that are, not believing in hell, which, I went or going through that stage as well. And like I said, I'm getting closer to atheism, so it's all about to go out the window. But like even though I was, deconstructing the idea of hell, like I still didn't really question the way that I should. Like, why is that even, like, why am I still grappling with the fact that something is going to happen after I die, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Um, I think I think the thing of not questioning it isn't really the biggest issue. It for me, it's the when you do question it and you are face to face with the illogicalness of it, it's the willingness to ignore that realization, right? So, for example, we've always in our church talked about how sadness will be wiped away. You know, the the old way will be wiped away. Like all things will become new uh, in heaven. But it never dawned on me as a believer that if all of that is wiped away, how am I going to know my loved ones? Right. But when I engaged with that thought, I didn't just throw it away and say, well, I'm still going to believe that I'm going to see my loved ones in heaven, although this book says that, my memory is going to be wiped. But when I meet believers who engage with that thought and they decide to throw the logical thought out the window and hang on to the idea that their memory is going to be wiped and they're going to remember their loved ones when they go to heaven, that's the thing that irritates me the most, because I don't quite know if it is cognitive dissonance that's making them hold on to two contradicting thoughts, or if they're willfully doing it and being dishonest. Is the cognitive dissonance because of the fear and their desire to see their loved ones, but also their desire to go to this heavenly place is what's causing them to believe two contradicting things willfully, or are they just choosing to be dishonest?
I don't know, because even though, I think I've shared my parts of my story up here, but like my mother passed away when I was 9 years old. Um, and I can't honestly say that even with, being a part of Christianity and having those beliefs, like I never really thought, oh, I'm going to see her again. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like it was something that I could never really reconcile. Like if I'm going to die and, I'm live my life or whatever, like I haven't even thought about that. Um, and then, you know, I lost my father in 2020 as well. So both parents are gone. But even with that, I'm just like, I don't really think about, oh, well, I'm going to meet my mother. I'm going to see my mother again. It's just not something, even though people have told me that over and over again, because, you know, it's a kid, they try to, you know, console children. And I also think that's kind of cruel, you know, to tell somebody that, um, you know, their it was their time, it was their parents' time, and it was God's will, and oh, don't worry, you'll see him in heaven. Like I feel like that's really cruel to do to people with no, especially a child. But even with that, like it's just never something that set in as something that I could truly believe that, oh, you know, I'll see my mother again. You know, I don't know. I guess maybe that's also neurodivergence as well, where it's like if it just doesn't make sense to me, like it's not going to stick. And you could tell me that all day, but it's not something I would ever really believe, even with the contradictions. That's before me even knowing, you know, all of the Bible and the contradictions. Like as a kid, you know, somebody's telling me this, and I'm just like, doesn't seem fair or right, or doesn't seem realistic, you know.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out is for those that do hang on to the both contradicting thoughts, like why are they doing it? And like that's the thing that um I think it's dangerous, right? Because they're either it's the fear that's causing them to sit in that cognitive dissonance willfully, or they're just straight dishonest and they're willing to believe illogical uh things for the sake of hanging on to this hope of an afterlife. And I think like for me it speaks to a person's character and how they engage in society beyond just this thought process. Like if you're willing to uh, believe illogical shit knowingly, I think you are a dangerous person.
I agree 100%. And it's super scary because if you're willing to believe that, then you're willing to believe that, you know, if the day of the Lord is executed, it's not going to be you, even though it clearly says that it's you. It's the same to me, like that's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it just
Yep.
speaks to a dishonest personality.
Yeah, I just, and I mean, as it relates to like people like don't do atheism, like I still haven't really figured that out because it's it's strange to me that like, you know, with the we're not a monolith and people have, you know, all kind of different like mentalities or whatever, but for some reason, just, you know, the majority of black people that I encounter, like they don't even like it's literally the devil. Like that's something that they can mainly all agree on,
I
which
mean, to
I
be
don't.
to be
Yeah.
fair, we kind of
Hmm.
were in some areas we were indoctrinated into hive mind mentality, especially when it comes to this God.
Um, I don't think I understand what you mean by that. Can you
The
elaborate a little bit?
So in the black community, though, we black people don't do this, black people don't do that. Like there is that groupthink, that hive mind mentality when it comes to certain things in the black community, and this God is definitely one of them. This religion is definitely one of them. So I'm not shocked by the black people don't do atheists, uh, you know, statement that I'm hearing, because there is this expectation that all black people believe in God. This is where the God is good all the time, like expecting a black person to respond with all the time. Um, Fee talks about all the time how she goes out with her black atheist as fuck shirt, and black people look at her like she's crazy, like she's a demon because she's a black person wearing a atheist, you know, shirt and is out in the open as someone who does not believe in God. So I definitely think there is uh this group think when it comes to this God in the black community. And I wouldn't be honest if I said that it wasn't. We should have autonomy when it comes to that. Like we should be able to say I don't believe, right? Because we have our own minds. And especially like if we're told that it is a personal thing, we always hear it's a relationship, not religion. But when it comes to Black people, that goes out the door. When I first started hosting these lives, I had Black person after Black person come up and tell me that what I was doing wasn't right. And it was always because Black people don't do this. The Black community, this is our God. Auntie Charlene, when she first came up, she was out of breath because she was like, I have never seen this before in my life. I've never seen a Black person say they don't believe in God. And she said it scared the shit out of her.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I definitely understand what you mean by that now. Like you're right. I could see that. Which is, I mean, I don't really know like why that's still a thing. Like I could understand, why it would be a thing at some point, but like with where we are now, like why that's still a thing. And I do like come across people who are like the smartest people in the world, like you said, Black people, they just don't do that. They don't question it. They don't, and I don't get that. I mean, still, I don't get it, but like I do understand what you're saying about it though, and how it becomes a thing that, Black people just don't do. But like why? Like why? I also feel like, and this is something that it's just, a silly comedian said something, but in a way it does kind of make sense to me. Where it's like, being an atheist is like a white privilege, or sorry, white privilege thing. Whereas, Black people may not feel like they have the privilege to be that, you know.
Yeah. And that's, why the topic is there for me to, discuss it with believers within the Black community so that I can get a better understanding of why we even think that and where that came from and how, we can hold the belief that the relationship with the God is personal, but at the same time hold accountability for, Black people as a community to accept this God. Like it doesn't make sense to me, but hopefully there will be some that'll come up and discuss that.
Yeah,
'Cause I think only
hopefully.
a Black believer can answer that question for us.
Yeah, I've come across like just like there's a girl that I invited, which I'm gonna keep inviting her and see if she'll come. But she was somebody that I went to like middle school with, and she's now, because I'm 41 now, so we're like older, but she is in mental health, and she's very, Christian religions, like all of the things or what have you. And I reposted that video that you put up of like Bash going off and like with the fish sandwiches and the snack packs. And of course, this is just a lighthearted joke, like just funny. And she had already said something on another post of mine, and then she came on to this one talking about some, why are y'all so angry? I'm like, this is clearly comedy, but like, why are you so riled up about, somebody entertaining the idea that, that God is not, who y'all say he is? Like, it's just baffling to me, and
I,
it just, mhm, go ahead,
the
sorry.
next time she asks that question, you should ask her, "Do you really care to know?" Because like asking why are y'all so angry and not expecting a response or an answer to that question or getting upset at the answer to that question speaks volumes. Like do you really
Yeah.
want to know why we are angry? Because we have reasons to be.
Yeah, I mean, we had a text message
Give me just
conversation
a
like
second.
after,
Give me just a second,
sorry.
Taylor.
Mhm.
I only talk to one person at a time, y'all. Uh, Constantly telling me to bring you up on stage is not going to make me bring you on stage any faster. In fact, it'll probably make me choose you last. Okay. Everybody that requests waits their turn. Everybody on stage gets and should get our full attention while they're on stage. So if you want to have a conversation with us, please wait your turn. That's fine. I'm no love lost. No love lost. Go ahead, Salil.
We had a text message conversation like after, because the original post that she like asked a question, well, not even asked a question, like you again, like you said, like you don't really want to know, you just want to, have something to say about the post, but like it was about the FLDS church or whatever and how they have like young girls or whatever. She's like on my post talking about how people take the Bible and twist it, and they people don't really like, people are misinterpreting the Bible, and I'm like, no, this is actually right on like this is exactly what they mean when they say what they say in the Bible. And then she also referenced like slavery and how it wasn't real slavery, and it just all the normal, stupid arguments that we hear, whatever. But this is somebody who has freaking, working on her doctorate, 2 master degrees, like you're a smart person, but you don't want to know. And then when I did try to like engage, so I told her on that post, I'm like, I don't engage these conversations because at the end of the day, you don't really want to know, or you don't really want to talk about it. You just want me to stop talking about it. And that's not going to happen. And I'm not going to spend my energy arguing back and forth with somebody who's not really trying to get an understanding. And so, we were talking in conversation or in text messages afterwards, and she's like, well, I don't understand what the point is. I don't understand what the point is. And I'm like, this would be the point, like exactly what you're doing right now, completely dismissing the harm that it causes, completely, disregarding new information or different information, confirmation bias, like all of the crap. And I was like, I don't really want to engage in these kind of conversations if you're not going to do it in good faith. And so I kind of had that, conversation with her already. And on the last one, like I had to set a boundary, like you don't comment on my post anymore because you're not doing this to try to understand anything that I'm saying.
Yeah. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Just go on and move on to the next.
Yep. Yep. But I was already sleepy before I got here, so let me get on off and go to bed. I appreciate you listening and hearing me out and talking with me tonight.
You're very welcome, Salil. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Realistic? Are you up here on purpose or on accident? R3D?
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Can I get your age, please?
28.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
All right, there are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
The second one.
All right, what are your thoughts?
So I thought Christianity and the gospel played a big part in the revolutions and resistance and slavery. Um,
I'm
so I
sorry,
would say
what does that have to do with God or Jesus? I'm not asking about Christians in that text. It's not talking about that. That question does
oh
not ask about humans.
I'm at number 3. I'm at number 3.
Are you black?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Um yeah, so I think in the revolution and like even in the Civil War, the gospel played a big part in lighting the fire behind resistance and the revolution and in the black community, because when we came across the verse, all men were made equal in the eyes of God, that also helped in the revolution against slavery in America, and then in Haiti, there's some people that say we had the French slave masters in Haiti, and they banned the Bible from the enslaved people um, for a long time. So even in Haiti, many of the freedom fighters recognized that God, um, the from the French, that the French people preached was a lie, because they read about the walls of Jericho, and they read about like Moses, and I thought the Bible, even Harriet Tubman, like if you read her last what's it called, her documentary before she passed away, she told her when she was freeing the slaves, God was instructing her what to do every step of the way. God told her when to go and when to stop. And she said this was like a supernatural thing. So I think the gospel played a good part for the black community.
Harriet Tubman didn't believe in the God of the Bible like that. Harriet Tubman, yeah, she was a hoodoo worker. But the you're talking about um, how it was used during the Civil War, like the uh, reinterpretation of scripture to convince a person to fight social justice. I understand why Black people, in the stories that we've been told about this God, that's not what that's asking. It's asking, is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community? Like, I didn't hear an answer to that. And is the answer to whatever is the answer to that question the reason that Black people don't do atheism? Like, is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community?
Yes, of course. The Bible, before it hit the Europeans, it came through Ethiopia first. So it's more of a, if anything, it's more of the black culture than the
Are
white
Black people
culture.
Ethiopian? In America, um, Black people that came through the transatlantic slave trade, are we Ethiopian?
No, but they
What
are
does that have to do with us then? Like,
were
yeah, despite the fact that your Bible says that Jesus was in a Roman province occupied by Rome, which is a country on the continent of Europe. Paul was in Rome, Turkey, a European country. Um, Despite all of that, for some odd reason, Black people still think that this belief system belonged to them before it did Europeans. I don't quite understand that. How Black people don't know that Rome is on the continent of Europe. But putting all that aside, Ethiopia has absolutely nothing to do with West Africa. We are West African in descent. We're not Ethiopian. What does that have to do with us?
okay. Um, so the reason it has something to do with us because the Bible tells us that the earth basically was created for everyone, and the Bible uses terms like Cush and or Ethiopia to describe lands of South Egypt or represented the entire region of Black Africa in the
Are
ancient
you
world.
Egyptian? Are you
No, I'm not
Egyptian?
Egyptian.
That
I'm
what does
not.
that have to do with us? We are descendants of West Africa. My ancestors come from Nigeria, Igbo. I don't have anything to do with Egypt. I don't have anything to do with Ethiopia. Not like my ancestors are West African, and even Ethiopia was converted to Christianity. They didn't start Christianity. It did not start in Ethiopia. Like there's literally a story in here where Philip is baptizing an Ethiopian eunuch. They were converted to this belief system. Didn't start with them. Frumentius, Saint Frumentius, which was a Roman bishop, uh, converted Ethiopia to this religion. But I don't understand, how do y'all read this book and read that uh, the New Testament was in first century Rome and say that this started in Africa? How do y'all do that?
Okay, so yeah, that's a good question. But to say Ethiopia has nothing to do with Africans
I
is to
didn't
ignore.
say that. That's not what I said. Please repeat what I said.
Okay, so you're basically saying like the New Testament was written during the first
No, what did I
century.
say about Ethiopia and West Africans?
So you saying that we're not Ethiopian because we're West Africans or
Yeah,
Egypt?
just
We're not.
because Ethiopia is on the continent of Africa does not mean we are the same people. My ancestors are West African, not Ethiopian, not Egyptian. There is not one West African in this book.
Okay. Um. So you say Ethiopia has no connection with West Africa or a single West African,
I
but
said in this book, there is not one West African in this book, and Ethiopia is not West Africa. My ancestors are from West Africa, Nigeria, Igbo, not Ethiopia.
okay. So yeah. So the Bible doesn't use names like East or West Africa because God views the earth.
What does it use for West Africa in the Bible? It talks about
Okay. So
Ethiopia, it talks about Egypt. What does it use for West Africa in the Bible?
okay. So I say West Africans aren't in the book. If we say that, we got to look at Genesis 10 of the table of nations.
Hmm.
It lists Foot, the son of Ham. So I know some biblical scholars and historians have long identified Foot with the people who migrated across North Africa into the regions we call the West Africa.
Oh,
So,
really? What scholars? And who are these people? Who are the people that migrated there? And what
um,
archaeological evidence do they have?
well, if you are a West African, you are a descendant of Foot or Cush, and
No,
you
I'm
have a
not.
lineage.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What archaeological evidence do they have for this?
um, well, I'm trying to remember. So the archaeologists basically have like unearthed like the massive what western I think it's called a defu defufa. So like it's a temple that stands like at least 60 feet tall
A
because
temple? We're talking about people. We're talking about people.
okay, so in king in second kings 19 verse 9. So I know African feature like we have statues and stuff and status that shows like a bow they had like bold nose and strong jaws. So as these statues that only
West African is what I'm asking you for. Like what? You're making no sense. Like there are no West Africans mentioned in this book whatsoever. This is a Middle Eastern, uh, Mesopotamian uh, narrative. Like this doesn't have anything to do with us. If and then on top of that, it was given to our ancestors when they came onto the continent into West Africa. Our ancestors originally, when they were taken into slavery and brought back to North America, they were not even allowed to become Christian because the belief was that if you are a Christian, you could not be a slave for life. You had to be an indentured servant and you had to be released in 7 years. So they would not even baptize them into Christianity. And then the king decided that Christianity no longer equaled freedom. And then they started allowing them to be baptized into Christianity when a bishop said that, according to Paul, a Christianized slave is a more obedient slave. And then when they did start allowing them to become Christians and they allowed them to go to church on Sundays, their pastors, their ministers had to be white. And they only taught them about obeying their masters, being good slaves, not stealing, not killing. It didn't teach them anything else. Like the God that our enslaved ancestors were introduced to is a very different God than the one that you all know today. In fact, it was called the hidden church. It's not the same God, not the same version, should I say.
okay. So I don't think many people realize that the Bible actually points to like migrations into West Africa. So when it says when I say every like we're from beyond like Ethiopia or beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, it is basically describing the west and south
You're just going to
regions.
ignore everything that I just said. If this God was in West Africa because our ancestors migrated to West Africa, why is it that when Europeans came into the continent to enslave our ancestors, they were originally not allowed to become Christian?
Okay, so um, the reason those men didn't want our ancestors to become Christian at first is found in the Word of God itself. Because if they acknowledged that our ancestors were brothers and sisters in Christ, they couldn't justify the evil of the enslavement. So the Bible says in Galatians 3, verse 28, that we are all one in Christ. So if they
Except our ancestors didn't know anything about a Christ. That's the problem. They didn't know this Christ. If you take a second and you actually read the narratives, the interviews from former enslaved people, you would know that they were never even taught. Some of them were only taught about God. Some of them were only taught about Jesus. You would know that. They didn't know anything about a Christ.
so Jesus is Christ.
Did you not hear me say some of them were only taught about God and never taught about Jesus?
Oh yeah, okay. So I mean, yeah, so many of our ancestors couldn't read because
But
it
if
was
they
illegal.
already knew this God, then them needing to read or be taught about it from the Europeans who brought this God onto the continent would not be necessary.
Okay, so they didn't need a slave master to teach them about the creator because
They
like
didn't
as
know this God. That's the point. We're talking about this God. They did not know this God.
Okay, so you're saying they didn't have no knowledge of the biblical God or Jesus?
No, they did not. Again,
Yeah.
if you
So
would read the interviews from formerly enslaved people, they talk about their introduction and their relationship to the God of the Bible. They didn't know this God. And in fact, when they were allowed to become Christian and they would pray, the slave masters would beat them. They were not even allowed to pray. They didn't know this God.
okay, so you're saying they had the master God versus like the biblical God.
I didn't say that.
So what God did they know if they didn't know the
A
biblical
lot of them
God?
came over here with their African beliefs, their culture. Some of them believed in witch doctors and hoodoo and voodoo. Some of them were atheists. Some of them had no belief in a God at all. Some of them thought even those that believed in witch doctors were insane because even the voodoo didn't help them get out of slavery.
Okay. So hoodoo is like a distortion of like the ancient truth. So people call that traditional practices. So I know I wouldn't say like the power of the Holy Spirit could be stopped by
I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now. Like you just did a major pivot. No one is talking about the power of the Holy Spirit. We are talking about what the descendants, the our former ancestors, said about a God during slavery. That's what we're talking about. They did not know this God. They were introduced to this God by their slave masters.
all right, do you believe in the Tower of Babel? Because
Are you
we know the
asking me
Earth.
that? Like, really?
Yeah, so we know the Earth is like uh,
What does
from this
that have
point
to do with what we're talking about? What does the Tower of
because
Babel have to do with what we're talking about?
we have so the descendants of Phut and Cush because migrated into West Africa, so they carried the knowledge of like the one true God. So over time, without the written word,
You are just saying shit. Like there, like, do you really approach history this way? Like, how far did you get in school? Let me ask you that. How far did you get in school?
I got a diploma.
Did you pay attention in history class?
Yeah, so they had us watch Roots basically in history class,
Watch.
and that's all.
Did you stop learning when you got your diploma?
Yeah, I just went to work. I stopped the the learning stuff. I was actually tired of school, so I just went straight to work.
You still learning?
Yeah, I don't even know where to go. Like the the fact that you are trying to assert a historical claim to this God to West Africa, yet you have demonstrated to us that you don't know how to research. You don't know how to present a claim using um, research or archaeology, right? Or logic. Like it. I think the reason that you believe that this God is the God of the Black community is just simply slavery and Jim Crow. The narratives that you've been told about Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner and W. E. Du Bois um, and all of the civil rights heroes, right? Martin Luther King. But you've not actually taken the time to read or research any of this information yourself. The same stories that we are told about our Black heroes over time are given to us the same way the stories about this God, this Bible, and the biblical heroes are given to us. And we just accept them as fact. We don't even read the book ourselves. We don't research the claims to validate or invalidate the things that we are told. Um, we don't do that either with our the narratives that we're told about the Black community either.
Yeah, so you don't believe the gospel had any influence in any type black revolution or resistance at all? You think?
I did not say that. I quite literally said that through hermeneutics, the text was reinterpreted in order to promote social justice, to motivate people to fight for social justice. I did not say that. But just because something served a purpose for a time does not mean that we have to stick with it. It doesn't mean that we cannot outgrow it as a community. Just like you're passing down a god, like you're passing down a family heirloom, and that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, so research shows that Christianity was thriving in Africa long before the slave trade. So like 300
Africa,
AD.
where in West
Uh,
Africa?
um.
Where in Africa?
So like it was like the in King I forgot the king name.
What research?
Um.
What research?
Okay, so this was I did some research on like the origins of Christianity, and it
What
was in
what 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 research? What's the resource?
okay. So I believe it was called I forgot the name. I actually don't remember the name of the research,
Like, it's
but
ridiculous that you would even bring up research and you don't remember where you got where you researched, what the reference was. Like, you don't even remember what the information is. You just said the word research.
okay. So yeah, I did research on it. I just don't remember the name of the source of this. I mean, if I come back next time, I could probably give a source. I just don't remember it.
Like, this is what y'all do. And this is how y'all further indoctrinate people into this God. You just say shit. And you don't care about facts. You don't care about backing up anything that you say, even with this book, even with this Bible. You barely read that, let alone reading actual research, let alone reading history. But yet you want to charge somebody with commitment to a God that you barely even understand. You don't even know the history behind the God. And again, you're passing down a God as if it is a family heirloom.
All right. So have you heard of the kingdom of like the
I can't talk
Congo?
to you. I can't talk to you. Like, you don't connect dots. Like, you ignore, like, I don't know. You're not even connecting thoughts. Like, what the hell is happening here?
Okay, so you're talking about West Africa. So this is
Did you
the
not
history
hear
of.
the last thing I said to you?
Yeah, you said I'm not connecting
No,
dots.
before that.
Okay, you were basically saying you don't know how I think the gospel had anything to do with
This is
West
fucking
Africa.
ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. This
Is
is
that what you
ridiculous.
said?
Do you have this power of this Holy Spirit with you right now?
Oh yeah, it's always in me.
Is it talking through you right now?
I don't think it's like verbally saying it, but it's like a comforter.
It's made you so comfortable being ignorant?
But I just have security, so I know when my time
Security and what?
comes.
Ignorance? Like, you're not even active in this conversation. Like, you went all the way back to probably about 10 minutes ago in the conversation. Like, you've been gone for like the last 10 minutes of this conversation.
I'm trying to focus on like the key things you're saying.
No,
We're
you're not.
focusing on
No, you're
West
not. I want to
Africa.
know why you pass down a god like it is a family heirloom.
Oh, because we need God, and it's part of our culture, whether you like it or not. That's
It
the
it
gospel
is
is
a
our
part of
culture.
the culture to believe shit that you don't research. It is a part of the culture to be filled with fear. It is a part of the culture to not give a damn about knowledge, to not give a damn about logic, to not give a damn about facts. And you are demonstrating that. I don't want that for my culture, nor do I want it for my children's culture, nor do I want that for my grandchildren's culture. Just because it served a purpose for a specific moment in time where our ancestors were not allowed to read, not didn't have freedom, had no autonomy, does not mean that we continue in that. You can read now.
Yeah, that's the big thing we could read. So we aren't just accepting that we were told that we are like researching our roots and finding that the Bible is a slave a book. But we studied the roots of the Bible and we
You
found
have
out
not studied the roots of the Bible. That's a damn lie.
our ancestors did. And
No, the
that's why
fuck they
we.
did not. You just lie. Like you just say shit.
I mean, I can't convince you, but
You're
this is just what I
lying. You're
believe.
lying. I'm not asking what you believe. I'm asking for facts. I'm asking for logic. I'm asking for reality. I didn't ask you what the fuck you believe.
That's when I did my research. This is what I interpret.
You haven't done no fucking research.
That's all I got. I don't got nothing else to convince you. So I tried.
Bye. This is fucking ridiculous and
Have a
embarrassing.
great one.
That's the ignorance that this God produces. This is embarrassing. Do you know
Have a
how to get
great
down?
day.
Do you know how to get down?
No,
Or do you need the fucking comforter for that shit?
no, I don't know how to get down.
It's fucking sad. Just Nemo? I don't know. A lot of them do tend to have that nasally. Like I don't know why the God won't heal their nostrils. Mr. T, Ted, and Angie P. I'm gonna take y'all out because I'm pretty sure y'all are in there on accident. I don't know this person. You don't have a username, so I'm gonna take you out. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. Y'all, the guest box is open, 21 and up. Who started the? Because when I first started deconstructing, that was one of the first things that I believed too, that the Ethiopian Bible was the oldest, and that um, the religion started in Ethiopia. Like, where did that come from? You think it came from a Black Hebrew Israelite? Some Hotep shit, probably. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, did it come from us, like the Black community, or because it's interesting. We hear that all the time. It got to the point to where Bash was like, "Don't fucking say Ethiopia to me no more." He banned free will in Ethiopia from being said on his live. from Black Hebrew Israelites. It's interesting. Really? That they believe that Christianity started in Ethiopia? I've talked to several people from Ethiopia who agree that they were converted to Christianity. That's interesting. So, do they deny frumentuous? Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out like if they deny that he even converted them, because a lot of them were converted to Judaism first, and then Islam was on the continent before Christianity was. Mm. Spiritually human, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all, don't get quiet on me. It is 2 a.m. Thank y'all so much for being here. There's 625 people on TikTok, another 130 on YouTube. I appreciate y'all so much. Let me read some super chats while we wait. Don't be scared to come up. As long as you are paying attention to the conversation and answering questions, and like I don't feel like I'm talking to myself, it'll be a good conversation. I cannot, like, I want to talk to people who think. It doesn't matter if we agree or if you believe and I don't. Um, at least think. That last caller was not like he doesn't think. He was regurgitating and lying at the same time. Um, the Avatar Arcade says, "Imagine being this confidently dumb." Yeah, that's the thing that irritates me because they are confident in that. Not that Bible Jason with the $50 super chat. W Thinker, love ya. Love YouTube heathens, TikTok heathens, cute too, I guess, whatever. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you. I didn't see this spiritually human comment. Are you in there on purpose? Hey, what's up with you?
Hey, Thinker. Um. So first of all, congrats on the show. It was awesome.
Thank you.
No problem. So I've been studying Genesis. I've been rereading it. And I have a few questions. So my first question is, was like apologizing part of their culture?
A part of was apologizing a part of whose culture?
That like the Hebrew culture.
What do you mean apologizing? Like saying they're sorry?
Yeah, because they never apologized. Abraham never apologized for lying, and Jacob never apologized to Esau, and then Judah never apologized to the his daughter-in-law for sleeping with her, and and someone else, but they never apologized, and it's just really frustrating. And I'm always expecting them to apologize. Oh, Joseph, when Joseph manipulated his brothers, and when his brothers sold him to slavery, and none of them ever apologized.
Doesn't Jacob and Esau hug? Like they make
Yeah.
up, and um the Joseph, um Judah and his brothers, don't they apologize to Joseph in Egypt? Not necessarily apologize. I think they might say things like, we have sinned against you, or something like that. I don't think we see the
Yeah.
words "I'm sorry" or "I was wrong." We don't see that. That is a thought. Like, it makes me wonder if that concept of saying "I was wrong" was even a thing back then, because we don't see those words, but like we see "I have
Right.
sinned," or "I've sinned against my brother."
I don't remember that, but I do remember Esau hugging Jacob, but um Jacob never even apologized to Esau before Esau pretty much accepted his apology and forgave him. It seemed like there was no reason for Esau to forgive him.
Yeah, but the gifts, like, hold on, let me pull it up, because I think, don't they hug or something? And they
Yeah,
cry on each other's shoulder or something?
right, yeah,
Uh,
but I'm saying like Esau had no reason to accept his apology
right.
to forgive him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's see. Mm, I guess him sending the presents to him is the apology.
Okay.
Yeah. He says, "I am not worthy of the least of all the steadfast love and all the faithfulness that you have shown to your servant." Let's say, "Oh, Father God, we're going to return your country. Deliver me, please." This is to the God. Let me see. So he spent the night there, and from what he had with him, he took a present for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milk camels, and their colts, 40 cows, and then bulls. Blah blah blah. Blah. He instructed the one in the head. Yeah, I guess the gifts was supposed to be the apology, but no, you don't see um apology, like you don't see apologies, or remorse or sorrow the way we express it today. I can't think of any.
Right, yeah.
Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I do. So uh I remember there is a law that says the virgin women who were raped would have to marry their rapist. Um and but in the story of Dinah, when Dinah was raped, his her brothers uh G-sided the entire town, or at least like pretty much murdered the entire town. I mean I guess like got rid of the entire town, and the god didn't say anything. Um was that because the law hadn't been written back then, or did they not have that, was that not part of their culture back then?
I think there's a part where Jacob was more concerned with his reputation in Canaan, like, and he was trying to establish uh, a reputation there. So he was more concerned with that because Jacob actually gets mad at them um, for avenging Dinah, kind of like saying that wasn't the most important thing to do. Um, we don't see the God actually getting mad at women being violated in this book because women were
Okay.
seen as property of men. Um, because like when Lot throws his daughters or offers his daughters up to be raped by the men of Sodom, the God doesn't speak up then. When the Levite throws his concubine out to be raped and abused, the God doesn't speak up then about that. Um, Jacob on his deathbed actually curses uh, the Levites and the other brother. I can't remember who the other brother was. That avenged Dinah for what they did. Um, so like women just like them being raped. The violation was typically against the man and not the woman. So like even like that's why we were talking about today on Mama Bash's live. It's it's not the rape laws aren't because hey you did this to a woman and her body. It's hey you violated the property of a man. That's what the
Okay.
culture was at that time. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah. Um, because it seems strange that they would later say that the virgin women had to marry their rapists, but in this story, God just kind of let them avenge this lady just because she's Hebrew.
When you say he let them, what do you mean?
Uh, he didn't say anything about it, and he didn't react, and he didn't talk to anyone about what happened.
Well, Jacob does, right? Jacob, we get the idea that it was frowned upon from Jacob's response to what they did. And then in Genesis 49, when he's handing out the curses, he says, uh, it's Simeon and Levi. He says, Simeon and Levi are brothers. Weapons of violence are their swords. May I never come into their council. May I not be joined to their company, for in their anger they killed men. So like with this curse that Jacob is passing down to them on his deathbed, we get the idea that it was frowned upon and the curses were blessed, by the God. So because Jacob is speaking this, then we can um, assume that the God is in line with what Jacob is doing in response to what Dinah's brothers did to avenge her. So Jacob was against it. Jacob's God is on Jacob's side.
Okay. Um, and also in the Genesis story, there was a lot of magic. Um, and the way that the God promised or cursed people, it seemed like it was very um magical. Like it seemed like um so for example, the way that Jacob was blessed, I didn't understand why um how he could get his brother's blessing, Like if his dad just realized that, oh, is the wrong brother, then he could just been like, well, you lied to me, so I'm still gonna give the blessing to your brother instead of you. But instead he was like, oh, he took your blessing. So it seems like there was a magical contract that he signed somehow, and like the blessing cannot be reversed. It was really weird.
What help me understand, where are you seeing this magical contract?
When Jacob was being blessed by his dad,
Mm-hmm.
um and because the dad wanted to bless Esau instead of Jacob, um so it seemed like, and so when the dad realized that it was Jacob instead of Esau, that the dad was like, oh, I'm so sorry, I already blessed your brother. But it's like, why? But it's like, well, if you realize that your son lied to you, you could have still blessed your son, and then told your other brother, hey, you lied to me, why did you do that? And just not bless your other son. But instead of that, he was like, oh, I already blessed your brother, I cannot reverse that anymore. And then he was like, oh, now Esau, I have to give you this remaining blessing. It was really weird because it doesn't make sense. It seemed like there was like a magical contract.
Oh yeah, like I get what you're saying. Like he couldn't take it back. Um, once he laid hands on Jacob and spoke over him the blessings. And
Yeah.
it could be like, as far as whatever the covenant was with the God of Isaac and how they did their rituals. It could be that once they spoke it over the the child to take the inheritance, that they couldn't take it back. But we see that with David, Absalom names himself king, and David is uh, on his deathbed, and they go in and they're like, "Hey, Absalom has made himself king." They and they're doing the procession, right? Everybody is celebrating, but David uh, blesses Solomon, right? And there is a ritual that happens there, and they recognize Solomon as king, despite the fact that Absalom has already named himself king. And so I think there's a cultural ritual that happens when passing down inheritance. And then we see in the very next chapter that Yahweh honors what Isaac does uh, with passing down the inheritance to Jacob, despite the deception.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess you could call it a magical contract, but I think it is also cultural with passing down inheritance to the firstborn son. It's like an agreement. Like once you lay hands on them, then it's a sealed deal. Um, kind of like how they had to like reach up under each other's thigh, and once they reach up under each other's thigh and shake each other's balls, the deal is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. But it's okay. I guess it's just a cultural thing. It's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, because Absalom, if we look at Absalom and David and Solomon, right? Absalom didn't go through the proper channels to name himself king. Like he didn't get the blessing from David, right? And so
Yeah.
Solomon did. And that the people, despite the fact that they had already accepted Absalom as king, they switched in the moment they realized that David blessed Solomon and not Absalom, even though
Okay.
Absalom was supposed to be first in line.
Okay. And also in the Genesis time, so in the Bible, did they change their view on magic? Because Jacob was doing a bunch of magic and he was making himself rich with the magic. So did the view on magic change?
Yeah, we see that demonized very heavily with Manasseh after the Babylonian exile, and the chronicler rewrites the story of Manasseh, and he demonizes divination and sorcery very heavily with Manasseh, and says that the reason why uh, Jerusalem fell is because Manasseh was dealing heavily in magic.
Is Vanessa in the Bible?
Mhm. He has the shortest story, but he's the longest reigning king in Judah. But he is the reason that he's said to be the reason that Judah fell, the most evil of all in the Bible. But historically, when Manasseh was king, Judah had a very prosperous time. He was the longest reigning king in Judah. He had a great relationship with the kings of Assyria. He paid tribute to the kings. He helped them. He provided um, wood and weapons for a war that they were fighting. Um, but the chronicler and the writers of Kings, like during the Deuteronomistic period, they demonize Manasseh, and Manasseh takes the fall for why Yahweh broke his covenant with Jerusalem and allowed Nebuchadnezzar to destroy Jerusalem. And the fact that he dealt with sorcery and divination is one of the chronicler basically multiplies his divination and his sorcery to basically make it look like he was just uh, dealing in it very heavily, and so it is demonized in part of the reason that Jerusalem fell.
Okay.
That's the thing that we studied in the sub only, like that was our last sub only 6 week research study that we did when we um, researched the claim of whether King Manasseh actually sacrificed children. And we found that claim to be erroneous. There's nothing in history that shows Manasseh sacrificing children. Um, and we actually found that he was, that a lot of the claims were uh, hyperbolic and duped up to make Vanessa take the fall um, to create a theological framework where it re-indoctrinated the people back into the cult of Yahweh, so that people could see the God as a loving God. The writer of Kings doesn't have Manasseh repenting, but the chronicler does, and so um, what we can see is that the goal of this demonization of Manasseh and this erroneous claim that he sacrificed and shed more innocent blood than any king was so that the people would no longer look at Yahweh as this wrathful God that broke his covenant, that broke his promise. It was now Jerusalem's fault, um, who under a evil king that caused Yahweh to break his covenant. He had no choice because the people were just that evil, sacrificing kids, uh, shedding innocent blood, practicing divination and sorcery.
Okay. I'm definitely looking forward to reading that. So when I'm reading like when I keep reading the Genesis the book of Genesis, what would you recommend me write notes on um to like better understand like the rest of the Bible as I keep on reading?
What do you mean write notes on? Like, what is it that I guess it depends on what it is that you're trying to understand. That's like there's so much um that you could focus on. It really depends on what your questions are and what you are looking to research and wanting to understand. So what are you looking for when you're reading Genesis? Patriarchy, uh, history of the God, the people, culture. Like, what are you looking for?
I guess how the God changed, um and also the God's influence on the culture and how they created the God.
So so I don't think you'll find like how they created the God in the Bible. You'll find early on in Genesis, um, the God isn't necessarily monotheistic in nature. Um, the God is okay with pillars being established, altars. There isn't quite a law um, that the God gives. The people are when they're talking in a very polytheistic way. Um, so I guess you'll see the culture shift from this polytheistic uh view of the divine to a monotheistic view. Um and just the book of Genesis itself, I guess, is the main thing that you'll see there. You'll see a lot of anachronistic uh narratives that read back into the law, like the time where the law was given, um, where you can kind of tell that the authors are uh, attempting to write a narrative uh, f- as if it's happening at a specific point in time, but they're writing from the culture that they're in at that time. So they'll mention a law. For example, Genesis 20. Um, the the Abimelech is being charged with sinning against Yahweh uh, with adultery, except there was no law at that time against adultery.
Right.
There was no nation called Gerar. The Philistines were not a nation at the time that Abraham would have existed, right? So, I guess anachronisms, the polytheistic tone and culture in the book of Genesis, um, the differences between how the God wants altars established because he's okay with pillars early on, and then later on in the Deuteronomistic uh, time period, you'll see him say that he never wanted pillars established and that he hates them. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so you'll kind of see the things that the God is okay with, and early on in Genesis when it's polytheistic in nature, because you don't hear there is no only worship me in Genesis.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would say if you're looking to see the evolution of the God, not necessarily how the God was created, but the evolution of it, those would be the things that I would take note of. And then the redactions. There is a website called criticom.com where it can help you identify when later authors went back into the text and either redacted or edited the text in order to create a monotheistic doctrine.
Okay. This is different from the one that we are studying in the sub only, the one where the Paul is creating Jesus. It's kind
Yeah,
of like
that's
that, but
different.
it's not really.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Okay.
that, but it's different. Um, it like to edit the text and reinterpret the text and um, collapse context. It was a normal thing. It wasn't frowned upon to do at that time because they had been doing that with sacred texts for centuries. Like it was normal to do. So nobody would have looked at Paul and be like, "You fucking liar!" Like he was doing what was normal.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Interesting. Um. All right. Well, that was all I had. Thank you for the information.
You're very welcome. Were you in the sub only live when we studied the Manessa claim, when we researched that claim? Or did you just start the sub only lives with Paul?
Yeah, just with Paul.
Okay. Did you do the homework assignment with comparing First Timothy 1 to Galatians? It's okay if you did. I just want to know what your thoughts were if you did.
Actually, I didn't because my reading level is not at the point where I can understand the Paul the book. I was
Okay.
trying to read it, but I wasn't able to understand it.
Are you which translation are you using? Which version? Are you still reading the King James or are you reading the NRSVUE?
No, I mean the book that you assigned
Oh, the
the
Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecies.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. I plan on having this week's well, actually the last three. I need to download the last three sub-onlys and upload them to the Google Drive so that those of you that are trying to catch up are able to catch up. But I would love to hear, like, even just listening to the class, I would love to hear y'all's thoughts on comparing the tone um, from First Timothy to and Galatians, because I think it's very helpful when you're able to recognize the different authors, the different points in the evolution of the belief system uh, when reading the text. And if you're able to do it with the New Testament, being able to do it with the Hebrew scriptures will be a little bit easier because there's like there's multiple authors, but four different redactors in the with the Hebrew scriptures. With the New Testament, with the Pauline letters, you have multiple authors, but not very few redactors or interpolations. And so you're just comparing the different styles of writing, speech, culture, tone, when looking at the Pauline letters. Does that make sense? So you're kind of dealing with just two authors and maybe one or two redactors. With the Hebrew text, you're dealing with multiple authors, different cultures, different times, and multiple redactors, sometimes even in one chapter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to do the listen to the classes more. Um and the Manessa one is also in the OneDrive, isn't it?
Yeah, the all of the Manessa sub only lives are uploaded. If you're on YouTube and you're a nerd on YouTube, it's in members only content. That whole series is uploaded, and I need to upload the Paul series next.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the syllabus is in the Google Drive with all of the resources and the links to the databases that we use for research are all in the Google Drive as well. Did you have any other questions?
That was it.
All right. Well, thank you so
Oh,
much. Oh, go ahead.
I'm on the Google Drive right now.
Go to Patreon subs. Are you in the drive that says Patreon subs?
Yeah.
Do you see sub only lives?
Yeah.
Superfan sub only. Do you see that folder that says Superfan sub only?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where and then some of them are in the drive, like with the rest of the documentations.
There were only 4 videos.
Yeah, the rest of them are inside of the drive. There's another one right. There should be 6 because it was a 6-week class. Week 1. There are 6 because I have to find them. Week 3, week 2, week 1. Where did I put week 4, 5, and 6? I'll find them after the live, and I'll put the links in the Discord. But they're in the drive, and I don't know what I named them. But I also uploaded them to YouTube as well under members only content.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find them.
Well, I'll find them in the drive, and I'll put the links in the Discord.
Okay.
Because it looks like there's a double. It looks like I uploaded. One of them is named week 1 twice, and I have to look at it and see because it says week 1. No, that says series 2. Week 1, series 2, week 3. Yeah, I have to look to see what, because I think I named one of them the same thing twice. But I can see that I have on different outfits, so they're obviously different days. So yeah,
Were there
but
2 different series?
nope, it was all one series for King Manessa. I just didn't change the name in the drive when I downloaded it from TikTok, so I have to change the name. But I'll go through the drive and find week 4, 5, and 6 for you and put it in the Discord. But also it's on YouTube as well in the members only content.
Okay. Thanks. And also I wasn't able to get into the mod chat on Discord.
Did you click the link that I sent you for the invite?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what I was supposed to do, like because I see the forum discussion. And is there supposed to be like a room to join?
I sent you the link for the mod chat. I don't know if Jay is in here. If you could reach out to Jay and she'll help you get inside of the private mod channel.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that over the live.
Right. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
But thanks for bringing me up.
You're very welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Thanks.
Star? Star, are you up here on accident?
It's on accident.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one.
You too.
Dog Bite and Mr. Curtis, are you in the request box on accident or on purpose? All right, y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up. I am looking to have discussions. Primarily, I'm interested in topic 2 and topic 3 today. But I'm sorry. No, topic 2, topic 3, and topic 5. I am interested in discussing today, but we can discuss all 5. But if you want to know what I'm interested in, those are the ones that I'm interested in discussing and things that I have questions about. What's up, Dog Bite? How are you?
What's up? I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Morning.
Morning. Now I just wanted to give you an update on like stuff on my deconstruction journey.
Okay. How's it going?
Good. So I think the first time I talked, or I'm around the times I came up here, but I think I know when I first talked to you, that I told you I hadn't been a believer probably like since high school, and I just never told anybody about it because I always thought it was like weird. I thought I was weird. It was just me until I found like this community and found out it's like plain, especially Black folks, but it's plain of us out here that's non-believers. So since that time, like I've learned so much and studied and learned a lot about it. So, but since that time, I've become like more comfortable about it. So people that didn't know, like friends and family, like so since then, like I like post videos, like I share your stuff and other people's stuff, and I even make like my own content and do live sometimes, but I'm not consistent. But long story short, my family and friends and stuff know about it. And you would think, I grew another head outside of my neck. They're like, are you serious? Like, how are you atheist? And just crazy stuff like that. But even my niece, so a lot of my family, like I grew up in church, like my uncle was a pastor and all that stuff. So like believers that assume that is church hurt. Like I don't have any church hurt. My time growing up in church was a fun time. But anyway, so my niece that like I said, my uncle's a pastor, so she assumed. So I'm my fraternity, I'm a Omega. My niece was like, is you atheist is that because of that fraternity you in? I'm like, you don't even I thought it was funny because I'm like, 2 of our founders were pastors, so I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about. But yeah, they just make all these assumptions and stuff. So and we got a family reunion next month, so that's gonna be real interesting because I don't go home a lot. So most of these conversations happen like on Facebook and social media stuff when they see me post something, they'll get the comments and they'd be surprised that I'm posting and stuff. But so outside of that happening, another thing that happened is so in November 24, I got laid off from my job, and I don't know if you know how crazy is the tech world right now, but like a lot of people like getting laid off. It seems like the pool gets bigger every week. So I don't know if you're in the world. So like, Oracle like laid off like 30,000 people like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, what did you say something?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, okay, but so I got laid off in November of 24, and it's been 18 months. Like this whole time, like I've been. I was on unemployment for a while, but it only lasts for 6 months. And then outside of that, like I just been looking and I haven't been able to find nothing. So I got side hustles on that. So like I do websites and logo stuff. So that kind of keeps me afloat, but nothing to 9 to 5. Uh, but I haven't told my family, like my mother don't know about it, and like my close family. So I'm a first generation college student. So all my family stuff, like I'm not really like the only one that went to college. So everybody in my family assume or think I'm like super successful. Like I'm decent, but they think of me as like the person that like, he went to college and he's successful and stuff, whatever. So if I told them like I couldn't I'm like unemployed or I can't find a job, something like they'd be like, it's because like if you start praying or it's because of, all the stuff you've been saying and doing about the Jesus type stuff. So that's why I haven't told them. And even I have some close friends that do know about it and stuff like that. And they've said this. Like I have a friend I went to high school with, and she like she got religious psychosis, so she like 10 toes down on the crazy with it. But she be like, yeah, it's because like if you start praying and stuff again, you will get. And I'm like, that's stupid because if you like on LinkedIn, it's plenty of people that's way worse off than me. That's believers that this time about they had to living out their car and all this stuff. So I'm like, so what about the believers that's been out just as long as me or even longer? Like how that work if the reason I can't find this is because I'm not praying or because I'm not a believer or nothing like that.
Like they started laying off uh, people in the tech industry back in 2022. Like
Yeah,
this don't have anything to do with that, but I get it. Like um, they're not going to care about any of that information, and then like you could even point to them because they think that you are the one that's successful. So what happened to them? And they are the one that's praying, right?
right, right.
But they're not going to think about that either. But and
No,
I get why you haven't told them because having to deal with all their judgmental um, uh, justifications for why what's happening right now in the tech industry um, is a lot of unnecessary stress or noise that you just don't need. Um, yeah, and unfortunately, uh, our families do that, and I mean, you could pray tomorrow and still, not have a job because that's just the landscape of the tech industry right now.
right. Yeah, with me, it's kind of started. So mine happened in November. So that was the company I work for. Do a lot of like moving freight like across like it's multinational. So like I talk to people like in China, Mexico, and India and all that stuff. So like our companies all over the world. So when I got laid off is like right when the orange man got reelected, he started talking all that tariff stuff. So they got like really afraid like the tariff stuff was gonna go. So they just start laying people off like even before all that stuff started kicking in. And after that, all the AI stuff, like companies overcompensating for like AI and all that stuff. So that's where a lot of the layoffs stuff coming from. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
you remember an Afrotech, like a lot of techs were getting fired while they were at the conference.
really no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like they were
Yeah.
at the conference getting messages and emails, losing their jobs. Like the companies were doing the layoffs while they were like the crazy thing about it is that the companies had paid for their developers to go to Afrotech. And while they were at Afrotech, they were sending the emails laying them off while they were on a company paid trip.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
yeah,
it's been
another
like
thing that
that for a
happened with
while.
yeah, and yeah, I forgot about so along with the tariffs and then with the AI stuff, that's when they also, canceled all the DEI stuff. So when they didn't have
Mhm.
to pretend like they was doing DEI, so they started laying all the black folks off because they were like, oh, we don't have to pretend no more. So now we got I know a lot of people that were like, their job was like DEI consult like something, but they were getting laid off like as soon as they lifted that whatever they had and they just start letting people go.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of believers and stuff too. So like that's what I'm saying. I don't understand like when people say that stuff to me that know about the situation. Like it's plenty of believers that's in the same boat, if not worse. And then so like my birthday was a couple. I tried to come up Thursday, but I think I ended up falling asleep, but like you had somebody got on for a while, but yeah, like my birthday was a couple of days ago, and I didn't even like do nothing for it. Like I was like super depressed and shit because like my kids was asking like, why you not doing nothing for your birthday? I was like, no, the shop. I pretty much just like slept most of the day because it's like, damn, I didn't think when I got laid out, I thought it was gonna be something for like a couple months or something like that, but I never thought it would have lasted this long.
That's that's why I say one of the things about first off, happy belated birthday.
Like,
Um, one of the things, give me just a second too. Also, happy birthday to Joshua W. Joshua, who is one of our mods in the chat. Their birthday was yesterday. Um, W. Joshua, and happy birthday to both of you. Um, one of the things that I talk about a lot uh, with deconstruction is life happens, and when you are deconstructing, when these moments in your life happen, it's easy to think to yourself, is this happening to me because I'm deconstructing? And then you have to learn how to go through the tough times, not reaching for the comfort that you used to reach for, and like praying and begging a God to change your circumstances. You move into uh, acceptance, right? And then accountability. Like it's on you as the human and to use the network that you have in order to, find a position, another job. Because learning that prayer isn't the thing that worked in the past, it is the thing that's going to work in the future. That is a very real part of deconstruction. And then dealing with people who will make it worse, right? And tell you
right,
that it's your fault for having a lack of belief. But if these layoffs would have happened regardless if you believed in a God or not, um, and if you were a believer and these layoffs happened, they would have just told you the same thing, to just pray,
right,
right? It would have been the same thing, and you still would have been in the same position because the landscape of where the industry is. Um, the reality is that there are people right now who are trying to control the industry, um, through authoritarian mechanisms. Like they want to be the ones that determine what goes in and out of the tech industry by the way of even inventions. Um, they are wanting to reestablish the dominant. I see you, Hassan. They want to reestablish the dominance of a specific type of individual in that space, so that that individual controls the data. What can you do about that, right? Because um, uh, data is just like oil,
right,
um, right? And so they want to make sure that that information is being controlled by a specific set of people. And unfortunately, until they feel that they've achieved that goal, a lot of what we thought, a lot of the work that we did within that industry, it's it, I mean, we're all kind of at a standstill here,
right.
right? And is I mean, there really isn't much that you can do, um, other than you know doing what you're doing, uh, creating your own business, using your skills for yourself, to make ends meet. Um, Prayer isn't gonna change that. Like I remember having to send out the email to my investors. Hey, the landscape is what it is, right? The economy is what it is. This is what we're dealing with. I had to tell them, like, you have faith in me once, and I'm asking you to continue to have faith in me and just bear with me and know that we are still working,
Right.
right? I'm trying my best not to say a lot, but um, I mean, the reality is reality. Like, we can play around with wish, shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and wishing that it was different, but it is what it is, and don't let anybody put any type of shame or guilt on you for to try to um, make you feel like you're responsible for something that you have no control over. Like, it's unfortunately, a bunch of greedy people right now in that space that's trying to make sure that they control, that they have a authoritative control over that space of what goes in and what goes out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it's jobs out there like in my field, but the thing is, it's like the Thunderdome of Mad Max right now because it'll be roles out there, but like so like if it goes up on LinkedIn by the end of the day, it'll be like 800,000 plus people applying for one job. So like I said, it's crazy. Um,
I
but
remember when there was like 317,000 tech jobs available, and they were begging for people to get into the tech industry.
Yeah, now it's like the opposite because people keep getting laid off. And then my friend, so like the one I was talking about earlier, so like she texted me this morning and was like, God woke like thank hallelujah, God woke you up today. And I said, did he also wake up the man that's trafficking women that got girls in their basement right now? And she had nothing to say about that. So I'm like, y'all say something like God waking you up. Why is he not waking up the people that's like arming people? Like how that work?
They don't have an answer for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then also and then just to wrap it up, so like as of this Friday, I did so I end up getting a role this Friday. I just found out Friday it was official. I kind of knew already, but officially I found out Friday. It's something not in my field and not nothing I want to do, but it's a means to end to get me out of unemployment and it's less money than I was making in my last role, but potentially it can make more. But starting out is not. But yeah, so I did just to wrap it. I did end up finding something, even though it's not what I want to do. But I'm going to do it until I am able to get back into the technology and innovation field, which is what my thing is. And then and then the people that do know, my friends that are the believers, once they find out about that, they can be like, yeah, like, the God bless you or something like that. I'm like, no, I'm like, it came down to people helping people. Like the person that hired me was somebody I knew personally. Like, it didn't come from a God. It came from a person helping another person. And that's what it boiled down to.
Yeah. I don't know, like when dealing with stuff like that, I try my best to stay away from believers who say negative shit because, like, again, life is life, regardless if you are a believer or not, and having it filled with unnecessary uh judgmental statements doesn't help either way, whether you're a believer or not. And so I tend to not even surround myself, whether it's family, friends, with people who don't have anything uh, helpful to add to the situation. I'm not like, I don't usually look for people to uplift me. I do that myself. But like, if I'm gonna come to you and talk to you about it, I expect um, for actionable steps from that conversation. Um, I think staying away from uh, keeping this part of your life away from your judgmental uh, family members who are believers is probably going to be the best thing to do, just for your sanity. Because I know how difficult it is to go from making that amount of money um, to having to start your own side hustle to make ends meet, to keep up your quality of life as best as you can, and then you know wanting to stay in the same industry that you're in, uh, especially like if you like doing what you're doing or even transition into something new, that is hard to do,
Right.
right? But life is life. And so surrounding yourself around people who can help you, right? Open doors for you, provide helpful, actionable steps that can help you get and build back better. Is That's what I hope for you. And I'm sorry that you're having to hear this insensitive things when you're going through such a tough time in your life. And I don't like this false expectation that if you believe in a God, that you won't experience life. You won't experience tough times or things like this when they know they do. That's the thing. Like it's they do suffer and they know they suffer with Jesus. But if they find out that you are a non-believer, they they act like the suffering is an anomaly and that it only happens to people who don't believe. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me, and I just stay away from that shit. Like it's unnecessary noise when
Right.
life is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very negative. Yeah, practicality over prayers is what I prefer. Um, but also like it's just very negative noise that's unnecessary. It's it doesn't do any good, and if anything, like it does more harm than anything because you already have stress of trying to figure out how to move forward. I don't understand the goal of saying, well, if you to just pray, this is happening to you because God's gonna you left God. And that ain't true. Like you can't quantify that. You can't prove that. Like you're just being insensitive and negative for no fucking reason.
Right. But yeah, so that's that. And one more quick thing. Other funny thing that's going on. Like I said, my fraternity. I got so one of my. I'm not sure if you heard a lot about this, but like one of the big things in the black community, people, especially people in the Black Greek letter organizations, it's a lot of people that are super Christians that have been. Have you heard of people like denouncing and all that stuff now?
I saw that a couple of years ago that some
No.
lady wrote a book saying
Yeah.
that it was demonic.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
it's become a thing now. So a lot of, not a lot, but there's a specific group of of Christians that have religious psychosis that are now starting to believe, and a lot of it comes from encouragement from other people that have done it. So they'll do it, and then one of the things they do is they start prophesying. They start preaching about it. They come like evangelists to tell other people that are in Black related organizations they must also do the same thing because it's demonic and it's not of God and all this stuff. But so one of my neos. Well, I was the dean of a line, and one of my neos, one of the dudes that I was his dean, he ended up doing it, and he had called me before he did. This was like maybe a year and a half ago, and he had called me and he told me what he's gonna do, and I told him I was like, I don't agree with it, but I respect your decision, but I still consider you a friend. I said, whatever you do, just don't get online and start doing that goofy shit that people do when they denounce and start so when they like try to put all of the information about the organization out and make up stuff saying like we worship Greek gods and do demonic rituals and all this other crazy shit that's not true. And I said, as long as you don't do no stupid shit like that, you cool with me. And for a long time, he was like real quiet about it. And then he started like resharing like other people's shit, like not already doing it. But now he like all the way out there, like he make videos now and start doing the shit. So every time he do, like I go in on him. And then so when I go in on him about it, and I like, man, I'm like, come on, we can get on TikTok live and talk about your book. And I can tell you like how you sound crazy, but he afraid to debate me on it. But that's also how a lot of people inside my organization found out I wanted to believe it too, because even though, which is funny about people that denounce, because I'm like, a lot of people in the organization, a lot of people in Black Greek letter organizations are Christians. We have a lot of pastors in our organization. I think almost every fraternity got at least some kind of pastor in their chapter. But it's just crazy, like how they doing it right now. But yeah.
Like, it's first off, to be a part of these organizations is supposed to be the thing that helps you win situations like what you're going through right now. Can you know uh can help
And,
you. It's about
right.
building network, right?
And
While you're in
that's
college.
exactly what happened. And that's exactly what happened. Like the person that ended up hiring me for the job is one of the guys in my fraternity that I know. So yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah, like this is the thing that irritates me the most when we talk about this God and this belief system when it comes to the Black community. And we look at this large ass wealth gap that we have, this low education stat that we have. Um in society, but we want to point to the God. Why does the God want the people in the Black community to be poor and uneducated? Everything that we uh, try to form to put together to help us succeed, we fucking demonize, and
Right.
that irritates. That irritates me, saying that the Divine Nine is demonic because it's cult-like behavior, while ignoring the cult-like behavior within the Black Christian Church. The very fact of passing down a God as tradition is cult-like behavior. It's what they claim that they shouldn't do, idol worship, right? They're idling this idea that, oh, our ancestors worship this God, right? That's cult like behavior. The communion, that's ritualistic, right?
Yeah, they have
The
a blood tea party, a blood and flesh tea party each month.
That's ridiculous. That is
Right.
fucking ridiculous. But to do a fucking line dance, a march, to recite the Greek alphabet, uh, is demonic.
Right.
Like,
And then person like stepping, and then the stepping stuff that goes back into African history, like that comes from African tribal dances and stuff like that. And then the thing they say about worshiping like Greek gods, I'm like, yo, the Bible is the New Testament that Black people love that because they don't like to talk about the Old Testament. But like the New Testament is Greek Roman. Like, what are we talking about right now?
what Greek gods are they saying the divine nine is worshiping?
I don't even know, but like like I said, they say all kinds of stuff. But I'm like isn't the New Testament is like Greek Roman, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right. So
Like
like,
literally, Alpha, their god being Alpha and Omega, is Greek.
right,
Like they literally think that their god's name is Alpha and Omega. That's
yeah,
Greek, right? That's uh the first and the last letter of the Greek alphabet. I don't I like the ignorance, the lack of like the thing that irritates me the most is that within our community somebody says some shit and then everybody go ooh,
mm-hmm,
and they just jump on it and they
yeah. That's
don't
exactly
research.
what we
They don't,
started.
like, it doesn't make any sense. The purpose of the Black fraternities and Black sororities is to build a fucking network. It's to pull together our wealth so that we help each other build. And then we want to tear that shit down, and you want to funnel it all back into the church. You don't care about the money that you're giving to the pastors that they're not putting back into the community. You don't care about that. You don't care about the work that the fraternities have done in the communities. You don't care about that. All you care about is giving glory to some God that you've never seen, a God that continues to allow your community to fucking suffer.
Yeah. And one of the things they do when they do it, that's all the fuck they talk about. So like when they denounce everything they talk about, just denouncing it. It's just I'm like, so and one of the things I tell them, I'm like, so if you I'm like, you left the frat, so like, why don't you just move on with your life? Like, why do you keep talking about it? I'm like, talk about the organization you 10 toes down there right now. I'm like, it was 10 pastors last like, and I screenshot, I'm like, 10 pastors in the organization you 10 toes down in got arrested for PDF. And you don't talk about that, but you're talking about organizations you're not a part of anymore. Talk about the shit in your house.
And I guarantee you, every last one of them watch football, basketball, baseball. Like, are they not cults?
Right.
The names of the teams, are they not, you know, giving honor to other things that are not their God or Jesus?
Yeah.
Like we demonize what we don't understand in our community, and we continue to spread ignorance in our community, and you without any justification. And like and all for this religion, this God that none of you can answer to why the God doesn't do the things that you claim the God can do. Y'all want us to accept ignorance. You want us to tear up our reality. You want us to continue to stay in the same fucking place for the hope of an afterlife. And exactly what they're doing now is exactly what those that are trying to push this authoritative regime of white Christian nationalism wants you to do. Tear up every bit of work that we've done in the Black community uh, to push the Black community forward, to pull us out of the fucking hole. Y'all motherfuckers are trying to force us back in it for the sake of a God.
Because they want us to keep struggling here because we're supposed to get our heaven in the afterlife while they getting their heaven right now.
Like, it's ridiculous. And then why should you have to pray and beg a God for a job when you should be able to go to your network and use your network to help you find a job? Like, if y'all want to, like, they want to keep crying about white supremacy this, white supremacy that, nepotism this, nepotism that. But if we build the networks up to where we have our businesses, our organizations, where we can, you know, employ our own children, our own family members, then you wouldn't have to be begging a God to touch the heart of a white person or an Asian person who owns the businesses to fucking choose you.
These are the same Christians that probably would have considered Black Wall Street demonic.
Hey, it don't make sense. Like, you're begging this God, the same people that you think the devil has blessed. You're begging a God to touch the heart of that devil to give you a fucking job. Make that make sense.
Right. But that's all I had, though.
I'm sorry that you're going through through it. I'm going through it as well. Like the amount of pivots that we've had to do,
Yeah.
you know, and we have to go really slow right now because of the landscape of the industry. And so I feel you. It ain't easy, and I think like we just it'll
It's a
work
season.
itself out.
Get out
Yeah,
this season.
yeah, it'll work itself out. Keep breathing through it. Keep doing what you got to do to make ends meet. Um, and if I hear something, I'll let you know.
Definitely.
As well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
All right. Good night.
I told y'all, like, when I first launched my company, a Black investor told me the Black community is not going to get behind you. They're not going to understand what you're doing. He said your network is predominantly Black, and he said you don't have the right network to get behind you because the Black community is not going to understand what you're doing. And he was right. You know, I was upset at him when he said it, and he was right. And instead of, you know, being mad that the Black community didn't understand what we were doing, we decided to educate. Like, that was the opportunity for us to create the incubators, to reach out to the corporations and create programs to start educating, instead of, you know, just throwing our hands up and saying, oh well, they don't know. but it's the people who reject knowledge. Like, yeah, like those of you that want to stay in the same place that you reject knowledge, y'all are harmful to the black community, and you reject knowledge for the sake of your God. And if you want to do that for yourself, by all means, do it for yourself. I don't understand why you trying to drag everybody else to fucking hell with you. And these are the conversations that we have to have, because I really do uh see that this God, this religion, has a lot to do with why we think the way we think, why we are the way where we are in society. And I told y'all, um another investor said to me that black women hold the most business registrations. Like, we are the highest in entrepreneurship, yet our companies make no money. And he said the reason why we are the least profitable is because our business plan is God. Our business plan is faith. And then when I say that, when I'm mentoring young black women entrepreneurs, and I say that to them, they say, "Well, I believe in God. God's gonna guide me. God's gonna help me build my business." That if you want God to be your business plan and you continue to be unprofitable, by all means, by all means. What's up, Hassan? Hassan, did you come up? I saw your nerd.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you went on Tika.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't have to unmute or anything. Okay. That kind of weirded me out. Um, good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
Thinker. Good morning, Kalu, Selena. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Just I'm okay. Just wanted to give you guys an update on my deconstruction. My birthday was Monday. I am a 420 baby, and I couldn't participate in the 420 because of the heart attack.
Happy
And
belated birthday.
thank you. I was cool with that. The problem is nobody called me. Not even my siblings, not even my dad. It was a weird birthday. But I got through it. I did mostly nothing. I did go to Denny's, get my free breakfast. They even threw in free dessert. So that kind of made my day. But for the most part, I did nothing. And I took time to reflect about my deconstruction and the people that I told. None of my friends called me. Well, let me correct myself. The one person that did tell me happy birthday was my best friend. We were born on the same day. We call ourselves birthday twins. We went to high school together. He lived on the next block from me all the way back to 1982. So that was kind of cool. But other than that, I heard from no one. And I keep in contact with my sister. She's a nurse practitioner. She has her own practice. She lives in a different state, but she advocates for me the best she can, given the distance. And we texted, we had long text message conversation today. And normally we get on the phone and talk. But it was just peculiar that she didn't call me to wish me happy birthday. But it's just business as usual. And I don't know how to quite take it. I feel as if I've been isolated. And at times I like the isolation. But at other times, it's.
Hassan, I'm gonna stop you real quick. Like, I know the last time that you came up, we talked about this, and we suggested that you get a therapist for uh what's going on with you and your family. Did you do that? Did you reach out to a therapist?
I have. And I
And
don't
and
have.
how is that going?
I have two therapists. And I speak to them weekly. And I'm looking forward to speaking to them this week.
What are they saying
Um,
as far as like with the family dynamic? I know that this has been a thing for a while with you and your family not with you feeling like your family not giving you the type of attention or love um, that you want from them and being able to communicate that to them. Like, how is that part going?
well, they told me that it would be difficult for me to reach out to them, and they didn't know if it was the right thing for me to reach out to them, seeing that there are spiritual differences. And I'm not supposed to wait for them to reach out to me. And for me, since I have communication with my sister, to try to find some common ground. I
Hmm.
think we have that just over my health. I was down in the dumps a couple weeks ago, just, not feeling the best, just going through all of this. I just feel like my quality of life is kind of crap right now. And my sister did encourage me. And I was like, why do you care? And she was like, well, that's irrelevant, but I do want you here. She didn't, I tried to pull the reason out of her and she just wouldn't tell me. So I guess I just believe that, we have that sibling love, that brotherly, sisterly love, and she'll continue to advocate for me. So we just continue on that path. And they just want me to find, happiness in just that common ground. As far as my other siblings, I think I told you when I had the surgery, when I had the bypass surgery, my brother sat with me. It took me 9 hours to come out of anesthesia, and he sat with me for those entire 9 hours. Well, other than that, we don't talk, and we haven't talked or spoken since then. I haven't seen my dad since the hospital. So,
Yeah, I like it is pretty fucked up. Um, and as I was saying the last time, like we can't control the actions of other people. And it does hurt, when it's your family. I think one thing like to ask the therapist would be for, strategies for how to move forward into acceptance of, accepting that they are who they are. And you don't have any control over um, getting them to be what you would rather that they be for you. Um, they're just not that, right? Um, I think it can cause a lot of sadness and extra hurt if we are focused on why, you know, a certain person isn't behaving a certain way or why this person didn't call, especially when we know, right, like that's their behavior. We moving into acceptance of who this person is could be very beneficial um to your health and your mindset as well. But I think asking your therapist for strategies on how to move forward to acceptance, it would also be helpful.
yeah, they told me to find my tribe. And at first I thought, the Discord would be I'm not saying that Discord is not helpful, but we're scattered all over the place. And then trying to, I guess, communicate with people at a certain time, it's rather difficult because we all have our lives since we're all scattered over the place. So yeah, I mean, as big as this place is, I'm in Chicago. As big as Chicago is, you'd think that I'd be able to find my tribe here. But I'm in the process. I'm still in the process of trying to find my tribe. I'll just put it that way. Um,
Yeah, and that I mean that takes time, right? Um, I think also like identifying like exactly what it is that you are looking for. When you say that you're looking for your, to find your tribe, are you looking for people that you can have fun with, laugh with, joke with, or are you looking for someone that you can talk to that can relate to you about what you're dealing with your family? I think
that's a,
being
a little
very
bit of
clear
both of
about what
those.
it is that you're looking for.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I'd say a little bit of both of those, but I still have. It's difficult being who I am, being partially blind, and especially the kidney thing doesn't really get in the way so much. But now that I've had the heart attack, I'm still in the process of my first phase of cardiac rehab. So there's certain things that I can't do. I can't go past a 9-pound bowling ball and stuff like that. So I do go bowling. I used to go bowling with my friends. So, just as an example. So there's certain things I can and can't do. Like a bunch of members of my old unit, they went to K1. That's like go-kart racing, indoor go-kart racing. And can't do that because I can't drive. So I'm kind of limited to the whole fun thing. You know what I mean? But I still would like to attend, even if I'm just hanging out and rooting folks on. And whatever we do. I mean, if it's like karaoke nights or something like that, of course I could participate. And I have wandered out a time or two and gone to a poetry slam or two. But I try to go to familiar places because I can't see where I put my feet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I don't know if there are organizations in your city that can help you connect with people, um, who might be, dealing with the same, like recovery from heart surgery, um, that can help you like find communities of people that you can, spend some time with. That might be something that you can look into. Um, I'm not a therapist, so like some of the things that you want to talk about, I don't have knowledge in, and I wouldn't feel comfortable going into, um, those types of conversations.
I'm not
Uh,
asking you to do that.
the Discord is used to find people who relate, like who might be dealing with some of the same things that can relate to what you're going through. I can't promise that there are people on the Discord who have relatable experience.
Yeah, I
Um,
understand that as
to,
well.
um, what I'm saying is like as far as finding your tribe, I think maybe reaching out to organizations in your city that can connect you with people who might be dealing with, you know, uh, the same limitations as far as like overcoming heart surgery, um, different diets, things that you can eat and can't eat, like connecting you with people. Um, like you're saying, like you're saying that you're limited in what you can and can't do, so it makes it hard for you to find your tribe, right? That's
Well,
what
right now
that's what
I'm
I hear you
limited.
saying.
Yeah, right now I'm limited physically
Mhm.
because I can only do so much. I'm still healing from them cracking open my chest. That takes about 3 to 4 months
Mhm.
for my chest to heal up. So I can't lift like heavy objects or do certain, activities, physical activities. And then there's the cardio. I have to get my wind back and so I can go back to doing normal things. And that's what cardiac rehab
Mhm.
allows me to do. And so I'm still in phase one of that. Eventually, I'll get to the point where I can go back to regular physical activities. And hopefully by then I would have found my tribe. One of the things that I'm looking forward to, I'm getting myself into shape for Memorial Day weekend. My birthday twin bought us passes to the Roots picnic. And of course, that's Jay-Z celebrating the 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt. I'm not a huge fan of Jay-Z, but night two is Erykah Badu. Lord Jesus. So, yeah, looking forward to that. And we also have the VIP experience because of I can't be in the general admission area with all those folks moving about. A long time ago, I went to go see Prince, and I was in the general admission, and we got up front. And when Prince came out on stage, everybody bum rushed the stage, and I got crushed up against the front of the stage or the railing by the front of the stage. And So we had to spend an extra $1,400 to get the VIP passes. Of course, we put it on a credit card. My friend bought the buddy passes, and I bought the VIP experience. So, I mean, traveling and staying in a hotel, I should be able to do that without any problem. But I don't exactly know what that's going to entail. I've never had to worry about going to a concert ever in my life. But I just have to be super careful because my chest is still healing and I'm still trying to get my wind and, standing for long periods of time is still difficult, stuff like that. So I'm still trying to get my physicality about me, and hopefully I'll be in enough shape to do the Roots picnic both days. And it's also like a goal I'm trying to check off. So if I figure if I can get into enough shape by working out, I'm going to I'm at the hospital 6 days a week now. I'm doing dialysis Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I'm doing cardiac rehab Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And so, and then I'm going to the gym on my dialysis days. Once I take a breather from dialysis. So I'm doing everything I can to get myself in enough physical shape to at least do it. I mean, a 2-day concert is a little lot, out of the ordinary, but it is what it is. And I'm looking forward to being able to travel again. I still travel. I attended San Diego State University last year and the year before last, taking up large language model learning. And I had to fly in for brick and mortar classes, and it's different with my eyesight, but I was still able to do the damn thing. So hopefully, I'll be in enough physical shape to do the damn thing on Memorial Day weekend. And until then, I'm working out and doing the best I can for my physicality. And I try not to isolate myself. I try to get outdoors, take walks, and walk along Chicago's lakefront. We just had our first 80-degree day last week, and I got out and had a good time. So I find ways to unisolate myself, and I try to do the best I can. But it would be nice to insert some people in there and have somebody to talk to. But until then, I'm that one kid that kind of plays by himself. And as long as we got movie theaters and arcades and stuff like that, I'll find ways to entertain myself by myself. But it's always best to be with, friends.
Well, it sounds like your health, you're doing pretty good with your health, and I do know, but I don't know, I'm a loner. I actually I don't know, prefer to sit in silence. But I do know what it feels like to, want to go out and hang out with people and, connect with people who are like minded. And I hope that, you're able to get out and find that what it is that you're looking for. Um,
I'm learning.
so.
I mean, most of my day is to myself and I sit in silence most of the days. But like I said, I find ways to entertain myself. When I'm at the dialysis facility, it's downtown Chicago. And there are, of course, restaurants, movie theaters, and all kinds of stuff, museums. So I can actually get away and get into something when I do my dialysis days. My cardiac rehab days, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays on the other side of town, and it's not really much over there. It's in the neighborhood. It's like a facility stuck in the middle of a residential neighborhood. But I haven't found anything to get into over there as of yet. But I mean, I have to find ways to break the silence because I've always been in a relationship, and this is the first time I'm not in a relationship. I've always been around my siblings, and I've always had a lot of friends. And when I started deconstructing and when I made that publicly known to my family and friends, they just disappeared. And now I'm sitting in silence and I'm learning to be with myself. I've never had to be with myself. And sometimes it's isolating and it's maddening, and other times it's very peaceful.
How did you make the friends that you had when you were a believer? Like if I'm not mistaken, like when you first came in here, you like you were having these problems uh with people not being what they say that they were um in your life, right? Um but when you were a believer, were you a very open, like outgoing person? Like did you initiate the conversations or did most people start initiating conversations with you first?
I was a member of the church. I was a member of the men's committee and the veterans committee at my church because I belong to a mega church.
No, I'm asking,
Uh,
were you usually the one that
yeah,
initiated the conversations?
I got line brothers in Chicago. I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Um, I used to be a party promoter.
Okay.
Uh,
So
so yeah,
okay, so
yeah.
do you feel like you still have the that ability to initiate conversations with people uh who are like-minded? Like are you still that outgoing person or do you feel like you have become more of a less outspoken, outgoing person now that you're deconstructing?
I'm still outspoken. I try to still be outgoing. Those friends that I talked about, like when I first called, when I first came into your live, they're the ones that have isolated me. They don't call. Uh, the main friend moved to Ohio, and the other friends that were actually through her and another person. That other person, we don't speak at all. That was the person that told me that I would get sicker and sicker because I stopped praying. So we don't talk at all. And the other friends, I still see on social media that they have group calls as far as like video chats and stuff like that. And
Right, but
they
but
still in.
I'm asking like who you are today. Like do you feel like you have changed um as far as being able to meet new people? Like you're saying
Hmm.
when you met these people, you were outgoing, you initiated the conversations like, "Hey, how are you doing? I'm Hassan. This is, I live such and such, this is what I like, blah blah blah." And then y'all became cool. Like
Yeah,
have you changed from that person?
I probably have. Most of my, like right now, at my home by myself, and I interact with the lives. And then in a couple of hours, I go to dialysis. I try to do that, or dialysis or cardiac rehab. I try to do that the first thing in the morning because I do have my own company and I make outbound calls, sales calls. So I try to, get that out of the way early. So most of my day, I'm by myself. I'm definitely by myself when I'm attached to the machine for dialysis, and that takes 4 or 5 hours to do. And then the cardiac rehab, I do that alone. I don't have anyone to go with me there. And then, I mean, in between there is like grocery shopping and, laundry and just, cooking and taking care of myself. And I live alone. So yeah, I guess I'm not a hermit, but yeah, I do a lot of stuff by myself. And a lot of that is, I have to do the rehab and the dialysis in order to continue to live. And it takes up half of my day. And then my business takes up the other half of my business day during banker's hours, I guess. Then after that, I used to hang out with these folks that I no longer hang out with. And those hours are probably listening to Kalu or Mama Bash or
Mhm.
Pinkbeard or yourself, overnight. So yeah, I'm spending a lot more time by myself.
Well, right. I get that. I'm saying the only person that can fix that, it would be Hassan, right? And so what I'm asking is like do you feel that you have changed uh from being able to introduce yourself to people? Like if you're wanting to like at the end of the day, the people who were once there are no longer there. And unfortunately, we can't control the people in our lives, right? And it fucking sucks. I think it is horrible that people will turn their backs on you because of a lack of a belief. Fuck them. And I know this is family
Yeah.
members. You love them. Fuck
I
them.
know.
Like I
I
want
got
to
that
say,
fucking
fuck them for
attitude.
you. Yeah, fuck them.
No, fuck them. Go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel the same way.
and
Shit.
yeah, and so to fill that space, right? It's the same Hassan that introduced himself to those people. I'm asking, where is that Hassan that can introduce himself to new
Okay.
people?
Now that you said that, that Hassan doesn't exist anymore because the Hassan that I am now is partially blind and disabled. You know what I'm saying? And I, the last new person I met was the night before the Super Bowl. I went out that night and I went to a friend's thing. And it was a nightclub. He's a performer. It was his 10th anniversary of doing his thing at that club. And I actually met someone and we exchanged phone numbers and it was a great night. And I haven't called her because 12 hours later I had that heart attack and I'm at the hospital. I don't know how to come back and say, hey, the reason that, but that was like the last new person I met. And I was trying to be old Hassan. I was faking the funk like a motherfucker because I can't see that well. And I'm sitting at the bar and I'm drinking on this beer and I'm just trying to be old Hassan, right? But I didn't like the taste of the fucking beer. I had to stand for a long period of time before I got that seat at the bar because the place was crowded and my body was hurting. I was actually going through the thing. Now, if I would have left with that woman, I probably would have died between that lady's legs because that's where it was going. And I had to give her a rain check and I never cashed in the range. Matter of fact, I never called her. And I don't think I ever will because I'm embarrassed that the Hassan that I am now, I'm not the same cat I was a couple years back when I met them people.
Mhm. This is what I was as like I think maybe support groups with people who are dealing with um new getting used to new disabilities, where you can relate with someone who might be feeling the same way, um that their reality is changing, who they are is changing because of a physical change in your health and a physical change in your body. Uh, a support group might help you meet the people that you're looking for, and because I think what what I hear you saying is that there is some uh, uh, I don't know if it's self-esteem, maybe issues with the changes, with your vision, um, and your new reality. Am I hearing you correct?
It's hard to adapt to this shit. And I'm just gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
I had 20/20 vision. I
Mhm.
was a weapons expert and an expert.
I think he got a phone call.
We good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
I lost a lot of shit.
Mhm.
From there, I lost my company, my marriage, I lost friends, and I kept losing eyesight. Then my kidneys failed. Now I have a heart attack. It's like I don't believe in karma, but am I being punished for something that I did in earlier in life? I don't get this shit. Why I have to go through this shit and then trying to adjust? I still want to hang out. I still want to do shit. I still want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to be that guy. I used to be the life of the motherfucking party. I was the party starter up in this motherfucker. And now I've been reduced to this. Don't nobody want to hang out with this shit.
I mean, there are people in the world that can relate to what you're going through. I think, like I said, continue like with therapy and a support group
Yeah, I will.
with other people who, uh, may be dealing with the same type of health issues that you're dealing with. That changes, right, how you engage in life,
Yeah,
and
I'm noticing
you
that.
you may be able to find your tribe there because they can relate.
Yeah, I understand that. And I'm trying to do the best I can to adapt and adjust to the reality of things. I'm not gonna wake up one morning and have 2020 vision ever again. I understand that. I know that. But it does suck to wake up every morning and to have these limitations. You know, I'm doing the best I can to with my therapists, and there are organizations throughout the city, and there's one organization, I forget what it's called, something Adventures, and it's just people of different ilk that get together and they go on trips and cruises and all this other kind of stuff. And I figured I'd hate to pay it's like $300 a month. That's crazy, but you get the activities as a part of your membership. So I just have to kind of get over that and just, if I'm going to join something like that, I'd rather do something like that because these are everyday people. I'm not saying I don't want to be with a bunch of other, I don't want to be around other people with disabilities, but when I still see myself as a quote unquote normal person. Is that wrong?
When you say normal person, I think
A person
that
with
could
all of
be,
their abilities.
offensive, right, from someone who is dealing with uh, disabilities. Um,
Oh, my apologies.
yeah, I
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I didn't
But
mean to
again,
offend
I think
anyone
what
else
you're
out
talking
there.
about right now is things that should be talked about with a therapist.
With a
I'm
therapist,
not a
absolutely.
therapist,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like this, the live is for deconstruction.
Right. And that's what I
And
just want to say that
I,
evoke
I'm sorry,
that.
Hassan, you keep cutting me off. Um, like I just want to make sure because it's difficult, right? Like, um, I hate that to hear that you're going through what you're going through, and then like I can't, I don't have the answers for you, and I like I don't want to say something that I don't have experience with. Um, the only thing I can say is to see if your therapist can recommend a support group that'll help you meet new people who are dealing with the same things that you're dealing with, adjusting to a new reality after an illness has changed uh, uh, of some physical aspect of their body. Um, I do understand the having to adjust to a new you because I I hear you're saying you're going from being able to see to uh going blind. That is I that is hard. I get that, and I understand how that could affect your personality and your confidence, not even your personality, your confidence, because I think you still are who you I think the older sign is there. I think you just have to be able to I think you have to be able to love Hassan, whoever Hassan is, right? And be the confident Hassan that you've always been. I think you just need to be able to get back to that and find that. And I think that being around other people who have been where you are and who have gotten through it and found a successful way through it is what I think would be helpful so that you know how to navigate and find this tribe within your actual city, right? Because I know you're looking for people that you can go and eat with. We all online, right? And you can't call us up and be like, hey, let's go get something to eat, because we're all in different states. And what you're looking for is someone in your city that you can say, hey, let's go eat, let's go take a walk, let's go take a trip, let's go bowling. But that confidence has to be there for you. And everything that you've gone through back to back to back to back to back, and then your family and your friends turning their back on you, it's a blow. It's a blow to your confidence. And being able to build that up is, I think, the is what's going to be helpful, right? Um, for you. And getting around other people who have been where you've been and have navigated it successfully, I think it's going to be the most powerful thing that you can do.
I hear you. It's understood. No more words have to be spoken. You repeated it a couple of times, and I didn't mean for you to do that, but yeah, loud and clear. I hear you. I understand. I'll do my best to work between these two therapists to get the job done, and I'm gonna try to go out here and continue to find my tribe. I have to look deeper in myself to be confident in who I am. Believe
Because
it or
you
not.
could be building it up in your head thinking that nobody wants to be around someone who's blind. That isn't true. That there are people out there that are not going to mistreat you, or uh like they're not gonna see you as anything different just because you're blind. There are some rude people out there. There are some insensitive people out there who are very ableist, but that's not who you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
um and it's gonna start uh with you learning to love who Hassan is right now, before you're able to find the people who can love you the way that you want to be loved. You've got to do it first. And like the thing that helped me love who I am, I had to spend time by myself. And like I said, I'm a loner. Like, I like being by myself. And I've always been the type of person who've had a hell of a lot of friends. And I'm the type of person who can have a group of friends at one time that I spend all my time with, and then we outgrow each other because life happens. And then because I'm in a different stage in life, I have a different group of friends. But these people are, I might not talk to them every day anymore, but they're still people that I can say, hey, how are you doing? Haven't talked to you in a long time. Or they may text me. But I don't know. I tend to meet a lot of people, and for a time, these people are who I run with, and then life happens, and then we move on. You know, I have siblings that I talk to. Like, we all have lives, and we have our group chat, but we don't talk every day either.
Yeah, but my siblings ain't shit.
I mean, I love all of my siblings, but we're not as close as we used to be. Because again, everybody has lives and children and grandchildren and jobs, and it's just, um, people
I
are
feel you.
humans are humans, right?
Yeah, I feel
And
you.
we
Yeah.
can only control ourselves. And I was saying, the advice that I got when I was teaching my youngest son how to drive, and I was teaching him about defensive driving, and I was thinking about how I am the same way when it comes to humans, right? uh I approach humans the same way I approach driving,
Mm,
right? Staying 3 car lengths behind. My
mhm.
hands are on both wheels, and I pay attention to what the driver in front of me is doing, but I'm the one that's controlling the car, right? And so the only human at any given time that I can control is myself. And when the people, first off, I keep my circle very small, and usually about 5 people that I consider close to me at any given time. And if any one of those 5 rear off, then the only thing that I can control is me. I cannot control that person deciding uh to go in a different direction.
Question.
hmm
Are these like new friends in like the past,
I,
I guess, 5 to 10 years?
I have new friends all the time.
Oh, really?
Yes, I don't. This is how I meet a lot of people. I don't just stick with one circle. Like, I grow. We all grow. And if we outgrow each other, we outgrow each other. But that doesn't mean we don't love each other. That doesn't mean that we were never really friends. Life happens. We move. We move into different areas. We meet different people. Um, I don't know. Always had multiple groups of friends in my life as I moved into different stages of life. And then, like I said, I had to, there was a point where I had friends, but I wanted to be by myself. I would go out to dinner by myself, go to the movies by myself, go on trips alone. Um, I think like at at any given point in time, like, I don't know, like, I don't just get attached to one way of life, if that makes sense. Like,
It
I've
does.
learned to go with the flow, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that if I fall out with a friend, it doesn't mean I don't grieve that friend, but I don't let that person keep me in one spot. I don't
Yeah,
give
but a
that
bunch.
power. I don't give that
I'm
power
sorry.
away to another human. I used to. I used to when I had very low self-esteem.
Yeah.
Um, I used to give that power to other humans, but I learned to not do that, to stop doing that. Because if, like, I have to be okay with me 24/7. Like, I'm the only one with me 24/7. If I wanted to get sleep at night, my mind had to uh, be free, right? I had to be able to rest. And so I learned that I have to accept that people are who they are. And if a person says, "Hey, I don't want to fuck with you anymore," I I understand.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna beg you. I'm not gonna sit around wondering and crying and trying to figure out why. I understand.
And I noticed all of my new friends in my 40s and 50s came by way of church. And um, I let it be known at my church that I was deconstructing, as well as my friends and family. And I don't hear from any of those folk at all. Um, and it was kind of funky because I just attended a real estate seminar uh, at the church because my broker was there, and she's helping me purchase a multi-unit building here in Chicago. So,
But did you
um,
expect them to? Did you expect
no,
them to?
absolutely, no, absolutely not. Not after making that announcement. No,
Like, let me. Can I ask why you made the announcement?
I had always felt that something was off with studying the Bible and going to Bible study and stuff like that. And I always had questions. I was one of those kids that asked a bunch of questions. I was always suppressing answering my questions. One of the things that the pastor of this church did when I asked questions in the men's group, he pulled me to the side and he says, "I'm going to tell you the truth." And he told me the truth. And he said, "Do with it what you must." And so after thinking about it and after listening to, I've been listening to your lives for about 2 years now. I became a nerd almost a year ago. I got a couple months to go before, uh, you know, I'm 1 year as a nerd. So, my questions became more definitive because of you guys when you guys quote scripture, and I started taking notes. And
Right, but Hassan, I'm asking, why did you make the announcement to the church that you were
right,
deconstructing?
I made the announcement to the pastor, I should say, because I felt disingenuous coming to Bible study, and I felt disingenuous coming to church every Sunday, and that damn ritual, that blood ritual, that flesh ritual, every first Sunday, and the words and the sentiments that you guys brought out, you brought that out of me, and I just had more and more questions. And as I started doing research on my own, and I was like, nah, this is not for me. This is wrong. Uh, and so I felt like I had to make the announcement because I'm not that person anymore.
But I guess when you say make the announcement, um, I get you talking to your pastor about it. Did you make an announcement to everybody else at the church?
No, I didn't make a grandiose announcement in front of the congregation. What I meant by that is I made it known to the pastor because we kept going back and forth. Our men's meetings are only every third Wednesday.
And did he tell everybody else? Like,
Um,
how did your other church members find out?
um, I told some of my friends and some of my church friends, and I would still have questions for the pastor after service, and there's a portion right after service is done where you get a chance to walk up and to the altar and talk to the pastor, and he's shaking hands because, like I said, it's a mega church, so he's meeting new people and stuff. And so I've always had questions, and I had questions about either the scriptures that he would talk about because I take notes with you guys, or I just had a question about the sermon in general. And some of my friends would come up with me to the front of the church, and what are you doing? And so I told you tell it's church. You tell two people, they tell two people, they tell two people. So yeah, and before I know it, I came to church I came to Bible study one Thursday night, and it was like, what are you doing here? So yeah, a lot of people hadn't heard of that word deconstruction or deconstructing. And so I tried my best to explain for those that wanted to ask. And, well, I would not, I don't understand why you're here. Why don't you do your Bible study with your people, that you found, your newfound people that you found. A lot of Christians,
I mean, it sounds
how
like
they,
they were not real friends in the first place. Like,
yeah,
especially like if it doesn't make sense to me that if someone is saying, "Hey, I have questions," and then you come to Bible study and they're like, "Why are you here?" Um, I mean, it doesn't sound like they were good people to be around in the first place.
yeah, they thought I was there they saw me ask the questions, right, in the past. And now all of a sudden I'm there to disrupt. I didn't disrupt the last time, those last few visits, that I was asking questions. So yeah, they formed this
Well,
thing in their
I'm talking
mind.
about the people that you considered friends, the ones
Yeah.
that you know, the void that you need to fill, right?
Yeah, because we go out to eat after Bible study, or we go out to eat after church, or we go hang out or do something. We used to just hang out all Sunday because Sunday night was karaoke night at this one spot. So yeah, those were those folks.
Okay.
And yeah, I saw some of those folks at the real estate seminar a couple Saturdays ago. And not even high and by, just looked at me, just kept it moving. And I kept it moving too. So, I was there, to get more information because they were offering information about down payment assistance and other stuff. So, yeah, our church, the church does that. And I found out that the church was doing that. And I figured that's a pretty secular thing. I could probably go and do that and not be bothered by folks. But yeah, there was some folks that, attended the church. There was a lot of other normal civilians that weren't members of the church that was there. And I was happy about that, because the church does do big things for the community. And I still participate in some of those things. I guess the secular portion of those things. But yeah, I mean, there was some church folk that was there, trying to get up on their down payment assistance, and learn about house hacks as well. So yeah, and they just, gave me the look and just kept on walking like, you know. And so, I mean, I see them people And like you saying, ick. I see them, and that's what I think about their ass. Fuck them. I wasn't there for them. So that's where it is with those folks. I didn't make a grandiose statement in front of the congregation per se, but I did let it be known that this is bullshit. And you got these people hooked on this shit that was, indoctrinated and forced upon us via slavery and throughout, time, leading to the present. And these folks are, they're hook, line, and sinker, tithing all their money, spending all their time telling their children it's bullshit. And I can't stop them from doing that, but I can damn sure stop myself from doing that shit. And I have. And I'm not ashamed of that.
Yeah, I always say I don't necessarily recommend, like for people who are not asking questions or searching. I don't recommend, you know, whipping it out on them, because the reaction is going to be exactly what you are experiencing, because they're not asking, they're not searching.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I don't recommend for people to do that. I don't recommend, like, if you are deconstructing, unless your family is coming to you trying to push, a belief on you. I don't even think that it's anybody's business that you're deconstructing.
My dad was like that every time I talked to him on the phone. I remember when you was a kid and I taught you how to pray and this, that, and the third. Every phone call is like that with my dad. Every phone call, he wants to pray.
Yeah. Hey, Fee.
Hey y'all, good morning. I missed the beginning of Hassan's him coming up. So I didn't jump in because I really didn't. I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I did want to ask him a question though.
He's dealing with loneliness, losing friends after his heart attack, deconstructing, yeah.
Do you think he got a call?
Yeah, I
No,
think so.
I got a low battery warning. I'm sorry. No, I still have a relationship. So, other than that, she didn't even wish me a happy birthday. We just had a text message conversation yesterday, and we spoke for like an hour, and it was all about my health and what I was doing and how cardiac rehab was going. Other than that, she used to, she's an evangelist, and she used to try to push, God on me as well in our conversations. She has totally stopped. I used to get those every time I talked to my dad. He tried to, preach and prophesize and everything, and that has stopped. We just don't even talk. My brother, who sat with me for 9 hours as I was coming out of anesthesia and coming out of the surgery, he was there for that, and that was the last time I saw him. And his birthday's on the 15th. I wished him a happy birthday. He didn't even respond. So my friends, my so-called friends, the church friends are gone, of course. The friends that I had in my inner circle, we don't communicate at all. And it's very isolating because I'm doing cardiac rehab 3 days a week, and I'm doing dialysis the other 3 days a week, and it takes up half my day. And then because I started my own little sales company and I have to do my telephone sales for the remainder of the business day, field calls and appointments and stuff like that, I'm isolated. It's just me. It's just me when I'm attached to the machine. It's just me when I'm working out. It's just me when I'm in my office space making those calls. It's just me at home. I live alone. And it's starting to become very isolating. I do talk to my therapists. I have 2 of them. And they told me to go out and try to find my tribe. But it's rather difficult to do because my eyesight's going and I'm only in phase 1 of cardiac rehab. So there's certain, physical activities that I can't get into at the moment. I used to shoot hoops overnight in this 24-hour gym. I can't even dribble a basketball right now. So, but in a couple of months, I could get back to doing that. But it's just, I didn't know that the receipts of deconstruction would come with this much isolation. And my loved ones ignoring me, and it's frustrating. I'm just frustrated.
Well, I wish you the best, Hassan. I don't know anything else to offer other than like support groups. It
Yes.
is, a fucked up thing. Human beings do fucked up shit.
Yeah.
It does take work to get out there and find people that you relate to. Now your health has changed, your body has changed, your worldview has changed, all at the same time. And so, it I agree. You'll find your people, but you're gonna have to put yourself out there. You're not gonna find them sitting at home by yourself, and you're not gonna sitting at home thinking about the fact that your sister didn't text you happy birthday, or um, they didn't call and check up on you after you had heart surgery. Isn't gonna make them do it. It's like I said, it's fucked up, and I hate that you are having to feel that because that pain ain't no fucking joke. Um, uh, yeah, you just accept that people are who the fuck they are. Go ahead, V.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't. Good morning, everybody. I didn't, want to keep you keep you on this too long, but I will say I'll agree with Thinker, and just keep in mind that you're not gonna meet anybody out there who accepts you any more thoroughly than you've accepted yourself. So it's going to have to start with you. When I joined, Thinker was talking about enjoying your own company, knowing how you see you in turn. You know how Thinker talks about people teach her how to treat them. We all do that. So you're teaching people how to treat you in terms of how you treat yourself. So think about how you think about yourself. Think about the thoughts you tell yourself about your current health, your who you are. It's always going to start with self. So that's not something that we necessarily learn in the way that we're socialized, because religion always has this groupthink, this communal mindset. Not that community is bad, because community is something we all need as humans, but the communities that we build around ourselves have to be constructed of people. If we want them to be healthy, they have to be made of people who respect us. And we're not going to find people who respect, love, and appreciate us if we don't do it. We have to challenge these negative thoughts that we have about ourselves. We have to start working on crafting a different story. The story that we craft informs our reality in a way. And I'm not saying that, in some woo-woo type mindset. I'm saying that from the standpoint of we assign the meanings to these instances that we have. Like even I'll give this story because I don't, it's a personal story because I don't want to use yours. I didn't hear enough of it, but I was doing a job with a younger interpreter a couple weeks ago, And after the event was over, somebody came up to us, and the woman from the audience said, "Oh my goodness, you guys did such a good job." This woman doesn't know sign language, by the way. You guys did such a good job. And she looked at me. She was like, "Are you the teacher and she's the student?" And the younger interpreter got so offended. She's like, "No, I'm a professional interpreter. I've been doing this for a while. I know exactly what I'm doing." And after the woman walked off, the interpreter said to me, she's like, "I hate when they do that." She's like, "I need your advice. I hate when they do that. I don't know if it's because I'm young. I don't know if it's because blah, blah, blah. But it really bothers me." And I asked her, I was like, I was like, "Who told you that that's why she asked that question?" You gave the meaning to that entire incident without knowing why that woman asked that question. She could have looked up when you looked to me for assistance, and she couldn't have looked up when I looked to you for assistance. Like, she doesn't know what we do. All of those variables are missing. So when you are assuming that people are changing because of your health or because of this, and they didn't tell you that, you're creating that meaning. And I brought that up because I think that that is a very, very powerful thing that we do. I also think that when people, when we look at communities like this, we have to understand that they're usually built around a common belief, not who we are. So like Thinker was saying, find your tribe and build your tribe, but find your tribe first after you've identified the things that you like about you. Then that way the people that you build around you will be attracted to the things that you like about you, and you're filtering out the superficial. So I agree with Thinker. It'll change, and that stagnation that's built into this belief system, everything remains the same. Your friend groups will not remain the same as you grow. Like, you're going to grow, you're going to evolve. That's what life is about. Life happens and you will change too. So I would say continue on that road of self-discovery and self-love.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate both of you. Thanks for your kind words and your sentiment. And I'm still going to deconstruct. That doesn't stop me from deconstructing. Doesn't stop me from taking notes. Doesn't stop me from studying. Doesn't stop me from attending the subscriber lives. I'm going to do that, and I'm proud of that. And I mean, the way I feel now, hell, if I felt the way then I felt now, I would have made a grandiose announcement in front of the whole damn church. Fuck them people. So yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, Hassan. Have a good day.
Y'all have a good morning.
Cryby. I do just want to remind people, especially the nerds, the super nerds, that when you do come up, like if you are not a dragon yet, when you come up, you must stay on the topic of deconstruction. Only dragons can go off topic. If you are still within like your first year, when you come up, you do not have to pick a topic, but it has to be about deconstruction. Also, keep in mind there is a thin line between talking about deconstruction and going into things that you should talk to your therapist about. Um, it can be very heavy sometimes when you guys come up and you talk about things that I don't have any experience in, and then I don't want you to feel like I don't care about what you're going through, but I'm not going to put myself in a position to say something that could be damaging to your experience when I don't have the qualifications. So I want y'all to be very mindful of that, and also be mindful of me. I'm only a human. I'm only a human, right? I'm not a spiritual leader. I'm not here to replace a pastor, right? I'm only a human. And then I'm not here to tell anybody that they should deconstruct. That's not what these conversations are about. I'm deconstructing. I have questions. The prompts that I create are things that I want to know. Things that I think, um, things that I see and I experience. I'm not telling anybody that they need to think like me, or that they need to deconstruct because I deconstruct, or they need to be an atheist because I'm an atheist. I don't want anybody at the sound of my voice to ever think that I am saying do what I do. These are my questions. Okay? Things that I read, I research, and questions that I have from my observations from even having these conversations. So please keep that in mind. We have built a beautiful community here. Um, but keep in mind, everything everybody has a life, right? We all have lives. We all have things that we're dealing with from different places, and some things we can relate to and some things we can't. And there may be somebody in the community that can relate to what you're going through, and there may not be someone in the community yet that can relate to what you're going through. And you may hit it off with somebody and you may not. Some people in the community don't like other people in the community. Some people love people in the community that other people don't. We aren't a monolith in that way, but we are respectful to one another and to each other's experiences. And I try to focus on, like, I don't give advice. I try to focus on relatable experience shares. If I have it, I will share it. If I don't, I can't say anything. I'm just gonna sit and I'm gonna listen to you talk. But also, it's like, if I do that, it has to be about deconstruction. It has to be about deconstruction because I am not qualified in other areas to help with any of that. Um, and so I just want to remind people of that as well. To be able to check to see if you are a dragon, I think you check your profile and it'll say if you've been a super nerd for at least 365 days, then you are able to come up and go off topic. It doesn't You can come up and talk about whatever. It doesn't have to be deconstruction if you are a dragon. And that means you have been a paid subscriber for at least 365 days. Okay. Um, the um Hassan, I'm saying this because this isn't I do see, people are offering their DMs if you want to vent, and I think that's a wonderful thing. I just this isn't a venting session. So I have to say that we got to keep that in mind. Um y'all, this isn't a place to vent. That's what the Discord is for. If that's what the lounge room is for. So, like, and I hate having to be put in this position to say that.
But you have to protect yourself, thinker, at the same time, right? Like, and I think I think Hassan knows that this is not like uh, discipline on him or anything like that. This is just boundary setting, and this is what we're learning here. And I think that's why this group space is so important, because it's 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 teaching us how it's teaching us so many different perspectives, and in being able to very kindly and clearly reinforce the boundary is not harm. It's not mean. It is doing exactly what you have to do as an individual, saying, hey, this is, you know what, just to remind everybody, this is what the space is for. And we do have additional resources that, that are available. And I don't think that that's unfair at all. Like, we've got to be able to, again, that oxygen mask, we've got to attach ours first. Because if we do not, and we don't ensure that it's fully secured, then we do harm to ourselves, and that would be extremely unfair to you.
I appreciate that, Fee. Hassan, there's no apology needed. I just need to restate that I know sometimes it can feel like this is the place to do that, because we talk about a lot of things in here, but I do just have to re-establish that boundary, because it can be really heavy, especially when I don't have the qualifications, and then I'm thinking about, like, how can I help this person, um like, and it's a lot. It's a lot. And so what I do, I only talk about what I can back up in here, and what I have experience in here. And I hope that y'all can appreciate that. And it's not only for me, but also for you, because I don't want to say anything that can lead you down a bad path, speaking out the side of my neck, and I'm not qualified to do that. Mike J. Later Larper.
Fucking faggots.
Are you done?
You niggers.
You done? Are you done?
Jesus is a Jew.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else?
No.
All right.
Just
Bye.
fucking hate you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Looks like TikTok hates you too, because they took your ass down.
What
What do
the
you think? Did
hell?
TikTok take him down for saying the F word or the N word?
Oh,
Or the
definitely.
J word? Which one?
Oh, hit the J
Probably the
word.
J word.
The J word? Yeah.
The J word.
Yeah.
If he had started with that one, then probably would have taken him down immediately.
Like, to have that much hate for somebody in your heart, like, you don't hate me, you hate yourself.
Absolutely. He didn't even know us, so that shows you.
Yeah. Bridge, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief, deconstruction means that you are questioning what it is that you believe about the God in the Bible. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are doing away with the belief. It means you are challenging it. You're asking yourself if what you believe is true, if it is right, if it is logical, if it is harmful, if it serves you, if it's beneficial or not, or serves the people in society. It is doing a checkup on your belief system and doing away with what does not serve you. Sometimes you end up at no God, and sometimes you still end up with God in a belief. That is completely up to you. But it is about challenging what you think you know or what you believe. That's what deconstruction is. It is not just deconstructing. God is deconstructing patriarchy, misogyny, homophobia, um, ableism, ageism, all of those things, because the belief system uh, touches every last one of those. And then atheist. You could be agnostic atheist, or hard atheist, um, but not agnostic, because we are talking about the God of the Bible in here in Christianity, not just some God. that you might think exist. Hey, Bridge, how are you?
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm good.
Good
Uh,
morning.
good morning. I've been listening to y'all for a while. I just wanted to say to all of you that that program you do for young people on when you do from 18 and up for
Yes.
deconstructing,
Hmm.
I think that's one of the greatest ideas because the more I think about my journey, the only reason it has been so easy is that I only had 21 years of brainwashing. You know what I mean? And it blows my mind if you have 40 years or 50 years, how hard deconstruction must be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you're helping young people to see the light. And I just wanted to come up and say that and say you're doing a fabulous job. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Bridge. I appreciate that.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good one.
I think if people are going to be throwing away family members and friends, y'all definitely should be able to explain um, this God and this belief system. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You say that your God tells you to love everyone, but you will throw a family member out, and then you'll deny it. You'll say that Jesus doesn't teach that. When we bring up Jesus saying that you can't be my disciple unless you hate your brother, your sister, your son, your daughter, and even your own life, and then say that's not what Jesus meant, and then you'll go and excommunicate a family member for saying they don't believe in this God. That's hate. That's you being willing to be a disciple of Jesus and hate your brother. How are you saying that's not what he meant and that's exactly what the fuck you do? I mean, help me understand that. Like, why is it always that what you do doesn't match what you say? And why do y'all expect us to accept that shit? Why do y'all expect us to ignore that what you say does not match what you do? Emmanuel, Kiki Faison, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Like, it's ridiculous. And I know that the 635 people in here are not all atheists or people deconstructing. I see a couple of believers in the comments. Like, I don't understand why y'all come here every time I go live just to sit and listen to us talk. And then when we have questions for you, you want to act scared, like you can't come up and answer those questions.
Has anyone picked number 5 tonight?
Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. We've had a misogynist come up and be homophobic. We've had a guy come up talking about West Africans are in the Bible as the children of Ham. Like stupid shit.
Good grief.
Like, honestly, uh, I don't know, because I can't I can't engage with, like, mm, I don't know, and I try my best to not be offensive. And I'm not trying to call
Hmm.
people dumb. But how the fuck do you have a conversation with people who are barely even paying attention? Like they're not even in the conversation.
Right. Yeah. It's like we can't get out of the kiddie pool.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that particular depth is super overcrowded. And no matter, no matter who comes up here, there are a few that will come up here and have, intellectual conversations that track. But most of them, we have to pull them back to the point every single time. That's frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating. And then it seems like I attract them though. I would love to get conversations like what Justin and Mezzo and them get.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I still think it has a lot to do with it being the Black community because we are Black atheists, and I think it still shocks the fuck out of them to have to see and talk to Black atheists.
Yeah. Yeah. I think too, like you're a woman also. Like that's a huge part of it. But I do think I don't know which one of those factors play the biggest role because it's kind of disheartening that the demographic that would be attracted to the Black church experience are the ones that come up here and speak about the belief system in such a shallow way. Like not being able to have conversations about, oh, this is the research I did, this is what I found, or even push back from a scholarly perspective. None that is rare in here. But I think that speaks to what holds the Black community to this belief system also. It's not research. It's not that you learned your way into this. And I think these conversations highlight that.
I don't know if you saw the atheist experience yesterday. There was a young Black kid who called in, and he kept talking about his fear of blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. And I felt that so much because that was always, uh, you know, brought up to be careful not to blaspheme the Holy Spirit because that's the one unforgivable sin. And I think
Mhm.
having these conversations, I think it scares them because they're afraid that participating in these conversations is too close to an opportunity to blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, or that they're afraid that we may say something that blasphemes against the Holy Spirit, and that's just too close for comfort for them because it's the point of no return, right? It's the one thing that cannot be forgiven. And it made me think about the reason that they're okay doing all the fuck shit. Like with Mama Bash's topic, did Jesus die to free you from sin or make sin free? And they all come up and they all damn near brag about being able to sin and still be a believer, right? Because of his grace. But that one motherfucking thing that they won't do is blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. That's the one thing they won't do. And so questioning this, researching it, taking facts and archaeological, oh my God, archaeological data, historical context, even the original language, like linguistical context, will present an opportunity to blaspheme.
What do they think that is, though?
Just going against the doctrine, I think. Because I asked the young guy, like, do you even know what blaspheming against the Holy Spirit is? And he literally said, not believing. They don't know what it is. And so it's too close for comfort for them. So they rather sit here and listen and marvel and judge and hate. Because too, I think they have questions and they don't feel safe um to even talk about the questions that they have. Um but like I said, I get it because that was beat into our heads. All right, that's the point of no return.
I remember, I remember it being talked about, but I don't remember it being like overemphasized to the point that it would be paralyzing. Like even when I first started deconstructing and doing that research, when I tell you my hands were shaking over my keyboard, I didn't consider that to be blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. I just considered it to be something I wasn't supposed to do, like just a very taboo thing. So I'm curious to know how the different denominations teach what it is. I don't know that it's taught as non-belief. I think it's taught. I would have to go back and look because I honestly don't remember it being that emphasized. So, but that's a regular thing, like a major teaching in coaching.
Oh, hell yeah. I think
Interesting.
it's a major teaching in Pentecostal period, but like we were not allowed to even play around with tongue, like pretending like we were speaking in tongue. That was blaspheming. Saying like swearing on the Holy Spirit is blasphemy. Lying on the Holy Spirit is blasphemy. Prophesying in the Holy Spirit and that doesn't come to pass, that's blasphemy. Like damn, mocking it, that like damn near
Damn.
everything was blasphemy. So you're scared, like you don't know, um, and so you like it is a scary thing. Like I get it. He was terrified of that, and
I
then
didn't hear that conversation. How did it end?
he kept talking about his integrity and kept pointing out that he was um, engaging honestly and that his integrity means everything to him. So I asked him whether his God matched his standard of integrity. And I talked to him about Genesis 20 and um, how, his God was willing to kill a man who acted in integrity to protect the chosen, to protect Abraham and Sarah. And he said that maybe God's standard of integrity is 4, where his is 5, and God is looking at him and saying, well, his level of belief is 8. And I said, so your God cares more about you believing in him than your integrity, and then your integrity is higher than the God that you believe in? That makes sense to you? And he was like, I never thought about it like that. And I said, go and read Genesis 20. He was like, I'm going to come back. I said, go read Genesis 20 and you tell me why it makes sense to you that you have higher integrity than your God, or a
Damn.
standard for integrity than the God that you worship. And,
And
and,
that's the
and help me
thing.
understand why that makes sense.
I hope he comes back. Like, because I think it's those types of conversations that using the Bible that are the most impactful because nobody can push past that. Like, why the fuck am I worshiping something that I behave better than? How am I looking to my guidance for how to be a person of integrity when that guide is not doing the very thing that I know I should and would do? That's crazy.
And sometimes, like, it makes me want to cry when I do talk to Black believers and I see the amount of fear that they have, the lack of knowledge that they currently have in this God, and then the willingness to stay there. I don't it makes me want to cry because when we ask the logical questions of what has this God done for the Black community? What has been the impact in the Black community? It always goes back to slavery. It always goes back to Jim Crow and civil rights, and like that's always the answer. And we're talking 200 years out.
Right. And the frustrating part about it is that the ignorance shapes the fear and the fear cements the ignorance. And it's like, what the fuck? How do you make inroads with that? What do you do with that when folks who haven't educated themselves on the thing that they fear stay stuck in the fear of the thing that they're not educated on? It feels like a losing battle, but I do think like
It
it's those,
does. Yeah.
yeah,
Feels like a losing battle. And like I when you can't have an intellectual conversation about it, like that that's the first step, right? Being able to discuss it from an intellectual, scholarly perspective and say, here's why. When you cannot even do that, that's what makes it feel like a losing battle. Because you can't even discuss it with them because they're too afraid. They're too afraid.
So I mean, yeah, because the fear would have to be tackled before we can start getting into, why you shouldn't be afraid of it. I don't know that with some of them, I don't know, because they don't even realize that they're operating in fear. But the craziest part about it is the the fact that they are afraid of this God, the fact that they can recognize that this God did not act in integrity, and the fact that they think that this God knows their thoughts, they should be more afraid than they are already. But they don't think about it logically. Like you being able to take this dude to the Genesis chapter 20 and show what the God did and said to Abimelech, and him being able to recognize that, wow, why would you hurt the man that was doing the right thing for the sake of the right thing? You could read his heart and you were still going to take him out. So what makes me any different? Like if I'm only doing this because I'm afraid of you, and I know it's not, I don't think it's the right thing to do. If I believe God knows my heart and knows my thoughts, and he knows that I don't approve of what he's done, they don't think through the logical entailments of that.
All they know is the yelling and the preaching and the dancing, the wailing. They don't know the whys behind any of that. Like when Auntie Charlene today was talking about them laughing in the spirit. Why?
I ain't never heard no shit like that before in my
Me
life.
either.
Because how you just go fake laugh and then
That
what?
faking emotions. The God wants you to fake him. Like why?
What purpose could it actually serve?
Mm-hmm. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I don't know.
And what pisses me off about that, like we'll get to that type of impasse, and they'll land on, well, you just don't understand because you don't have the spirit. Well, you have it, and you still don't fucking understand. Because if you did, you'd be able to tell us what's purpose this served. You'd be able to tell us what you felt after you giggled for God that you didn't feel before you started doing it, and you can't do that. Yeah, it feels like a merry-go-round of ignorance.
Theo, do me a favor and wait till tomorrow, love bug. I gotta my mind right now. I just wait. Do me a favor and wait till tonight. Okay, thank you, baby. Troy,
Yes, ma'am.
how old are you?
I'm 36.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm born and raised non-denominational Christian.
All right, there are 4 topics on the board that you could choose. Topics 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Well, shoot, I guess the big one is 5 for me.
All right, what are your
That
thoughts?
calls out to me.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
I just have this big calling in my heart to try to reconcile everything that is spiritual with like kind of like a physical. Like we understand physical because mainstream kind of
I'm sorry, can you
tries
read
to.
topic 5 for me?
Yes, ma'am. Did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death?
Okay, but did they understand it to be physical or spiritual death?
Had to be physical.
Yeah. So where did this idea of a spiritual death come from in that
Well,
story?
well, shoot. I'm more of a New Testament believer. I always think of the reference to the passage that fear not what can kill the body, but rather God who can destroy the soul.
Yeah, but how does that apply to Adam and Eve?
They had a oneness with all of reality. Satan, who had already fallen, obviously, corrupted them together. And
I'm talking about
by
in terms of the spiritual death. How does that apply to Adam and Eve? Like if Adam and Eve didn't know anything about this spiritual death, why are believers today reading that story from that lens, from a later theological development?
I That's interesting. I am of the opinion that it's not the spiritual death; it's the reference to the physical death. I think before that, there could as well have been no physical death until Adam and Eve fell. That's what
I guess
introduced
I'm trying
death.
to understand the whole fail thing if there's no spiritual death. The God tells them if you eat the fruit, the day that you eat of the tree, you will die. They do not die. So are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
in agreement that the God lied to Adam?
No, it had to do with life and death.
No,
I think
no, he says the day that you eat of the tree, you will die. So,
of
and they
the
did not,
knowledge
I'm
of good
sorry.
and evil.
Uh,
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
right. And he says you will die the day that you eat of it. Right? They do not die. And so if the death that he
They
was
were
referring, I'm
subscribed death.
sorry.
They
No,
were subscribed death.
no, they were mortal already.
You think so?
In order for them to have immortality, they would have had to eat from the tree of life, which your God blocked off at the end of the story so that they could not eat from it and live forever. So they were already mortal. They were going to die one day unless they ate from the tree of life.
I guess, ma'am, I have to say that brings me to your question number one. Then,
Nope, I don't want you to go to number one. We're
well,
talking
I
about
think it.
topic 5. I'm asking, since they did not die the physical death the day they ate from the tree, that would mean that your God lied to them, right?
No, that's just semantics.
What
I
do you
want to
mean?
go to
What do you
number one.
no. No. What do you mean? What do you mean it's semantics?
Well, they did not die immediately the day because you know what happened the rest of the story as they wandered around naked.
They were already naked before they ate from that tree, but
No,
your
they
God
were
said to
made up
them,
of light.
it
They
does
were
not
made of
say that.
light.
The story does not say that.
Yes, it does
No,
elsewhere.
it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't say that.
Well, why do you refuse to go to question number one?
Because you picked topic 5.
But your contribution to the conversation leads me to question
It
number
does
one.
not. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
What is the true source of sin?
You are
What is a
not
true
going to
source?
topic 1. If you are done talking about topic 5, then you can leave.
Do you believe Satan is the true source?
If you are
Do you
done.
believe true source
Goodbye.
is Satan?
Goodbye, Troy.
Okay,
Goodbye.
thank you. Oh, I'm supposed to excuse myself.
Yes.
Let me excuse myself.
Goodbye.
What the fuck?
This is the shit black people say belongs to them. I don't know. I swear this shit is illogical. Kuzi?
Yes,
Hi. How old are you?
66.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Believer in the history book,
I don't know what
which
I don't know what
the
history book you're
Bible.
referring to.
Okay, the history book is the Bible.
Okay. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Number 5.
All right. Go ahead.
But may I ask you a question?
Does it have to do with the topic?
No, it's about you personally.
No, ma'am. Go ahead
Your
with topic
belief.
5. I'm an
I need.
atheist. I'm an atheist, ma'am. Go ahead with
Okay,
topic 5.
great. That's what I was trying to find out. Okay. So you saying number 5, when they say understand death to be physical or spiritual death. Did Adam and Eve understand death to be physical or spiritual death? He was God, Yahuwah was not talking about physical death. He was talking about
What did Adam
spiritual.
and Eve understand it to be? Is the question.
Well, since I am not neither one of them, I'm going to speak from a spiritual point of view,
Goodness gracious.
which is that
Are there characters in this story, Kuzi?
they are human like we are today.
Kuzi.
So
Kuzi.
this was not physical. This was a
Kuzi.
spiritual death. It was a
Kuzi.
cutoff from
Kuzi. Kuzi.
God.
Kuzi. Goodness gracious.
Well, you repeat my name is
I'm
not
trying to ask
diminishing
you
my
a
knowledge.
question. You don't have knowledge, Kuzi. I'm trying to ask you a
Now you
question.
want to be insulting. Why?
Kuzi, because you're being disrespectful. I'm trying to ask you a question. Are there two characters in this story?
Your subject say is Adam and Eve. So yes.
Did one of the characters in this story have a conversation about whether they would die if they ate from that tree?
With the serpent?
So then the answer would be yes.
Yeah, yes, they did.
Kuzi, if I say to you, do not stick the scissors in the light socket because the day that you do it, you will die. If I say that to you, and then Fee, my co-host in the purple, comes to you and says, did thinkers say that if you stick the scissors in the light socket, that you will die? And you say, yep, she said that we will die. If I mean that you're going to die a spiritual death, but I never tell you that, Kuzi, is that fair?
How do we jump from fair, do I believe?
I didn't ask you, do you believe, Kuzi?
No, but I'm saying you asking me a question
I
on
am.
number 5, but
I
you're
am.
telling me, is it
I
fair?
did not
What
tell
fair
you,
got to do?
Kuzi, I did not
What
tell you,
does
Kuzi,
fair
I
has to
did
do with
not tell you
anything?
anything was fair. I am asking you a question.
I
Is it
know.
fair for me to tell you that you will die if you stick scissors in a electric socket, but I do not tell you that the death I am referring to is a spiritual death, Kuzi? Don't you need to know that information?
I don't think that's the question
That is the
for me.
question that that's the question I
Yes,
asked,
that's the
Kuzi.
question you want to ask, but you're not allowing me to speak. You told me to
Answer
read
the
the
question,
question
Kuzi.
and provide my
Cozy, answer the
opinion.
question. Don't you think you would need to know whether I am referring to a physical death or a spiritual death when I give you the command and the warning?
I think you knew just what you were supposed to know at that particular time.
You know what I think, Kuzi? I think you are the church mother that gaslights people in
But
church.
your opinion is not what's
Yeah,
important, ma'am.
of course, Kuzi. Like
Your opinion
you
is
are the
you want
you
to ask
are
questions
Kuzi,
as if you the teacher,
Kuzi,
but you an atheist. So how you gonna
Kuzi,
speak on the Bible when you don't eat? You an
Kuzi,
atheist. Have you ever
Kuzi,
read the Bible?
Kuzi.
You don't even know the
I
Bible.
think
And if
that
I was you all, I wouldn't listen to
I'm
the
gonna put you. I'm gonna
devil.
put you on
Because
mute. I'm gonna put you on mute. You are the grandmother in church that uh, fucks people's minds up, Kuzi. You lie, you gaslight, you deflect. And as I stated, you have no knowledge. When people come to you and they say, Grandma, why did God do such and such? You lie to your grandchildren. You lie to your children. You pretended like you have knowledge, yet you have none. I don't care what your opinion is of me. Okay, you don't have the credibility. You don't have the status to make me think anything less of myself, Kuzi. Now, if you want to continue in this conversation and be respectful doing so and answer questions, then you can. If not, you can get the hell off my stage. What do you want to do, Kuzi?
You're muted, so you're going to have to unmute to respond.
And by the way, the mute button is physical, not spiritual.
and see, I didn't ask you that. That's what I'm saying. You are
But I told
so
you.
stupid. You
But I told
stupid.
The word is
So
stupidity,
what?
not
No, you are
stupidity.
stupid.
The
I know
word
what
is
stupidity
stupidity,
means,
not
but you
stupid.
specifically in
It's
in the statement
specific.
I'm making,
It's
you are
specific.
really
It's
a
it's
silly young lady
specific.
to talking about the
It's
mute button.
specific.
You know, you don't tell me how to speak.
Yes, I do.
You're probably an immigrant and you're atheist and you
What?
don't know anything
What?
about the Bible.
Kuzi, we're
I'm
all
sure.
immigrants. We're all
No, we're
descendants
not
of West
all
Africa.
immigrants, ma'am.
We're
We're not
all
all
descendants of West
immigrants.
Africa, Kuzi.
No, we're not all this. I knew you was an immigrant. Come on out of here,
Yeah.
you tether.
Oh.
I
What?
knew you. You know what? God
Right.
is gonna
What is your
deal
God
with
gonna
you.
do? What is your God gonna do?
Yahweh
Happening.
gonna deal with you. You
Kuzi,
gonna see.
Kuzi,
He
let
already
me tell you something,
look.
Kuzi. Let me tell you something. As big as those motherfucking glasses are on your face, your God ain't answered your prayers to give you 20/20 vision, motherfucker. You don't know where the fuck you are. Do you understand that? I don't give a fuck about you speaking in tongues. I don't give a fuck about you raising your motherfucking voice. I don't give a fuck about you calling on your non-existent ass God. The reason why you are behaving the way you are behaving is because logic has knocked you in the fucking head. You never thought about the questions that I have asked. And now your motherfucking spirit is manifesting all out and saying words that you can't even fucking comprehend. Now you done got into the fucking ring that you can't even fucking handle. You probably should not have popped your ass in my
Intelligent
you
person
probably should not have
can.
popped your ass in my motherfucking box. You are up here freaking the fuck out over, I don't know, a black atheist. You losing your shit. You are losing your shit.
She have never read the Bible. She's an atheist. She cursing because she's illiterate.
You
See,
look
if
like
you
an
want to say
onion.
something, you
You
don't
look
have to curse
like a dried
to
ass
make
up onion. That's what you look like right now.
You said
you are
Pacific.
a
She do. You
atheist.
look like an
You have
onion.
never
You
read the
look like an
Bible.
onion.
God deals in the spirit, and you don't have no connection
You
to
look like
him.
an onion with big ass glasses
It
on.
doesn't see what I'm saying. When people have nothing to say, they
Yeah,
come,
that's what
they
happened.
start trying to
Yep.
talk about
Yep.
you or
That's what
curse
happened.
you.
That's what
She
happened.
has nothing but demonic
Yeah.
spirit.
Yep.
She's an atheist. She probably an immigrant, a tether,
No,
and she's
guess
over
what?
here trying to
Guess what?
spill this evil knowledge.
Kuzi, guess what? Guess what?
Let this
Kuzi.
atheist,
Kuzi, hold on.
I speak it
Kuzi,
over
I'm a
you.
lesbian.
I don't give a damn what you
I'm a
are.
lesbian atheist.
It doesn't make a difference, ma'am. See,
I'm a lesbian immigrant
you
atheist,
are
Kuzi.
so
I
minute.
like pussy,
Your
Kuzi.
mind stay in the
I
gutter.
like coochie,
You are
Kuzi.
atheist. Your mind stay in the gutter.
I like coochie, Kuzi. I'm an immigrant atheist,
Do
stupid
not follow
lesbian.
this woman. Y'all need to get off of this line. God,
Why are you here?
God.
Yahoo is gonna strike her
Who the
lesbian
fuck
ass
is
down.
Yahuwah? Who the fuck is
I
Yahuwah?
have nothing to do with
Hey,
nothing to,
onion. Did you forget that the
I
H?
have
Did you
nothing to do.
forget that there's an H in that motherfucking word? Who the fuck is Yahuwah? Like, do you not say H because you scared of hell, motherfucker? Like you look like you been to hell.
I have
You look like a burnt ass onion. That's what the fuck you look like, motherfucker.
I have
Like, shut the fuck up.
T,
Shut the fuck up.
but this
Whose grandmama
is
is this? Like, if you was my
on.
grandmama, I'd be pissed at a motherfucker at your ass for being on TikTok behaving this way. Like, I would be pissed. Like, you should be fucking
You
embarrassed.
are a
You should be embarrassed. But this is the shit that the black community gotta fucking deal with. Grandmamas like you that don't know shit, that fucking lie. And all you do
she,
is run your motherfucking loud ass mouth. Your
she's a
ignorant, loud ass mouth. That's all you fucking do.
she's a
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
she's a
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
she's a
Shut the fuck up, Yahuwah.
and
Yahuwah.
she's
Yahuwah. Yahuwah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
see
Shut
this
the
is
fuck up. Yeah. 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 Like, you should be embarrassed. Goodness gracious. This is what the fuck we got to deal with. This is what the
Again,
fuck.
that's
This is what the
spirit.
fuck I'm talking about. Like in the black
You
community,
don't have to deal with
in the black community, this is what the fuck we got to deal with. Scary ass
the
believers.
alpha
Y'all scared of the motherfucker. Ain't got no power for shit.
ass
Ain't got no power for shit. Why the fuck Yahweh ain't told you his name ain't motherfucking Yahuwah? You
back
sound like you belong in
ass
the
back.
fucking army, motherfucker. You sound like you about to do a fucking roll call.
Oh my god, my stomach hurts.
What?
Motherfucker look like a reject Freddy Krueger. She
Ass
look like she belong in Party City, motherfucker. Like you look like a
alpha
$2 Freddy Krueger mask. Shut the fuck up.
ass back.
Like, I hate to be roasting somebody's grandmama on this motherfucking live, but you
Please.
came up here acting like you ain't got no motherfucking sense.
And did unnecessarily too. Like she could have just asked questions as opposed to
No
assuming. But she doesn't care. Yeah,
nobody asked y'all for y'all
she doesn't.
opinion.
Well, you came up,
Talk to
man.
Africa. Talk to your
You
people.
can't.
Quit trying.
You hang on a second. Stop yelling. Like if you
Well,
wanted to
I'm finna go
talk,
get
then
some
you
No,
could have
coffee. I'll be
talked.
I
back.
But you
am
didn't come
not
up like that.
because
You good, Fee? I'm finna go get some coffee. I'll be back.
Yeah,
you
I'm
keep
good.
muting me. That's why I'm talking loud.
Well, you're yelling. Can you stop doing that? We could talk if you just stop speaking over folks. You won't have to get
Well,
muted.
take me off of mute and we'll talk.
Okay, you're off mute now. Now, can you not interrupt me and I won't interrupt you? Y'all don't
That
have
is
to mute
not
me.
a problem. Let's go.
Oh,
Don't put me
okay.
on mute. Don't put me on
Uh,
mute.
well, don't interrupt. If you
No,
start
I
interrupting me,
won't.
you're doing it now.
Because you put me back on mute.
I didn't mute you, but the
Okay,
mods
well,
will
let's
mute.
go. Talk.
Okay, you're still doing it. If you're demonstrating that this is what you're gonna do, then you'll get muted. Don't do that. You won't get muted.
I'm
All
not your
right.
child.
Well, I'm not yours either, right?
I'm not
Okay.
giving out the orders. You are.
Well, you're the one only behaving wrongly, not me. So stop doing that. What question do you have? What is your issue with us?
No, I was talking about number 5.
Right.
And whoever this young lady is, she went to asking me questions and I'm trying to answer them, but she studied like, no, say this. This is what I'm asking. If you already have the question up there, you need to let the audience respond to the question first before you start cutting them off
But
and telling them. So if you want to know if did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death? That was it.
well, I mean, you're right. But the problem is that when you started answering the question, if I came to you and I was like, Miss Kuzi, how do you make macaroni and cheese? And you said, well, see, the way cheese is made, you have to go to the cow for. That's not what I asked you. So the reason she interrupted you is because you weren't answering what the question actually is asking, and she was just simply trying to redirect you to the question, not dictate how you answer it, just making sure you're answering what she's asking.
Okay. Physical, we understand what physical means, right?
Yes,
All of us, right?
correct.
And do we all understand what spiritual means?
Well, just to make sure we understand correctly, you tell me what you mean by spiritual.
Spiritual means you have a telepathic connectivity to the spirit, but not in the physical. You
So,
do see, okay, go ahead on.
no, I will let you finish. I want to make sure you finish,
Okay.
get the whole.
You do see people that do psychic readings, people that telepathically can tell you things that you don't understand how they know these things. So that means you're connecting in the spiritual realm. And it's very different from the physical realm. And
How
that's go ahead on.
how is spiritual different from imaginary?
No, wait a minute. How is spiritual? You said different from imaginary?
Yeah, just what would be the
Okay.
difference?
Well, first of all, we need to look up the definition because imaginary definition is definitely not going to be the same as spiritual.
Can you look it up? And then you can
Okay.
scroll out. Yeah, you can scroll out if you
No,
want.
but you asked the question, so I think you should look that
You
up.
don't know the answer.
No, I didn't ask the question. I
You
don't
don't know
have
the
to know
answer.
every
You should
answer.
be able to answer that.
See what I'm saying?
You
But
should be able to answer that.
no, you brought it up. You said, what's the difference
What
between
is the
spiritual?
difference? What's the difference between something
And
being spiritual and something being imaginary?
okay, but imaginary is something you just make up in your head.
How is that different from spiritual?
Okay.
Spiritual is something that you connect to from your heart, from your spiritual, from your
Where
gifts.
is it? Where's the spiritual? Where's the spirit at?
Spiritual is a connectivity.
Where is the spirit?
How you gonna? Where are you asking me to point a destination? There is no destination
Where
for
is the
spiritual.
connection? Where is it? Point to the connection.
If you don't have the gift, you just don't have it.
Oh,
That don't
so
mean you don't. Just say
something
you
that's
don't
made up.
understand it.
Oh, so the spirit is a gift?
It is.
Oh, so how the fuck did
Have
Adam
you?
and Eve die? Spiritual death is spirit is a gift.
I think I'm talking back to the other young lady that I was
Oh,
talking
damn.
to.
What happened to your spirit? Your spirit didn't know that?
See how you talk
Your spirit,
versus the other
your
lady?
spirit didn't know that?
What look, there are spiritual connections. When
Your spirit
you
didn't know
have,
that?
let me ask you a question. Since
Can
you
you
want, because I'm
answer
not,
my question? Where is the
see, there you
connection?
go.
Point to the connection.
Okay. You ever spoke to a psychic reader?
Point to the connection of the
Ma'am, I'm
spirit.
trying to teach you about
You're not
spiritual
gonna teach me
connectivity,
shit.
about
Point to where
telepathic.
is
See?
the spirit
Y'all, so I want
connected?
y'all to understand this
Where
lady
is the
attitude
spirit connected?
is not someone you want to lead y'all
Where
conversation, lead y'all audience. The young
the
lady
spirit
before her, we
connected?
were able to communicate. But you see this lady here,
Where is the spirit connected?
how
Where?
she muting me
I'm
and how
not
she
muting you.
acts. Yes, you
Where,
are.
no, I'm not. Where is the spirit connected? Where?
You
Where is
don't
the
have
connection?
spirituality. You don't have it. So
Okay,
how can I
cool.
tell you where some
How is it different from imagination?
God would dare put an atheist?
How is it different from imagination?
God would not allow you to connect to him, man, with your think.
Okay, cool. I don't want to connect to your genocidal ass God. Your God
Okay,
created you.
that's fine.
You are a product of your God. I don't want what you have.
Be careful what
Where
you
is the I
speak.
don't want what you have?
Be careful
Fuck
what
your
you
God.
say.
Fuck your God. Fuck your God's Holy
Okay.
Spirit. There you go. I don't
When
want
y'all
what
hear
you
about
have.
her on the news,
I
don't
don't
be
want
surprised. Okay.
On the
what's gonna happen
news.
on the news? What's gonna fucking happen? What's gonna happen? Hmm? What's gonna happen?
Ready. Don't mute me.
What's gonna happen?
News. Do you have news spread everywhere? You giving out news right now,
What's gonna
right?
happen on the news?
Aren't you spreading the news right now?
Stop spreading
So
the
that is
news. What's gonna happen on the fucking news?
Frank Sinatra.
What's gonna happen?
you always trying to turn this into something personal. This is not about you. If you calling about
Did you
you
not
asking
fucking say when y'all
about the
see her on the news? Who the fuck was you talking about?
that has nothing to do with what your subject is about. And you keep trying to change the subject and turn into some tether
You are not
argument.
okay. Where the
You
fuck is
are
the
not
spirit? Where is the
you are
spirit?
not godly.
Where is the spirit?
You are atheist. So why are you talking about the
Where is? Cause
Bible?
I fucking can.
No, because you ain't got
Cause I
nothing
fucking
else to
can.
cleave to.
Cause I fucking can. And that's why you in that box. Cause I
Else
fucking
to
can.
cleave to, and you're not gonna bring me down
Where
to
is
your
the
low
spirit?
life level.
You already
See,
been
I
there.
don't
You
have to
already
curse
there.
you.
Where is the spirit? Where is the spirit? God damn it!
I don't have to curse you
You
to
did just
make you
curse
look.
her.
Answer the question. Shit.
Hey, you low lifed it. See,
Okay,
people that
cool. All right,
losing,
cool.
they
Answer the question.
people that's losing the argument, they start cursing.
Yeah, sure. Answer the
So
question.
I don't have to drop to your level.
Cool. Answer the question,
Yeah.
please.
I've been trying to answer the question. I
Where is the
told you
spirit?
there are spiritual connections
Where?
or connectivity
Where?
to the Father God above and
Where
not to
is it?
you
Where is it?
and whoever you serve.
Okay, cool. Where is it?
You figure it out without, since you know so much. You won't let nobody get nothing in.
Sure. I
You
figured
figure it out,
Sure.
atheist,
Sure.
tether.
Sure. I figured it out. It's
You
fucking
are a
fake.
tether.
I
And
figured it
that's why
out.
I say,
I
quit
figured
letting
it
these
out. It's
immigrants
fucking fake.
pull up these platforms and
It's fucking fake.
about a God that they know nothing about. I bet
Let me guess. You a Native American.
I bet she has. That's right. I'm a
you're
foundational Black
a
American.
foundational Black
I am an
American.
indigenous Indian, and I am the Hebrew Israelites from the chosen.
So let me ask you a question. If
From
you
the
are
children of
chosen,
God
okay, cool.
in the Bible.
Cozy, if you so chosen, why the fuck y'all don't got shit?
Read the Bible,
If
ma'am.
you
You'll
so
know we chosen.
okay, cool.
Read
All right, cool. If you so chosen, why
Read
y'all
Deuteronomy
so fucking
28.
broke? Why y'all ain't got shit if you so fucking broke? If you so chosen.
Read Deuteronomy 28.
I'm not. Okay, cool. You chosen. Why y'all ain't got
I told
shit?
y'all she don't read.
Why
Look,
y'all,
she
why
say she
y'all
don't even want to read.
Why y'all
But she
ain't got shit? I said okay, god damn it. Why y'all don't got shit?
Well, start reading it then. Then come back.
Why y'all don't have anything? Huh?
After you read Deuteronomy 28,
listen,
and you
I get it. You was a slave.
read Genesis
I get it. I fucking get it.
Read Genesis 15, 14, 15.
I fucking get it. Okay?
Yes, my ancestors were slaves.
Why you don't got nothing?
And you know what?
Why you don't have
God
anything?
said the first shall be
Why
last
you
and
don't
the
have
last shall
nothing?
be
Why
first.
y'all broke?
So read Deuteronomy 28.
Shut the fuck up. Why y'all don't have a military? Why y'all don't have a military?
Then come back and ask me that.
Why y'all don't have a military? Oh, cause you cursed. Cause you cursed. Is that why you?
Man, we are America. The United States is our military.
I'm trying to figure
I don't
out.
know who your
I'm trying to
military
figure
is,
out. Like,
but
who the head Hebrew Israelite? Donald Trump.
The United States is our military.
Okay, so who controlling the military?
And they put belt to your
which
butt.
one of y'all controlling the military? Which one of you Hebrew Israelites controlling?
We fight in all the wars. What are you talking about?
Wait, hold on.
We have fought.
Who's controlling it?
America has ever had, but your tether but didn't.
Hold on. Why? So
you ain't fought in nothing.
Okay, cool. So why
you ain't fought in nothing but a float and a mattress trying to run over here to America? If you have a problem with the indigenous people that are here, take your butt back home.
Why you can't say indigenous?
Don't worry about how I speak. Just make sure.
Listen here, Vidalia. What I'm trying to figure out. Listen. What I'm trying to figure out is who's controlling your military. Who's controlling your military?
This is America.
This is the result of the FBA. Just like they didn't have to be they didn't have to learn how to read to be indoctrinated into this God. They don't have to learn how to read to be indoctrinated into the FBA.
What are you talking? We invented.
You ain't invented shit. You ain't invented a goddamn thing.
Invented.
You haven't invented a motherfucking
thing. Right now. Invented by a black.
You ain't invented a motherfucking thing.
She's invented a few words since she's been on this platform, but like
I'm telling
you, I think she got that from the FBA. She didn't invent them shit.
If she read,
like I never seen anybody fight so fucking hard to identify as cursed.
Immigrants.
Like, why is she calling people immigrants too? That's weird.
Oh, because she thinks she's indigenous.
Indigenous to what? America?
Yeah.
Who the fuck told them that?
The FBA. Wow. Don't type it out caps, y'all. Y'all don't have to apologize for her behavior. This isn't y'all.
Where are you?
Whoever grandmama this is should be apologizing.
Where are you?
Do they attempt to show this genealogy or prove this genealogy through
they
any
don't care about genealogy.
We don't need
ignorant.
So they
Deuteronomy
just say
28. Deuteronomy 28 is their genealogy.
I wonder if they would accept a child being theirs by some same shit written in a book. Oh, yep, this is my relative. The fuck? How does that even work?
We know our history.
Why is she so? What is? Are you?
Remember slaves. So
His
You should know, but if you did, you wouldn't be claiming this
and then
role. My ancestors were West African, their tribes and tongues. I wouldn't give that up for a story undone. So before you claim what you can't translate, at least cite your source before you preach and debate. You say yes, people, I say prove it, boo. If you Hebrew, then what did I just say to you?
y'all
What I couldn't see. Keep at sky, yeah, I advise thee. You can do that easily, proclaiming lineage from scripture. Avadim Hayim. Now what did I just say? Yeah, I thought so. I
don't
said, what you gonna do? Can you break it down? No, can you post a clue?
don't
Talking tribes and bloodlines, yeah, that's cool. But translation don't bleed generations, fam. This ain't you. You quote scrolls like they family proof, but your sources be TikTok, nah, actual truth. We study context. You copy and paste, and you call it revelation, claiming bloodlines from a Deuteronomy page. You wear Hebrew names, but forget the roots. Misquoting prophets and designer boots. Lineage ain't learned, it's lived, it's traced. It's not a meme, it's a documented space. You should know. Yeah, I told you so. Why you look like that? Now what did I just say? Run the track back. Run it 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 back. If you Hebrew, you should have known. Cause I just read your whole argument in Hebrew. Now go study that.
I I don't like
Cozy.
Kevin.
Nashot Yisrael. Nashot Yisrael. Can you answer my question?
I need you to
Answer my question.
read Deuteronomy
Answer
28
my
in
question.
English. Read it in English.
Nashot Yisrael. Answer my question.
Read it in English.
Answer my question, Tom. Answer my question.
And dumb.
Answer my question.
Answer my read
Matom
it and do it.
Tomat. Answer my question. Nashot Yisrael.
Donna dumb.
Meho eret.
It
Nashot Yisrael.
you wasting your time.
Matom
Don't
Tomat.
I don't
Matom
understand what you
Tomat. Yes, Nashot Yisrael.
talk English.
Nashot Yisrael. Abadi Maenu.
Oh Lord, now it's Africa. What are you talking? What are you speaking?
You're about a dumb motherfucker. The FBA
Nah,
got
I
too
don't
dumb
know
in
no
a
damn
motherfucker.
African. I don't know African. I don't know Hebrew. I am American and I speak English.
You're
Ebonic.
about a
It's my
this motherfucker
English.
said Ebonics.
Oh my
You
damn.
I
are
swear
right.
she
Oh
You
my
speaks
are
good goddamn.
right.
Ebonics. She said
That
she speak Ebonics. You about a dumb motherfucker.
listen.
Like how do you not know?
See, you don't know his
No, you don't. You know what? I
thousand.
don't. You're not even pronouncing Deuteronomy right,
We
ma'am. Why
spoke.
should we listen to you? You said Ebonics.
It
What are you
doesn't matter
talking
how I
about?
speak. You know what
It
I mean.
does. No, it does matter how you
No, it
speak.
doesn't.
It does. You want me to tell you
You
why
sound
it
like a
does? You want me now? Now you're gonna tell me I
we
sound like a white one. Like what is
what
wrong with
we
you?
speaking.
I don't speak like you.
We ain't
I don't. No,
that. We
don't put
don't care.
me in the we. Don't put me in the
We
we.
not
You should be ashamed. I think
I'm
that's
not
part of
talking
the problem.
whoever you are.
Why are you
Don't
yelling? Again, if you stop
if
yelling,
it
you'll stop get if you stop yelling, you'll
let
stop
it
getting
fly.
muted. If you stop yelling,
Okay.
you might stop getting muted. Can you do that? Can you
Do
stop
you know
yelling?
since you know we
Can you
Americans, you
can you stop yelling?
think we care
Oh, I know you don't care. That's
what
for
you
sure. I'm
talking about?
asking, can you stop yelling? Can you stop doing that? Because if you can stop yelling, again, we can have a conversation, but we can't do that with you
Started
yelling
it
over
with the
us.
music.
Well, she can play her song. It's very appropriate. If you had listened to the lyrics, you would have understood why it was appropriate
I
that
don't
you did it.
speak Hebrew.
Well, then why are you
Why
claiming
the
to
fuck
be a
are you
Hebrew?
claiming to be a
Because I
Hebrew?
am.
How
How
the
can
fuck
you
you
be
gonna
a
be a
Hebrew?
Hebrew and not be able
The
to speak
fuck?
that shit?
Like, I'm from Spain, but I don't speak Spanish. The
You speak
fuck?
Ebonics.
You will know how the slaves.
Like y'all's claim to fame is slavery, and that's fucking embarrassing in a motherfucker.
Oh, very.
Slavery and
Embarrassing
ignorance.
to you, not to us.
Slavery and ignorance, motherfucker. My ancestors were slaves, but they did way
Hold on,
more
we not
than be a fucking slave. My ancestors did not lie down and say they are fucking cursed. My ancestors created and breeded human beings who
what do you want?
invented shit, who became doctors and lawyers, who went to college and got fucking degrees, who started businesses. My ancestors were not people who laid down in the
Well,
fucking mud and cried, "I'm cursed,"
we
motherfucker.
were prisoners of war, want to
Like
call
you
it,
motherfuckers can't move
but
forward. You
we
motherfuckers stuck in
built
Deuteronomy
the man.
20 fucking 8. That
We the
fucking
one.
that fucking book ain't about you. If you'd have
We the
read
one.
that shit, you'd have read that them motherfuckers are from Mesopotamia. That ain't got shit to do with your Vidalia looking ass.
Oh, my damn.
You don't. And it's just some punch, cussing,
Shut your
talking about.
embarrassing ass up. You embarrassing. Get the
That
fuck off.
doesn't mean.
Get the fuck off my stage. Get your
Wait,
FBA
you don't.
ass. Get your FBA ass the fuck off
You
my stage.
looked your letter to me. You.
Go back to Party City, bitch.
You
Bye.
see what I'm saying?
Bye.
Barbarian.
Bye.
What? For what?
Don't matter if you don't understand. Get a book.
Bye.
Do you have one? Like, I have a book. I'm pretty sure I've never seen that word in any of them.
It doesn't.
Halloween
Don't
over.
you
Take off
understand?
that fucking Freddy Krueger ass mask. It is Easter just fucking
Tell
passed.
why you
Labor Day is Memorial Day is getting ready to come, motherfucker. Bye.
shut the hell up. Ain't nobody worried about y'all.
You look like you been to hell.
You usually don't come into places to talk to people that you aren't worried about. That's just not how things work. If you weren't worried, you
You
wouldn't have requested up.
even looks. So don't worry. Worry, worry about you being.
Y'all are embarrassing as fuck. Get the fuck on.
Man, what you say?
Bye. Go fight in the
I
army.
just want you to know
Go fight in the army. Bye.
you don't write
Bye. God damn.
Why is she
because
still
you
here?
start how a fountain works. We don't play.
You
First
don't
of
read
all,
either.
we put
You don't read
the
either.
AS.
Get the
You said
fuck
you
on
don't read
somewhere.
either.
Go.
I'm gonna stay here.
Shoo. Sure. Okay. Just stay there.
Why is she staying here?
I don't know.
Exactly. This is weird.
Because I want to.
Yeah. Just go on ahead.
Hey, that's my shit right here. What is
Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons. Demonic is demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. It's demonic. Is that? Yeah, you saying I'm lost? Let's talk about that. Yeah, so I've been thinking, and in my search for truth, I conclude the Bible don't make sense, and neither do you. When I apply critical thought and a little bit of logic, the serpent didn't lie in the garden, God did. Ironic. I had questions, so I took a second look. Now I need to know why what you preach ain't in the book. Curiosity led me back to history and biology. There ain't no way life started with Adam, not Eve. I don't believe. Now you telling me. Rejecting faith over reason is the demons. Gotta be demonic, gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be the demons, it's demonic, yeah. Yeah, it's demonic. Or maybe it's honest. You say I'm possessed, yeah, probably true. My brain gives me understanding, and that's what's haunting you. You were taught that curiosity is something to reject. You call it Satan, I call it intellect. If knowledge is sin, that's a mark I have to miss. Without facts, logic, or evidence, I can't believe this. It's like you're scared of the mind, you want an exorcism. Cause we thinking, and that's attacking your religion. You say an idle mind is the devil's playground, so you leave yours filled with doubt instead of finding out if any of this is true. I'm right on me. Person that I've always rejecting faith over reason is them demons. Gotta be demonic, gotta be demonic, yeah. Accepting logic over religious teachings. Gotta be them demons, demonic is demonic, yeah. It's demonic, it's iconic. It's demonic, it's iconic. Oh yeah, they scared. Especially when it's lean out into your own understanding, they say. Well, baby, that's exactly why y'all don't understand anything today. His ways are not our ways, yeah. I agree. Cause my ways involve thinking critically. You say, touch not God's anointed, but you ain't immune. When the lies fall apart, y'all be confused. You gotta have faith. Yeah, that's your way to escape. But faith without reason is fear wearing grace. So if knowledge is the devil, then I'm fully possessed. I'm thinking I'm reading. I'm questioning the rest. You can quote your cliches, it won't make them true. Cause faith without thought, that's the demon in you. Rejecting faith over reason is what she said. She got the only thing that every other officer is that she was social media. One that actually done. I've always said I've always so comfortable where you know how they color, but I people say the N word. I want to know my poison, especially coworkers. I never want anything with them. He exactly. The problem with Miss someone in her friend who she was. Time and turn. Because I think because the person you do that because sometimes we get passed over. We maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Stories, you know, kitchen tables. This wasn't that. This was them. And so for a while, one in that friend group, but for a while. And I'd like to say, Gonzalez, it's nice to meet you. How long that gon' last? Focused on the afterlife, the mansion in the sky. While the hungry on the corner barely get
getting by. You walk right past, call it lazy living, then toss them a crumb just to look God-given. When gasoline draws on, point and leave, but your own house on. But you're cheating all along, yeah. You're going to hell with gasoline draws on. Claim you see God when the camera's near, but ignore the pain when the crowd can't hear. Charity for show, not a heart that's strong, and you wonder why we sing this song. So keep praying loud, keep pointing your hand. We gon' laugh in the chat, cause we understand the real devil's high in your church's song while you're marching to hell with gasoline draws on. With gasoline draws on. But your own house on. But you cheating all along, yeah. Going to hell with gasoline draws on. The fuck out of here.
Remember that ignorance and fear that we were just talking about?
Yep.
On full fucking display.
Full fucking display. I got one more motherfucking song that I'm gonna play.
Oh yeah, I know he's divine. Qualities that'll blow your mind. Atheists be hating up on him. I don't worry cause I know I got him. I know you say your lies, it's okay, that's fine. I never change my mind because he's mine. He's mine, he's mine, he's mine. You never change my mind because he's mine, he's mine. Who cares he didn't part the sea? Or if he condones slavery, he still gets glory from me. You know it, even when the truth feels heavy. Too heavy. I don't really care what's true. No, that's why I don't listen to you. Nope. Eternal life's a dream I choose. Yeah. Cause facts just mess up good news. Oh yeah, I know he's divine. He's divine. Qualities that'll blow your mind. Blow your mind. Atheists be hating up on. They mad. I don't worry cause I know I got him. I know you say your lies, it's okay, that's fine. That's fine. I never change my mind because he's mine. He's mine, he's mine, he's mine. You'll never change my mind. He said love everybody, then drown them violently. Oh Lord, atheists think that's insane, but I still praise his name. I call it mercy when he kills a town. Mercy. To me that's love, just upside down. What? If he smites me, it's my test. If he bless me, I'm just blessed. Double standards, I confess. That's how I call abuse righteousness. Hallelujah. Don't need proof, yeah. Don't need sense. Nah, blind face my confidence. That's right. He's jealous, petty, but I call that love. I'm reassured, man. He ghosted me and Christ is still our defense. Cause leaving that faith, that's the ultimate sin. Oh yeah. You say I'm brainwashed, I call it grace. Cognitive dissonance with a smiling face. Jeez. You say logic, I say prayer. He's mine forever, though he's never there. He's mine. He's mine.
That's what the fuck they sound like. He's Mine hasn't been released yet, but that's what the fuck they sound like.
Like quite literally.
I don't really care what's true. That's why I don't listen to you. They don't give a damn about what's true. They just say shit.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, do that.
Good morning, do that. I'm pissed because I had 30 minutes left to rest.
Oh, damn. Did
And
she
I
wake you
heard,
up?
did she? And then to look at that profile picture, I thought someone took a picture of their grandmama in her casket, and the casket was too damn small with the angle of her head. And then they put glasses on her, but not a wig.
Man, she looked like a dried ass onion. She looked like an old ass onion with some big ass glasses on.
I'm like, who did that to their grandmama? Like, what is she gonna look at in the ground, number one? And why didn't they put hair on her, scaring everybody?
She said, why didn't Oh my gosh.
In a little ass casket because she looked like she didn't fit. So I don't know. So to look at that after she woke me up, I was pissed.
That lady said, I speak Ebonics. Like,
That was
what?
insane. That was fucking insane.
she said, I speak Ebonics. I'm American. I'm indigenous.
Now everybody at work gonna get it. Because she robbed me of my last 30 minutes.
That shit is embarrassing, man. That is embarrassing as fuck. Mm-mm. Michelle? Michelle? Yala. I didn't ask for that shit. That shit just happened. Golden. She said, mm-mm. Now everybody gonna be scared to come up. Mr. Fitness, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Yahuwah. Yahuwah. I told you they scared of atheists in the black community. Like, oh goodness gracious. Y'all out there mass reporting and shit. Like that's crazy. Y'all out here scared of black atheists. Like that is insane. What is it that y'all think we gonna do to y'all? Like atheists aren't scared of Christians because y'all don't have any superpower. Like what superpower do y'all think atheists have? I'm trying to figure it out. And make y'all act the way y'all acting. Cause that's ridiculous.
I mean, they mass report, but they won't read a fucking report or a paper or a book or anything. Like, and it's
Right.
ridiculous. 'Cause, like, to your point, like, we don't come to where they, that's why when we were talking to Hassan earlier about, like, I'm not going to go into church and make an announcement to them about what they're there to learn. They come to this space to say they have issue with us. If you have issue with us, then don't come to this space. Like, what exactly do they think? I don't understand that. But I see how they haven't thought through their beliefs. If they haven't thought through the things that they think they know, I don't know if we can expect them to think through things that they don't know. They don't have any really exposure or knowledge about what they claim to know. So they engage with both in the same way, which is absolutely insane to me.
Hey, Steph, I see you in the request. I would like to get some non regulars up and some non believers. Like we've had a lot of community members up tonight. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I am going to ask the nurse to hold off for just a little while so we can get some diversity of conversation in here and hopefully some good conversation, not crash outs like what we just had. If you are scared to have a conversation with us, Khalifa, you don't come up a lot. So you can, like, if you're not a regular, like if you come up almost every week, I'm asking that you hold off. If you are a nerd who do not come up a lot, you can come up. That will be diversity of perspective. Um, Also, if you are someone who's deconstructing and you want to challenge what you think you know about the God of the Bible, that this is a place to do that. If you are scared of atheists, um, in the black community, this is not going to be the live for you. We are fucking atheists. Atheists is fucking here. Okay. And so there is no reason for you to be in here if that terrifies you. We are not trying to put spells on you. We don't give a fuck to put a spell on you. We wouldn't even know how to put a fucking spell on you. Okay? So like don't come in here with that fear. We don't want that shit. What's up, Khalifa?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I was just had my mind blown not too long ago. That was crazy. But the funniest part to me is when you started speaking Hebrew, and she like speak English. And I was like, but you said you're an Israelite. Why you don't know what she's saying?
That lady said I speak Ebonics. When I went to go get some coffee and I was in the bathroom, I could not stop laughing because I kept picturing that lady's head as a Vidalia fucking onion that had dried the fuck out on. You know how you buy bags of onions and the bag might get old. Like that lady looked like a fucking dried up ass onion.
No, I kind of like almost just fell out when you told the lady it's almost Memorial Day. Halloween is over. Thank you for making my day. Oh my gosh. There be some wild stuff coming on your live. I'm telling you.
And it'd be unnecessary too. Like this is just a conversation. Like all of that was unnecessary.
Yes, because you just asked the question. I don't know where that came from.
Because I asked her, wouldn't it make sense for Adam and Eve to know whether or not the God was talking about a spiritual death,
Wow.
and that made her lose her shit.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. She set us back a lot listening to the way she talked.
Like, but this foundational Black American thing, like, I don't know a lot about it, but they tend to mimic what it takes to believe, right? Like you don't have to have a lot of knowledge, you don't have to ask a lot of questions. There is some charismatic leader, like they sound like they're in a cult. There's some charismatic leader that tells them what it is, and they just accept it as truth. Yeah, they act like MAGA.
Well, I'm so glad for your live. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I'm telling you, I have a lot of questions, and a lot of my questions are the ones you have. I'm like, I feel good that I'm not the only one who think like that. So I don't want to follow anything blind at all.
That's why, I always tell people, don't take my word for shit. Research any motherfucking thing I say, and if I'm wrong, call me on that shit. Like I want you to find something different and come and tell me. I don't give a damn. As long as you can back up what the fuck you say. Like don't come in here and tell me that I need to just believe you because of vibes. But
Right.
I research what the fuck I say. Fact check my ass.
But thank you so much for everything you do. I'm gonna be back in the comments listening.
All right, thank you, Khalifa. Have a good one.
You too.
Fluffy Butter, are you in there on purpose or on accident? Greatness 5 channel.
Yes, I'm here.
How old are you?
I am 67.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am not a believer. I've been in church my entire life and not a believer, if that makes
Are
sense.
you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am not a. What do you mean by deconstructing? What's your term for deconstructing?
Yeah, I was just explaining that deconstructing is analyzing what you currently believe about the God of the Bible, your belief system, deconstructing patriarchy,
Okay.
misogyny, homophobia,
Okay.
asking if it is right, if it is true, if it is logical, if it is helpful, if it is harmful. All of those good things, doing away with what is harmful, what is not true, accepting facts, accepting evidence, historical context.
Yes. Well, Let me just say this real quick.
Well,
Three
hold on.
three
Nope.
quick
I need
things.
to, no, I don't allow
Oh,
that.
we need it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just need to
I
know
want
if you
you. I don't
qualify.
want.
I just need to know if you qualify for a conversation with us. We only talk to people who currently believe in the God of the Bible, people who are currently deconstructing their belief, or atheists.
I guess you could say I'm an atheist then.
Okay. There are 5
Yeah.
topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
Let's see. I need my reading glasses to see.
I can read them for you.
Go ahead.
Topic 1 says, so Eve / women are responsible for evil and sin coming into the world? It's a question. Topic 2, does the God or Jesus prioritize integrity, morality over obedience / chosenness? Topic 3, is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community? Is this why Black people don't do atheism? Topic 4, homophobia is rooted in Christian misogyny. Christian is a play on Christian, his, and then number 5, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual?
I guess what I wanted to mention was it's kind of all of the topics.
You
I
pick
just
one
wanted to
topic for
share.
me, please. I don't actually allow people to come up, and this isn't a free form. If you
Right,
come up,
right,
it is to pick a topic and discuss that topic with the host on stage.
right. Okay, I guess it's topic number 3.
Okay. What are your thoughts
If
on
I
it?
can remember what that was. My thoughts are we are not critical thinkers. We haven't taught to be critical thinkers. And because we haven't been taught to be critical thinkers, we're suspect of falling to just anything we're taught. I know I sound like I'm going off topic, but I just look at some of the things that happened to me in church as a child. And I can remember this. And I'm sure a lot of people that really follow the Bible believe these things. I was told about the story. How was I? I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years old. I went to a religious school in the Bronx, New York. And going to this school, I can remember the teacher telling the story about Abraham was ordered by God to kill his son. And I was the kid that always asked questions. So I looked at the teacher and I said, so God will make you kill your child? So I remember thinking in my head, so what if he orders me to kill my sister? My
Wait,
little
they taught
sister.
y'all that in school, not church?
Yes.
Hey, what's that
Yes.
noise coming from your box? Are you shaking something?
It
Oh, it
might be.
stopped now.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. But they taught y'all about Abraham in school? Did you go to like a
Yes.
religious school?
Went to a religious school.
Okay.
And so I can remember hearing that story. And I was a kid that always asked questions. I guess I was born with this inside of me. And so I said, so God will make you do that? Yeah, but it was only a test. He was only testing him. I remember going home. I didn't say anything to my parents. I said, wow, he'll test you by asking you to kill someone. And I was afraid of like this God. Second quick one. There's a show on Netflix now about cults. I was like, how could somebody be so stupid to follow this cult leader? And sure enough, she said, I lost all critical thinking. I didn't know how to critically think. That's why I followed this man. The third one, real quick, is I can remember a pastor in my church. Once again, I was about 7 or 8. My parents were with me. And this pastor talked about this evil tree that his neighbor had. And he burnt the tree down. And he said, when God speaks to you, you got to do the right thing. I don't care if the police arrest me. And what's crazy, I got out in the car and asked my mother, I said, Mom, what's that about? And she said, that man crazy. In each case, critical thinking was involved. I'm glad my mother said that, even though she kept taking me to that church. And it just showed me as a young man during that time period that this shit is bullshit, excuse my language. But that's what it is as a young kid. So I learned from each situation that if you don't use critical thinking, you can't learn, you can't move on, you can't be an atheist because you're not thinking critically about what's being given to you. I was just blessed, not from something in the sky, but I was blessed with the ability to see that at an early age. And even though I went to church every year, every Sunday, I would always ask questions. Something ain't right. Something's not right with the money. Something's not right. It was always something ain't right with this until I started doing my research. So I just wanted to share those things, that it was a lifelong journey to get to this point, but it's just one of those things that I could never fully embrace it because there was always something I would go, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. He loves us, but yet at the same time, he'll kill us in a heartbeat. I said, that ain't love. So I don't know how you guys feel, but I just wanted to really share that. I know I got away from the topics, but all of them really, to be honest, can fall underneath those things that I wanted to share.
No, they can't. I know you're friendly, but that was disrespectful. You
Excuse me.
did what you wanted to do anyway. After she told you it
I
was an open
apologize.
forum.
I apologize.
It's too late now because she already
I'm
told you
sorry.
and you disrespected her afterwards.
I'm
I
sorry.
thought he was answering topic 3.
Yeah.
He was supposed to, but it didn't sound to me like he was
I thought
answering
he
it.
was saying that that it's due to like a critical thinking. That's what I thought he was doing.
Well,
Yeah.
But yeah, like he just told me that he wasn't answering the topic. I didn't know. Had you not do that knew, but had you not said anything, I would have thought that you were answering topic 3.
Yeah. And it's my fault. I didn't know it was that strict of a, especially after you and that lady was going at it. She gonna put a spell on you. You better watch it.
Well, no, I did tell you, right? I did tell you
Uh,
that I did tell you that you couldn't go off topic.
yeah, you did.
Mhm.
And my apologies.
Well,
But
you apologizing after you did the thing.
I
And
know.
but so
I'm
I am
sorry.
going to go ahead and take you down because I thought you were answering topic 3.
Okay. But I
Yeah.
love your
So
show. I do love your show.
mm,
And you are teaching people.
okay.
That's yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway,
All right. Have a good one.
thank you.
Hmm. Do that. I don't know what I would do without you.
I know, right? Told you, snatch him up like a ponytail.
Yeah, because he chose topic 3, and I thought he was when he said we don't have critical thinking. I thought he was talking about the Black community.
no, he just did what he wanted to do.
Fluffy, are you in the request on purpose? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Goodness gracious, I swear, having to fight to talk about a Jesus is crazy. Okay, thank you, Love Bug. All right, thank you. Not that Bible, Jason, for the $5 super chat. Says W Hassan. TMFJ said with the $2 super chat. I'm a lesbian atheist too. um, again with the $5 super chat. TMFJ. This is the type of Christian I'm used to. Evil ass dummies. Man, yeah. Um, again, TMFJ. Like when thinker goes off. That's my favorite mode. And then thank you, Balance Justice, for the $2 super chat. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Don't be scared to come up and have a conversation. The goal is not to have a crash out, but if you do crash out, I don't mind crashing out with your ass. But I would rather have a conversation with you. These are things that I would like to know. I'm trying to understand this whole thing that's happening with Black people coming out as atheists and what is happening with Black believers. Why y'all freaking out like that? I mean, let's say we are Satan. Satan been in the fucking world this whole time, right? Why y'all freaking out over Black atheists? Like if we are Satan, ain't that motherfucker been in the world since Adam and Eve? What's the difference? Huh? A. Lopez. What's the difference? Y'all haven't beat Satan yet. Fuck
Is he saying black
Christianity,
atheists
fuck
are Satan?
Islam. Huh?
Is he saying black atheists are Satan or any
Yeah,
atheists are
he's
Satan?
calling us Satan. He says he calls us Satan agents. Satan agents are running their evil mouths again. Then he says these morons don't say a word about evil Islam because they're on the same vile, wicked, evil team. I guarantee you that's a white person. Y'all fooling yourselves, that's for sure. But what does it have to do with you, A. Lopez? What does our lack of belief have to do with you? Like you believe you should be somewhere, I don't know, praising your God. Why are you in my YouTube chat?
I'm trying to figure out how are we the people with the label of delusional when they are the people with imaginary friends and enemies in a spiritual form? Like, how can you explain that to me? Like, I don't point to anything I don't see and say it's whooping my ass. I don't do that. So, how is it that we're crazy?
But also getting mad that other people don't share in your delusion. Like if you've convinced yourself that this shit is true and that this shit is real, why are you so mad that other people don't? I don't understand that shit. The fact that you know what happened in your God's heaven should raise a red flag for you, motherfucker. You don't know shit else. What your God do on Tuesday? What your God do in heaven on Tuesday? Huh? Like why is that the only thing you know that went on in your God's heaven is that him and Lucifer had a fight? That should raise a red motherfucking flag. You say he helped you find your keys on Tuesday. Like they don't think about stuff like that. You shouldn't like if your God is outside of time and space, you shouldn't even know what the fuck went on between him and Satan. The Bible says it very clear. Why does a human being know what the fuck went on in heaven? Answer that, Lopez. You had like that book don't even tell you where the fuck you were in heaven. Like if you were even in heaven, why the fuck you know what a Satan did in heaven? Y'all talking about a fight that happened 8,000 years ago, motherfucker. It is 2026. It's y'all still like how the fuck do y'all even think that human beings like let's say that shit is real. Let's say Satan and your God got to fighting in heaven 8,000 years ago. You really believe that human beings who can't say the same shit on fucking TikTok 1 second apart from each other have been reciting that fucking story for 8,000 years correctly? Like, are y'all okay? And then to be grown ass adults talking about some fucking cartoon characters fighting. Satan tried to take God's throne, like your all powerful God. Think about this. Your all powerful God, who you believe created you to worship it, got mad because something that it created to worship him tried to take his throne. And you know about that shit in 2020 fucking 6. but you don't know shit else. If we ask you something, if we ask you why your God did anything, you're gonna say, God, I can't answer for God. But you know about him and Satan having a fucking cat fight.
The power dynamic alone should be problematic. Like that would be like me smiting a baby that I'm holding trying to take off my earring. Like she tried to take my earring. Like she's a baby. She can't overpower me. Like why would I be mad at something that powerless over the amount of power I have, thinking that they are equal or trying to subdue me? Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. But they don't give themselves time or space enough to think about it. So they just go with the crazy ass story.
He said, "If God isn't real, hold on, don't mute him, don't mute him. Bring the message back. I was gonna read it. Bring it back for me, Ethereal, if you can." Well, then, if we're pretending to be wise, then you must be wise. So then, you should be able to come over here and answer these questions for us, then, right?
He said we're pretending to be wise.
Because the Bible says so. The Bible says we're fools pretending to be wise.
The Bible also has a talking donkey, so
Like you ask why, if your God isn't real, then why do we mention him always? And if your God is real, why the fuck are you mad that we don't believe in him? Like you should be somewhere worshiping him. You shouldn't care what we think.
any of them been able to lay out how our lack of belief impacts their belief in the same way we can lay out how their belief impacts us as non-believers?
Here, listen to this. Satan's strategy is to silence those speaking true and facts. So go ahead and silence those not buying your lies. Go ahead. Then why the fuck are you in my chat? Why are you in my chat? Go. Why don't you go and enjoy your day? Like Satan don't want you here. Satan don't give a damn about whether you believe in this God or not. Like you want to be important to Satan. I just talked to him. He said he don't even know your ass. Satan said keep believing in Yahweh. Stay on your knees and keep believing. That's what Satan told me to tell you.
He told me the same thing. He just texted it to me.
There you go. You got confirmation. You ain't got to worry no more. Right. I should make that a song. Like they want Satan to worry about them so fucking much. Right. Don't stop believing. Don't stop believing. That's got to
Who's
be a
still up in
motherfucker to
here?
find out Satan don't give a damn about whether you believe in God or not. Why you
Like
stop
Cousy still up
typing,
in here spelling
Lopez?
shit wrong, baby.
Huh?
Like Cousy still up in this bitch spelling shit wrong. She's spelling Satan S-A-T.
She's a chaos agent. That's gotta hurt when you think you that important to a fucking cartoon character and you learn that you're not. That's gotta hurt. Like, can you prove? Can you prove that Satan is after your ass?
So they come in here, it seems like y'all after Satan's ass. If you think this is who we represent, that's weird. I thought your enemies chased you, not the other way around.
I mean, it's interesting because they just sit here to listen to us talk. They think we Satan. They must like Satan's voice.
maybe if they stay long enough, they'll start wondering, like we have, why is it that Satan's children are saying don't harm children? Why is it that the children of Satan are like respect other people? Like no matter what color they are, no matter what religion they are, like respect humans. Don't do fucked up shit to humans. Why would Satan be promoting that message consistently? And it's the believers coming in here saying, nope, genocide is fine if God decrees it. Y'all don't listen to yourselves at all.
Turn toward truth. I don't believe in air. Air don't exist. It's just a construct. I don't believe in air. There's no such thing as air. That's a construct. That's what I'm gonna start saying to dumb motherfuckers that say shit like that. Yeah, there's no such thing as air. Then motherfucker, you just proved that air exists. I don't have to believe in that shit, you dumb motherfucker. You see, do you see what I'm saying? All you gotta do is say to them,
They're
I don't
not
believe in
smart.
air. They are not smart at all. Dumb motherfuckers start proving my point. Like you stupid. Motherfucker said, breathe then. Oh my God.
They really think that believing in something is the same thing as understanding something. I think they do. Because they'll say things like believing in air. What the fuck does that mean? Like what could that in any realm actually mean? I don't think that they probably heard a pastor or preacher or somebody on YouTube say it and think, oh yeah, that's gonna get the atheists right there. Them science people don't have an answer for that. But y'all don't even know. It's frustrating, and I get that critical thought is not taught. It's just not in the West for sure. But when you hear people that are critically thinking through ideas, and you come up here with non-critical thought terminating cliches, what are we supposed to do with that?
I mean, do you see what he's saying, Fee?
No, I'm doing the thing. What is he saying?
I believe in air. That's why I breathe.
So stop believing in it right now and
Then
see what happens.
then he said, I believe that's what I'm breathing, air. I can't prove it though.
I could prove it if your ass was in an oxygenless container. Like they don't think.
Oh my God. I can't prove it though.
That's when you know people don't know. Like the guy on the live the other day was talking about the sky being blue. Like what are you talking about? Like you can learn these things. Like you can actually learn how we know what we know about the world that we live in. The guy who's typing about air, you can learn how we know what we know about the oxygen that we inhale and the other elements that make up the air we breathe. Like you can, you just don't do it because of this belief system. Y'all are lazy and comfortable with ignorance, and that's sad.
They said, no, you can accurately deduce we need oxygen. Not oxygen is air. Smart one. God, y'all are dumb.
Yeah. Y'all, this isn't a conversation for you, honestly. Like, you could do yourself a favor by just bowing out at this point. Or go to khanacademy.com, try that first, and then come back. Because what the fuck?
This is what magical thinking gets you. This is why, like, y'all ain't never thought about why your Jesus couldn't do miracles in his hometown. Because them motherfuckers knew his ass was lying. They knew he was lying. He had to go find some people that think like you, turn to truth. People that believe in air. People that don't ask questions. That don't deal with critical thinking. That's why he couldn't do miracles in his hometown. You about a dumb motherfucker. I bet you a black Hebrew Israelite too.
I'm starting to see the similarities between FBA and MAGA. The only difference is like political power and money, because they are just as scientifically illiterate and ignorant. They are socially illiterate and ignorant, and they play on the fact that these are people who don't care to know or investigate if what they have accepted as true is actually true. Those are the parallels to both. You can just tell them anything on a video with charisma or sometimes without, and they just accept it. That's the atrophy type of mind that either of these belief systems remind you to continue.
Guess what he just said, Fee?
Oh God, what?
Just type in "does science really prove?" That'll prove. That'll help your mind. You can't prove.
Yeah, and see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you knew anything about science, that sentence wouldn't have made any sense to you. Because the scientific process is honestly trying to investigate and find out where it's wrong, trying to prove itself wrong, if anything. But people who don't fucking read, one, and damn sure don't know what citations are or peer review or even sort of any epistemology, say stupid shit like this.
And I feel like everything that you just said went in one ear and out the other. That motherfucker don't know the words you just said. Nor does he care about anything you just said. Look, you can prove shit wrong all day. You are correct. Proven correct is the problem. This motherfucker is dumb. Like
Correct
nothing.
is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. This is why I be feeling like a lost battle, because these motherfuckers wants to stay dumb.
And I mean, that's the frustrating part, because it's 600 plus people in here, and I know all of them are not like just buying into. A lot of them are here out of genuine curiosity, out of authentic, like something doesn't feel right because this book says this, and I know that thing is wrong. But it's folks like the dude whose comments you were just reading that don't give a shit about getting things right. Their ego needs them to be right. Their arrogance and their bigotry and their prejudice and their just straight up under the umbrella of ignorance needs them to remain where they are. And it fucks up the rest of society. I keep saying they're the thing that's holding society back, because their fear and their stupidity won't let them move past anything that they already accept to be true. It's frustrating as hell.
That's true. Ignorance is comfort. And that's the most frustrating part, because that's the thing that's kept us where we are.
Like the woman that was up earlier, whatever her name was, that kept talking about, she kept repeating, "You don't even read the Bible. You don't even read the Bible." She just assumed that we've never read this book. She never asked any question. They never do. They never ask.
They
It's
know
rare
we
that they'll
read.
come up and say, "Yeah, but I mean, you're reading it in the language it was written in," and she's saying, "You've never read it." Make that make sense?
They just say stuff. They lie. They don't care about truth. They don't care what comes out of their mouth is true or not. They just say it. They're dishonest. Khalifa, I see you in the request, but I only bring up people once. Chinese quiche, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Yeah, I think she's in a bad area. All right, y'all. Are y'all done? I know we got a bunch of scary believers in the chat that's not going to come up. But those of you that are deconstructing, don't be scared to come up. If you don't agree with us, it's okay. to not agree, you can come up and flesh out your thought. If you are deconstructing. Phil, are you in the request on purpose? I didn't see a nerd emoji. Oh, you're not a nerd. Hold on. I don't know. I thought you were a nerd.
Yeah, I just have to make you all aware. McCoy is going about telling people that that oh, y'all are fans of his,
Who?
you've been talking with y'all. McCoy, you know that guy McCoy that y'all we came up on live before and y'all had to cuss out. You and
Oh.
Rhea. Yeah, he's going about telling people on other lives that oh, y'all are his fans, and he has direct connections with y'all, talking contact directly by phone in, and he did that on Afro's live, and they call out his the bless, and he did it on Vessels, tried doing it on Vessels live. Vessels was there too, yeah. And he was just, and I'm abashed. He said, "Oh yes, oh they're my fans. Oh, they love me." Da 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 da. And oh, I called them and they called me. Yeah, he's going about spreading lies. So I'm just trying, yeah, let him be a bear. Like, that's what he's doing on people's lives. So yeah.
Yeah, people do all kind of weird shit. McCoy is blocked in here. He can't. He can't
I
even come
told,
in the live.
I told Afro and Vessel that yeah, as far as I know, you and Rhea cuss out his ass and blocked him. So he's just a liar, and he's going about doing that, which is not good at all because and yeah. So just let him be aware. Yeah, that's what he's going about doing. Yeah, and he says he's some public figure.
Yeah, he always says that.
Yeah. So yeah, just let him be aware of that. Yeah, but he called Mama Bash name too, saying, "Oh, she look." Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's a dangerous person. Anyway, thanks for having me on listening. And I'm at the hospital pharmacy, so noise background. Thanks. You
All
can put
right,
me down. Thanks.
have a good one.
I feel
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. We did have one person come up who said Adam. She was a woman. She said Adam should have managed Eve and turned Eve away from the sin. So I asked her, did she need a man to smack her on the hand and say, don't do that? And then she got offended because I asked her a question. She had already lied. I asked her a question and I asked her, I said, wait, but before you answer, do I need to go grab a man so we can put the other half of your brain together so you can answer it? And she got mad.
I definitely pissed her off.
Oh, yeah.
Not manage.
Right? Like, it trips me out to hear a woman say that. Like,
Not
I don't
me.
think they realize what they're saying when they say that. And she
I
said,
definitely don't think that.
huh?
I was saying I definitely don't think they realize how much they're upholding patriarchy in that way. Like the fuck does that even mean?
she said she said that the God told Adam to have dominion over the earth and rule it in the garden and all this. Then she said, and then he saw that he was lonely and he created him a companion and something. And I said, well, I said, he actually told both of them to have dominion over the earth, not just Adam. I said, that's in Genesis 1. I said, in Genesis 2, he does not give him that command. And I said, he created Adam to till the ground. I said, then he saw that the man, that it was not good for the man to be alone. So he created him an Azer, a strong opposite. And then she gonna stop me and say, there ain't no Azer anywhere in this story. So I said, well, I said, Azer is the word that is translated to help in the Bible. And then she tried to say that a help was some, like, she tried to explain how help meant that, she was his companion, and not she wasn't created to help him, because she said that he did his job very well in the garden. And I asked her, if you were if I was if there was an employer, if you had an employer and you were the only employee, and that employer observed that you were not doing the job, uh, that you were not doing the job that you were hired to do, and they hired you a helper, did they hire that helper because you were lonely or because it wasn't good for you to be by yourself to do the job? She said, because I was lonely. I said, you're a damn lie.
You just stared up all reality every single time. And for what? Like, to fight for your subjugated position? Motherfucker, I'm gonna do that. Like, what does it benefit me to fight to ensure that I'm positioned under the thumb of a man? That shit don't make no sense to me.
Right. And the fact that she was doing it, that's why I said, before you answer my question, do I need to go get a man so I can put the other side of your brain together so you can answer, so you don't get in trouble? And she did not. She said, I'm just going to leave. Okay. I don't want you to get in trouble. Number 4 is just basic, is a play on words. It's just saying that men who are homophobic are misogynist. Like, the reason they're homophobic is because of misogyny. That's all number 4 is saying. Y'all, I guess we'll do a countdown. It's almost 700 people in the room. Y'all know how I get. It's too many eyeballs in here for nobody to be in this guest box. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. You do not have to be a believer. Don't sit back waiting on me to talk to a Christian. My live is not centered around Christians. I know you come here for the crash house, but that's not why I go live. I go live to talk to people who are deconstructing. People who want to challenge what they think they know or believe about the God of the Bible. My goal is not to turn you into an atheist. My goal is not to get you to deconstruction. My goal is to help you figure out whatever it is that you need to figure out about the questions that you have about what you believe. That's the goal of this live. Research is the goal of this live. Critical thinking is the goal of this live. I don't care if you are an atheist. I don't care if you are a believer when you finish the conversation. I care more about what you believe and what you think of God is saying to you, about how you engage with society, the things that you believe about the world that we live in, about the humans that we share this rock with, the things that you condone, ignore, advocate for. That's what I care more about. I don't give a damn about a God. But if you want to try to convince me that your God is real, I will engage with that and during the conversation, and you have to be ready for that, because I do um, look for evidence of what you are claiming exists. If you are an atheist, same for you. If you have any thoughts about the topics that we are discussing, Any arguments, any research, that's what this live is for. Please do not sit back and wait on me to talk to a Christian. Y'all go ahead on and like the live up. We are dealing with a restriction because of the mass reporting. I feel like I'm stuck in my southern. Y'all got me so relaxed. Don't give me sleep. I'm getting sleepy. My fucking country ass accent is stuck. I need y'all to help me wake the fuck up. Like, goodness.
I think the nerds, each nerd should like come up with one question, like a research question. Like they can start, when it starts to get slow, the Christians aren't coming up, or the topics, nobody's coming up to address the topics, and they can come up here and ask the questions. Like Mama Bash talks about her book of questions that she has all the time. I think that would be a great way to kind of lead the research, and help edify all of us. So it's not just on Thinker to keep things going. This is a community effort, so I think we can all contribute to it that way, especially in the lulls. I think that would be a good way to keep the conversation going, to keep everybody engaged.
Yeah. Like, I go live so I can talk to y'all about the things that I have on my mind pertaining to this belief system. Specifically right now with the Black community and the increase of Black people coming out admitting that they do not believe in the God of the Bible, and the reaction that we're getting. I need to understand this reaction from the Black believer side. I need to understand why y'all are claiming that y'all don't care if people believe in this God, but then you go and you turn your back on your family members, or you come in here and you act this way. Why? Why are y'all doing the opposite of what's coming out of your mouths? I don't understand that. How are we supposed to understand y'all if y'all aren't being honest with us? And then the conversation has to be had, because you can't hate somebody back into the religion. Like, and then why do you even think that that's your job to do?
You also can't threaten us back into the religion either, right? Like and the fact that you would need to use a threat or fear should be a red flag as well. Think you don't draw people to beneficial and loving things with violence. That just doesn't work. Think of any other area in your life where you've been scared into love. You may have been scared into compliance, threatened into obedience. But love doesn't work that way. Things that are nurturing don't work that way. And I know that plenty of people have toxic family members. We talk all the time about the healing that we sometimes have to do from the parents that we didn't have. If you know that on a real like familial level, why would that template be different for a relationship with a God or a spiritual relationship? Y'all don't let yourselves think about those questions. And those are not blasphemous questions. Those are logical questions. It shouldn't piss y'all off that we're having these conversations, and because it does, I think that that should be an indicator that you need to sit with that a little bit.
And then when we say that y'all are scary, y'all say you're not. Like, that's what we see. Like, we should be able to have this conversation with y'all. Like, what is your issue with Black atheists? Like, we ain't out here killing y'all. We ain't out here robbing y'all, raping y'all. We ain't out here eating your babies. What the fuck is your issue with Black atheists? Why does it scare you so much to have somebody in your I see it. Why does it scare you so much to have somebody in your family that don't believe in God? What is it that you think is going to happen to you or the people around you if you have somebody in your family that doesn't reverence this God the way you do? I don't understand it. And y'all just say shit and you can't back it up. Like Magambi, don't bring your motherfucking ass in here. Like, y'all just come in here and say shit and you can't back it up. You can't defend the shit that you say. Like, I don't care for those of you that come in here just to drop insults. I don't give a fuck about your insults. If you can't come in here and back up the shit you say about what an atheist think or why an atheist does what an atheist does, then don't bring your motherfucking ass in here, because I don't give a fuck.
And don't ask stupid ass questions. Like disproving God is like disproving Santa Claus. I could disprove Santa Claus by pointing to the person that's doing the shit he's getting credit for. Same way I can disprove your God. Show me what the fuck he can do, except for besides a person doing it for him. Like y'all don't think, and that shit is infuriating.
Chinese, I didn't mean to bring you up. I was trying to bring up Eweezy. Hey, Eweezy.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
How's
morning.
everybody this morning?
Too well.
So I kind of wanted to talk about number 3. Is the God of the Bible the God of the Black community? And he's not, but they think he is because they don't read the Bible. And that's why every last one of them have their own individual idea, concept, rules, regulations to what they think God is. It's just the individual because they don't read the Bible. However, because of the system that was created when religion was brought to this country, they're indoctrinated to the behaviors, right? And I like to say that you see the tenets of Wahiti supremacy reflected through Christianity, and believers have those same characteristics: the individualism, patriarchy, misogyny, all of the phobias, one right way. What is another one? One right way. Adherence to written word. So all of these are tenets of Wahiti supremacy that are reflected in Christianity and through the behaviors of believers, right? And there's more like there, you can do like a deep dive into it, I'm sure you know, but so they're out here being little agents of supremacy unknowingly because they uphold these systems. And I'm like, I couldn't see it. I mean, 5, 10 years ago, none of this stuff meant these things. It didn't mean that to me. I wasn't that deep into it. I guess I wasn't woke enough or enlightened enough. But yeah, they think that their God is the God of the Bible because they haven't read the fine print. They were force fed Jesus and then indoctrinated, and they're in love with the Jesus, but they didn't read the fine print. They don't listen to the murmuring in the background, like on those drug commercials where the guy, speaks real fast at the end and these symptoms. They're ignoring all of that because they're in love with the Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I agree, and that's everything that we know, right? Already, like I'm trying to get understanding from a believer, as to why they behave the way they behave regarding this God. And I feel like I'm gonna have to get my answers from somewhere else because they too fucking scary.
Well, they can't see it.
Yeah, they're too
A
scary.
lot of them
They're
can't
too
see it.
scary.
Yeah.
Women, no, they
Um,
they do see that they're scared of atheists. They like their behavior, their
no,
response. Yeah,
no,
what
I
I'm
meant
trying to
that they
find
can't
out.
see their behaviors.
No, they know how they react to people not believing in God. They know how they react. I want to know why they react that way. I want to know
Mm.
why they came up with black people don't do atheism or atheism is for white folk. I want to know why they think that, and why they believe that a belief in a God is a community thing.
Well, because the black church was the only space we were allowed to have, and so that's our sanctuary. And they can't understand why anyone would want to be outside of that. I get that idea, but it's just the closed mindedness that comes with your way being the right way, this religion being the only religion, and the notion that I believed atheists were evil, right? Because I was indoctrinated to believe that that's the way I was taught to believe. And so it took me a long time to even start calling myself atheist, because I had this repulsion to the idea, to even just people saying that they didn't believe. So it took me a while to unpack that,
But why?
because
What did you unpack? Why did you have that repulsion?
it's just this. That's the way I was taught to believe, that atheists were not good people if they didn't believe in God. they were evil and satanic. That's just the way atheists were spoke about, and that was just the consensus. So that's what I believed, and I know that's rooted in ignorance, but that's what indoctrination does to you. So yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people are hesitant to call themselves atheists or to identify publicly with being atheists, because they know that there's a stigma attached to it, especially for us. And it's just because of indoctrination. That's the way we were taught. But luckily, a lot of us are waking up, and it's refreshing to see every day more and more of us are waking up. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I
but I
think
had
it's
to.
just slower than,
I'm sorry, Fia. I was just gonna say, I have to, like Mama Bash was saying, I have to I'm deconstructing a lot of things that I realized I was holding on to, like the transphobia. I realized there was some ignorance in certain areas there, and I was on a live with Ty, and and it just made me realize, like, yeah, you still got work to do. So there's a lot that every day is like a new peel of the onion, and there's another layer of something I didn't even realize I needed to deconstruct. You can go ahead, Fia. I'm sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say, I wish it, I applaud you for doing that. I think all of us, it started with that for so many of us. I just wish it were something that was more appealing to more Black people. Like, I feel like that need, that the value that our society places on the concept of certainty in terms of knowing things. I know this is the truth. It's almost like we build a society that rewards knowledge, even if that knowledge is unfounded. So it makes it really difficult for people they think not knowing something is a vulnerability. They think that getting something wrong is a character flaw. And it's just not. So I think I wish the process of leaning into that curiosity was a little bit more prevalent. But in our community, it is not, unfortunately.
When you were a believer, did you have a disdain for non-believers? Like if someone told
I
you
didn't
they
have,
didn't believe in God, did you just automatically hate them?
no, I
I
didn't
didn't
automatically
either.
hate them.
Yeah,
Nah.
it wasn't a part of me. Like I mean, I was indoctrinated, heavily indoctrinated, but I never, you know, could bring myself to hate somebody for not believing what I believe. Like I don't understand that. Regardless of indoctrination, I don't understand it, and that's what I'm trying to understand. I don't understand the fear of being scared of somebody because they don't believe in a God. It just does not logically make sense to me at all. Like because
I
that
do.
like they'll be in the same motherfucking neighborhood with a person who just robbed somebody the night before and not scared of that motherfucker, but scared of somebody for not believing in a God. I don't get it. It does not track in my mind that should make logical sense regardless of indoctrination. I still don't. I get that we were indoctrinated, but it doesn't make sense that all of a
Well,
sudden hate comes in your heart because somebody don't believe in a God.
I wouldn't call it hate, um, but how can I say this? It's not that I hated atheists. Like, I don't have the capacity to hate. Yeah, let me not say that. I do. I absolutely do. But not like I hate certain people. I'm not gonna lie. Like Mango Unchained, with every ounce of my being. Yeah. So I do absolutely have the capacity for some strong, deep, emotional, spiritual, if you want to even call it that, hate. But I think it was just the ignorance, right? And that's the issue. That's what I struggle with being indoctrinated, like with ever believing this stuff. Like, my God, the ignorance. It really is just ignorance.
But I'm saying
I
like if
didn't
you
I
could
didn't even
turn I don't know if you did, but if a person could turn their back on a son because that son doesn't believe in God, that's hate to me. Like if you can
Oh
turn your
yeah, yeah.
back on a friend because that person doesn't believe in God, that's hate. Like I've I don't understand that. I've never been able to do that. Uh just because somebody is different than me. I don't I don't get that. And I don't think
Yeah,
that
no.
I know that because like I was taught that atheists were evil, but I still didn't treat people any kind of way just because they didn't believe in a God. I like a person hadn't shown me that they deserved to be treated, you know, as if they were evil. I just don't get it.
Yeah, no, I don't mean like, I think I personally thought they should be excommunicated or that because my little niece came out and she said she didn't believe in God. And in my mind, I thought, well, girl, you're going to go to hell. But that didn't make me hate her, right? But that was my indoctrination talking.
Well, that's
So,
different. Like
yeah,
I'm not asking
yeah.
why they think a non-believer go to hell. Like I understand that, but that's a belief. I'm talking about their reaction to black atheists. Like that I don't understand, and I think only a black believer can answer what the hell is happening and what they hear, what they feel when they come in contact with a black person saying that they don't believe in God. I think only a black believer can answer that for me. I think those of us that have deconstructed or those of us that are atheists, we can understand um, the the observation, right? We can discuss and talk about it, um, our experience, right, and talk about it from a logical perspective. But I don't think we can talk about it from their perspective unless we were in their shoes, right? Unless we were one of those people who did excommunicate friends for not believing. Um,
Oh, okay, I see.
yeah,
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to
okay.
understand.
I see. Okay, well, that's all I have then. Thank you.
You're
You
welcome.
can let
Thank
me
you.
down.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
All right, Easy.
Like even if you are someone who deconstructed and when you were a believer, you turned your back on a family member. I'm trying to understand what moved you to do that. What moved you to make that decision? Like I don't get it. Like and then where did we get this idea from that belief is supposed to be inherited? I don't understand it. Especially when we're taught that it's about having a relationship with the deity. How can a relationship with a god be uh genetic? How can that be hereditary? I don't I don't get it. And if you don't see that person doing any harmful things in society, then why the fuck are you excommunicating them? Why are you turning your back on them? Why are you treating them like they're a murderer or a rapist or a thief? But the rapist, the murderer, the thief, you will embrace as long as that person says that they believe in a God. That's in fucking insane to me. Roseanne, are you in the box on purpose? Eric? Eric? The crazy thing is we'll never get the answers because they either too fucking scary to answer the shit or they just want to keep mistreating people. Uh hey Rose, how are you?
Good morning, thinker. Good morning, panel, and everybody listening. Um, I was intrigued by the conversation you were having with the previous guest, and I know we don't talk about conversations from previous guests, so I'll choose the same topic, number three. And I'm not sure if the thought I had actually moves the conversation
Rose,
forward.
remind me, are you a believer, deconstructing?
No, no, deconstructing.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it brings it forward or not, but when you were asking like the thing that doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't make sense to me either from the perspective of like, regardless of what your belief system tells you, you literally said it perfectly. Like, if you can see a person that's not causing harm, not doing anything other than just living a life that's separate from what your belief system tells you they're supposed to live as, I personally don't see how you excommunicate that person either. But I kind of feel like it's the inverse of like when I was a believer, if I met another person who professed to have the same beliefs as I did, just on the surface of their belonging to the group, they felt like a safer individual to me. And so I think that when Black believers or believers in general see an atheist because you are supposedly like the antithesis of a believer, then you feel unsafe immediately to them. But beyond that, I don't know if there's another explanation that would move the conversation forward. But that was the thought I had.
Okay, but did you examine why they would feel safe without
Absolutely
even knowing
not.
whether that person? No, I'm talking about as you're deconstructing. Did you
Oh,
examine why they would feel safe, even though you didn't know that person? Like, I I I hear what you're saying, but we like I guess it's almost as if we just ignore that humans are humans regardless if they identify as Christian or not, and we ignore all the fuck shit that we did see humans do that did identify as Christian even in the church. And
you're not lying there. It's an anti-logical position to hold, and it cost me 13 years of my life because the man I married, who I thought was particularly safe, is the absolutely the most unsafe individual I've ever known. And yes, he's a BHI. We've talked about that before. One of the last times I was up on the panel, but so it's cost me significantly that idiocy. And what's even stranger is I grew up Kojic and I grew up in Kojic church leadership. So I knew from example that just because a person professes a belief in this system, your private life has very little to do with, how you present yourself publicly. So it's even stranger that having even that internal sausage making view, and I could still look at an external person and say, oh, because you say you believe in Christ, you must be a safe person. So it's a completely illogical view. It doesn't stand up to reason and rationality at all. Since starting the deconstruction process, I haven't really examined why it was when I was in that space, why it was so easy to think they were safe.
yeah, I think the I don't think Christians examine behavior as much as they like to pretend like they do. And we were talking about this in Mama Bash's live yesterday. She has a topic: does your commitment to God make you an untrustworthy human? And every believer that comes up and picks that topic goes, that doesn't make any sense, right? Like there is this expectation that if you identify as a Christian, that you should automatically be seen as as trustworthy, without an expectation of actually being trustworthy. And it seems to be taboo to actually uh, hold a person accountable to actually being this trustworthy individual and not just saying that you are. It's like something's wrong with you for you to actually expect me to be trustworthy because we are flawed humans, is the excuse that believers tend to hide behind. And they're so used to hiding behind that. They're so used to that being the standard that when they have a shitload of flawed humans around them, that's normal. That's the norm. As long as these flawed humans believe in Christ.
I could not have said that better. That literally is the experience, definitely. And weird thinking. It doesn't matter how many of these laws you read about how when you offend somebody, there is recompense you have to do in order to bring the relationship back together. And toward God, you can have that. Toward people, was never an expectation that the behavior had to shift or anything. It was I repented to God, my relationship is good. So if you're holding on to something that I said or did, well then that issue is with you because you're not forgiving. And it's the strangest psychology. I don't know, these people's minds is fucked. Not really sure that they'll be able to talk about this more cogently. But that was the only thought I had. I'm not sure how much further that takes to come.
Thank you, Rose.
No problem. Good morning, guys.
It's sad
Good
because
morning.
we're not paying attention to the harm that we're doing to one another. And it's like we don't want to get to the root of it, right? I think like it's very big in the Black community to not air out our business on like a public platform. We always talk about the conversations that we need to have in the Black community, and we need a safe space to have those conversations. But when we try to have the conversations, nobody wants to talk about it.
And they
And
definitely don't want to talk about it, honestly.
mhm.
Excuse me. I think they'll talk about it through the lens of the belief system, which continues to protect the God and the system, but they don't want to sit with it, honestly, because that shit can be really revealing.
Yep. And unless we talk about it, it's not going to change. We're just going to keep dealing with the same shit. And the reality is that a lot of the harm in the Black community is rooted in this belief system. Like y'all saw the way Cozy acted. A lot of people have engaged with Black women who rep this God to that full extent. They will gaslight the fuck out of you. If you ask a logical ass question, they will lie to your fucking face and then start downing you, insulting you for pushing back on the information that they're giving you. And they do that to their children. They do it to the people in church. And they stomp out critical thinking until you yelling, I speak Ebonics just like them. And we love our grandmothers and our aunts and our moms and our ushers and our mothers of the churches. But the reality is that they do some harmful shit. They teach some harmful shit. That's the reality. What's
Good
up,
morning.
Truth?
Good morning, Fee.
Hey, Truth.
Hey, good morning, Kalu and Miss Selena.
Hey, Drew.
I had a thought I'd like to share, and it has to do with Christians, how they tell us that God doesn't want robots, and He wants us to come to Him freely with authentic love. Authentic love. Well, if you and we hear, will typically. There's some exceptions, but typically, when we ask a Christian, would you, and no matter how this act is, no matter how heinous the act, if you are convinced God told you, if you are convinced absolutely, would you obey? Yes, they tell us. Yes, they would. And it can be, we've heard them say, agree to some really heinous acts. Well, my question is, isn't this what robots do? When you hit the button from the command control, what does the robot do? Immediately, that mechanical mind and those mechanical arms, they start on the task. They don't hesitate. They don't think, is this right? Is this wrong? They immediately, as soon as they get the right input of ones and zeros, boom, they start the task. So how is this different? Is this not robotic to simply obey? It seems to me this is very robotic, very robotic. And then I was on a Christian Live the other day, and the question was, they asked me if Christianity was true, would you become a Christian? And I said, no, I wouldn't be an atheist anymore. If I found Christianity was actually true, I wouldn't be an atheist. But hopefully I would have the spine to stand up to God and say, you've got some questions to answer. You've got some questions to answer here. But I said, I might, out of sheer terror, bend my knee. Just if this God is as they say, being in the presence of a being that could squash me with an eighth of a half of a flick of his finger, I might bow, just out of sheer terror. And
what does it mean when you say if Christianity is true? Like I'm a little confused because Christianity is a religion; it's not the God.
I took him to mean that all their claims, no matter how absurd, all of it, that the claims of Christianity were true.
Well, wouldn't that mean that? So if their claims are true, when you say you wouldn't be an atheist anymore, like why wouldn't, if their claims are true, why wouldn't you be a Christian? Like I get if the God is real, you wouldn't be atheist anymore. You would,
right? Right.
But what if the claims of the religion were true? Then why would you not be a Christian?
Because I took it to mean that I'm bowing to God. I'm following God. I'm following Jesus. I'm worshiping God now.
Yeah, but why
I'm
wouldn't
part of the
you
cult
if their claims were true?
Oh, because this God is so vile. He's such a moral. He's a reprobate. He's sadistic. He's just foul.
But Christianity's claims are that that's why Jesus came, right, to redeem, right?
Yes.
So Christianity, the claims of Christianity is that Jesus came to die for the sins of the world, and therefore you have this grace in this God,
right,
and this like everlasting love and peace that passes all understanding. You can pray to him, and whatever you ask, he will do. Right, like there is a claim that life is greater with Jesus. Right. So if those claims were true, what Yahweh did in the past, why would that matter?
I guess I guess I'm looking at Jesus as kind of intermediary. And so I was imagining myself, I said, I'm at the gates. I'm facing God now. I've passed on, and here I am, and I'm at the gates, and I think, well, I don't excuse those things you did. I need some answers. How could you do those things? And so that's what I'm another thing I guess you could say, coming from what your point of view is, that because we hear everything, God is good. God is good. And so, but if you say that,
you're looking through the lens of Jesus, not Yahweh. So I guess I'm stuck on if Christianity was true, right? And it kind of sounds like it's combining the God claim with the doctrine claim, because I see them as two different things. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure.
So like the claim of the God being real is what makes a person an atheist, right? A person is an atheist because they lack a belief in a God, not necessarily lack a belief in a doctrine or a religion.
Right.
So to me, those are two different claims, and that's what I keep telling people when they talk to me. I don't care if you believe in a God. What I'm talking about is the thing that you believe the God is saying to you. That's the doctrine, right? These claims that Christianity makes and what the text actually
Yeah.
says Christianity is, right? Or what Jesus
Yeah.
actually taught. And so the claim of Christianity, though, is that Jesus is good, not Yahweh, but Jesus, right, is good. He's peace, love, his
Mm-hmm.
Holy Spirit, um, uh, brings all things to remembrance, is a comforter. Um, you know, he's he draws nigh to those with a broken heart and a contrite spirit. Like those,
Mm-hmm.
he's this social justice savior that was innocent, that suffered for the world, that loves you so much that he laid down his life for you, right? And because he did that, you now have an advocate that can go to the bigger God, to Yahweh, on your behalf when you need something, right? You have access to something that other people don't have access to, who don't have this, who's not under this grace with this God. And then therefore, when you die, you have eternal life in heaven with a mansion
Right.
in the sky, streets of gold. If that claim were true, then you're saying that you would no longer be an atheist, but would not be a
Right.
Christian because of what Yahweh did. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in the sense that Yahweh is God, is the claim that Yahweh is God, which means Yahweh did all those awful things in the Old Testament.
Right,
And
but
and
Jesus
it
would be the one that would have redeemed, right? Like Jesus in
but
the
aren't
with the
right.
Christianity claim, Jesus basically comes and cleans up what Yahweh did. So that, are you saying that it's still, if Christianity were true, it still wouldn't matter what Jesus did?
Yeah, it seems like what he did gets me in. I'm on God's good side. He's got me listed as I get a ticket to heaven. It's like Jesus gives me this ticket to heaven. Whatever I've done, he smooths it over with Yahweh. So it's all smoothed over. I don't have to answer to Yahweh. Jesus answers for me. So I get this ticket. Okay, so now I've got a ticket to heaven, but I'm still, to be a Christian, it seems to me I still have to praise Yahweh. I still have to um, I have to deem Yahweh worthy of my worship. I still have to want to worship Yahweh. Um, you know, yeah, Jesus just made my standing with Yahweh is good. My standing with Yahweh is good. So now I can go to heaven. I can worship Him. But it seems to me that still doesn't answer for. I guess yeah. So I'm good with Yahweh. I'm on His good side. But Yahweh still isn't on my good side. I still want to know, um, should I worship this being that's done such? I mean, I say Yahweh is one of the most vile characters in Western literature. And this is according to their book. If what their book says is true, he's an awful being. He's just awful. So, yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm right with God. I'm okay with God. I'm in, again, I'm okay with God, but I don't think God is okay with me. That I'm saying God still has some answers for me. Yeah. And so then I said, he's got some questions to answer, but I said I might just, in his presence, forget about those questions because I'm so just terrified. just of what, if I don't bow, what he can do, what he's capable of. And so then I thought, and so, but this Christian host saw it as, well, see, that's what the Bible says. This is what the Bible says. So yes, this gives evidence for this God somehow. This is evidence. But I thought again, this is not what God wants. God wants us to come out of love, of true, an authentic love. Does he want his children to be terrified? Does he want his children to praise him out of terror because of what God could possibly do? So again, this is, I thought this was a failure, that this doesn't prove the God that the Christians talk about. Bowing down out of terror is not what they claim. They claim God doesn't want robots. He wants authentic love. So, yeah. So I think I think their claims fail. What they say, their relationship with God, based on the other parts of their narrative, doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to say, I would obey God, whatever he asks me, without question. But he doesn't want me to be a robot. And every knee will bow because he's mighty. Well, again, bowing out of terror, being terrified of this God, again, it gives anti-evidence of their narrative. And then one other thing, and I guess this could even go along with, because this same Christian host that I've heard him say that if you're a Christian, you have to assume everything God does is good. God can't do wrong. He is good. And when I've thought about it, I thought, doesn't this make good meaningless? Good is supposed to mean something. Good is an ice cream that I like. It gives me pleasure to eat a certain flavor of ice cream. If I get up in the morning and do exercise, it's good because it gives me benefit, makes me healthier, makes my mind clearer, and it makes me happier. Good. But if good can be going in and wiping out the Amalekites for what their ancestors did 400 years prior, if good can be raping Daniel's wives for a crime that Daniel committed, these innocent women, that's good. So now good can be.
Are you on? Did you mean to come up?
Yeah.
I did, because truth, you're rambling. We love you, but you're rambling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I usually get up. I usually get up and have a couple ideas I express to Thinker, and I usually don't let the grass grow under my feet too long. I'm sorry, Thinker. I didn't mean to ramble. So, yeah, that was my point. Was just that good loses all meaning. If that's all good, then what does good mean? That was my point.
Yeah, to believers, good is subjective. Good is their God. They don't have a definition for it. Yeah, they think it's subjective, but they switch based on what the God does. I think that's the harm, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I say it's what makes them dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that was my Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just going to say, we were talking about this in Mama Bash's live the other day. It might have been Thinkers, that if you have a label that doesn't exclude anything, then the label is pointless, right? Like, so when they attach this God as their standard of good, then there's nothing that excludes, and a non-exclusionary label has absolutely no function whatsoever. So yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Thinker. Well, that was my piece of my mind that I wanted to share this morning.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like people ask me the question, would I be a Christian if they could prove God? And I always say the God is not the religion to me, but I don't have any desire to be a Christian based on the current doctrine of Christianity. The thing is, if Christianity was what I was taught Christianity was supposed to be, I probably would still be a Christian if it had nothing to do with Yahweh, right?
Right.
So I get you know what you mean when you say that you still wouldn't be a Christian because Yahweh is who Yahweh is, but also I don't see a need to have to worship a God. I think that's a waste. But when I was a Christian, I thought Christianity was the thing that would make the world a better place. I thought this God gave us this supernatural ability to be these moral humans, right? Um, like if there was
Yeah.
I think needing some supernatural power to be good and just decent humans is insane. But like with the way how fucked up the world is right now, if there was like a supernatural force that could move humanity into being a better, a better humanity in like a some magical way, I think I would subscribe to it. Um, I don't know. I think humans, and this just might be me talking, but humans seem to be too lazy to do the work to be good.
Yeah.
Or to be better, not necessarily good, but to be better and less harmful, more compassionate, um, more accountable, ethical. Like it takes work, and I don't think humans want to do that work. They want to believe in magic and fairy tales, and they want to. Uh, we want to claim to be something and not actually have to do the work to be that thing. We want the shortcuts. And I think the belief
Yeah.
system actually indoctrinated us into this shortcut of being a better human being.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we don't have to sit down and hash it out. We don't have to negotiate. We don't have to work at it. Somehow we just get the stone tablets
Hmm.
that say this is it.
Yeah,
Um,
it it literally has made us lazy. Like our muscles are weak. Like Fee was
right.
talking about how the atrophy, and the brain when you don't exercise it. I feel like humanity is there, right? Like religion has stifled us uh, in that way. Like I was talking to a
Yeah.
young lady on Mama Bash's live yesterday, or the day
Mm-hmm.
before yesterday, maybe Saturday, and she was talking about how a Christian is supposed to be better, right? A better them, and they don't have a choice but to be better. There's no trying to be better. It's be better. And I asked her, like, what is it that you have access to uh, as this Christian that I don't have access to as a
Mm-hmm.
non-Christian, as a non-believer? And she deflected from that. Um, I don't know why the fuck she got offended uh, by me asking that question, but she just, became really childish in the conversation. But like, if you're claiming that being a Christian makes you a better person, is this happening supernaturally? Is what I'm asking. because those of us that do not
Yeah.
believe, like, we have to work at being, a less harmful individual to ourselves and to those around us, you know, more accountable, more compassionate, honest. It's not something that comes naturally. Um, I don't understand the what the claim is uh, for Christianity, but I do think that we've been indoctrinated into this magical thinking, and it makes us lazy humans in action and in thought as a whole. And I'm
Yeah,
I'm, I'm including myself in that.
it's like that the moral fiber needs to be exercised. We need to make decisions. We need to see situations. What would I do in this situation? What's the right thing to do? How can I cause less harm, or certainly not initiate unnecessary harm? But morality is very much a situational. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we're on the ground. In a situation, we've got to make a decision, and so those decisions aren't always easy. We've got to work that muscle, that moral fiber. We got to work, like you said, we got to exercise it.
But we don't want to as a society. Like, for some reason we don't want to. And it damn near, like, right now I damn near feel like crying because it's like, how did you get the message across that says we're fucking bleeding as a species? Like,
Yeah,
we're bleeding, we're sick as a
yeah,
species, and it's like they're okay with it because in their mind this isn't their home, right? Their better is coming in the afterlife, and so
yeah.
there's no rush. They don't have to do it. They don't think they have to do anything, but
Uh,
except stomp out homosexuality because humanity has to keep reproducing. Like, all they care about is uh people having more babies, saving the human species, but they don't care about improving upon the human species, the mind, the morality, the
yeah.
ethics. Like, you want all of these new humans to come here in a fucked up world. I
They
don't I
want,
don't understand it.
yeah. It seems like there's this push to go backwards. We want to go backwards. And we've got even folks saying, women, we need to take the right to vote away from women. And they want to go backwards. And it seems to me Christians have this idea that we're going backwards toward Christianity. This Christian nationalist movement is that our progress we've got to stifle progress. And they're okay with it because they feel like going backwards is going toward Christianity in some sense. And so you've got the Christian electorate. Okay, they're okay. It's okay because we're going backwards, but we're going back to God. We're
But
going
see,
back to God.
I don't know. Like, I this is gonna sound weird. I understand why those who are pushing for the authoritarianism, the nationalist, what their agenda is. Their agenda
Mm-hmm.
is restoring supremacy, right? It's
True.
restoring white supremacy through Christianity, right? They feel like they're
True.
losing, like, male domination and domination of white people in America, and they feel like they're losing power and losing control because they
Mm-hmm.
have allowed progressive ideals, and so they want to reel all that progress back into conservative ideas to regain that power and that control. I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand why anyone within a marginalized group, whether they are women, whether they are black people, um, other groups of color, LGBTQIA, uh, people with disabilities. I don't understand why any marginalized group of people would subscribe to this and think that it is a great idea to roll back progress. or why they would sit and be still and allow it to happen because they're too afraid to speak up because God, or why they would sit back and just say, "Well, God's gonna handle it." I
They,
don't understand them.
yeah,
Like, I get white supremacy. Their agenda is loud
right.
and clear and very well defined. I don't get anybody else's agenda. I don't.
I think they really think that it's taking us back to God in some sense, but that's definitely a puzzle
I
thinker.
don't think so.
Like you said, all these marginalized people that Christianity has not been kind to, and especially white supremacist Christians, and somehow they think. I don't think it's out of sheer. It just they're well. Part of it's afraid, fear, to
But back
but
back to God how?
Yeah, I
Back to
don't
God
see
how
it.
though,
I don't
Truth?
see
Like,
it.
yeah, I don't see that
I
either.
think that's
what?
what white supremacy see, because the God is supremacy. I definitely think that is the narrative and
Mm-hmm,
their agenda, because their God is supremacy ideology, right? It is
right.
their God is all about chosenness, right?
Yes.
And the blessings of the chosen, right? I can see
Right.
that
Right.
with white supremacy. That is their message, going
Right.
back to God. I don't see going back to God as the agenda,
Well, what
as
else?
the
Why else
goal
would
with
they?
marginalized groups. I don't.
Why else would they? Yeah, I guess I'm just grasping for straws because that is a puzzle. I agree, that's a puzzle. Why are those folks on board with it? I,
We will never know because they too fucking scared to answer. They're too scared to have conversations. They've been taught not to talk, not to question the God. So we will never really know why they're on board, other than fear.
yeah.
I think, yeah, I think it's the same reason people stay in abusive relationships. I think sometimes the fear of the unknown is way scarier than the terror that you experience with the known. So I think that it is not
Yeah.
a going back to, because there's never been a point in time where this God has shown up for marginalized communities. It's always done nothing. Now, marginalized communities have absolutely comforted themselves with the concept and the idea of a God that will
Yeah.
eventually give them some sort of restitution. But I don't think it's a callback to that at all. I think it's a psychological phenomenon that we're witnessing, like in real life, those of us who
Right.
are looking at shit honestly.
I
Well,
don't
in
think
the
they
end, Fee,
recognize that
I
they're both
I was,
authoritarian, right? Like, I don't think
mm-hmm,
they recognize that. Like, they see this authoritarian regime, rising and making leeway. They think they're different than them. They think that those are not real Christians. Those are not, you know, those people are not real believers. But they don't recognize that they do believe in the very same thing, authoritarianism. They won't question. They're waiting on a all powerful God to do something about this
mm-hmm,
authoritarian regime. But they also believe in sovereignty. They believe in the exact same thing,
agree.
but I don't
Right.
think they recognize it. They're filled with too much fear. They've not allowed themselves to question what they believe. They've not read the book, so a lot of them don't recognize their own God in society today. They think that this is a different God, so they don't recognize it.
Right. Right. And I think and I agree with you, Fee, when you say in the end it's psychological because this God is an obvious fiction. So their relationship with God, the comfort they get from God, this is psychological, and I think you make a good point that that they're more afraid of the unknown than what they're comforted than they're more afraid of the unknown, and and yeah, it is a third. They're yeah, they're waiting for the right authoritarian. But yes, they're definitely the Christianity is an authoritarian system, is an authoritarian belief.
Well, all the Abrahamics are.
Yes.
They're all authoritarian. Um, I don't know.
Maybe that's part of the reason they're okay with the authoritarian push now.
they're
they've
not
been
okay with it. Like, that's what I'm saying. They think they're against it. They think they're different. They don't recognize that they are the same because they don't know this God and they don't read the book.
right.
They're terrified of the Old Testament. They're either terrified of it or embarrassed as fuck by it, or they only
Oh yeah.
read certain parts of it, right, and identify with certain parts
Yeah.
of it. They think through Jesus, because this is what I was saying. Like, Christianity teaches a completely different doctrine than what the text actually says. Right, what's being
Yeah.
preached in churches is not what's in the book. So they think they're different. The thing that they are taught the same is obedience. Obedience is better than sacrifice. That's what they're
Yes.
taught. Obedience, supreme power and control. That's what the God has. And so even when they see this regime doing things that match what's in the Old Testament, right? And they don't recognize it. What they do
Right.
share is the same teaching, same God. You don't question, you obey. And that's what pleases the God. You believe and you obey. And you don't question.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I think I've heard you say that before, that Christians, they're encouraged to start in the New Testament. So they get this lovey-dovey Jesus picture, and then somehow when they eventually go back to the old, they've got their Jesus goggles on. And well, like you said, a lot of times they'll run away or they'll just toss out the nasty bits of the Old Testament, in a sense, by just ignoring it. They'll toss it out, but they've got those Jesus goggles on, and somehow they're not seeing what's in that Old Testament and what the book really says.
I need them to see it in society.
Yeah.
They don't recognize their God in society.
Well, they say that they're not really reading the Bible right. That they're not real. How many times have we heard they're not real Christians?
That's what
They're
I'm
not the real
saying. Like,
Christians.
they think they're different because they don't read. They
Right.
don't recognize the God. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I agree.
They're indoctrinated into this peaceful, loving Jesus who just forgives sin, who gives them eternal life, who they obey, right? Who lay down his life for them because they are wretched, right? They are told about the wrath of Yahweh, so that fear serves. Like, the fear is there, but they aren't told everything. And so when this God, this beast, moves without in society, they think they're different. They think they're not a part of that. Like,
Yes.
when
I agree.
the fact that they they were indoctrinated into the whole idea of the chosen, uh and they're giving money over there. Like, even learning that some of my family have been giving money over there. And I know they don't these people are not um okay with genocide, but they too afraid to say anything against God's chosen.
Right.
Like, it's a whole web of confusion, an entire web of confusion, and they can't see their God right in front of their fucking face.
Yeah. Yes. Agree. All right, thinker. I'm gonna step down. It's always good to talk to you. And if I don't see you before, I guess I'll see you in what, a year. Yeah. All right, guys. Kalu, Selena, Fee. I hope y'all have a great day. Maybe I'll talk to you this afternoon sometime.
All right, Truth. Have a good one.
Be the truth.
You too.
Stephanie. Stephanie. All right, y'all. If the people in here are on the wait list, we're gonna go ahead and call it a day. I can't sit here and wait for people to come up and talk to us. We'll try again tonight at 11. I thank y'all so much for the likes, the shares, and the comments. To the super chats, I appreciate y'all. I think either Zena or Mama Bash will be going live. I think that's because of the restriction. Mama Bash or Zena will be going live after this. Hopefully, we get more people coming up. But y'all know I can't sit here and with this many people in here and an empty guest request. But I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. I'll see y'all tonight at 11 p.m. Thank y'all, and y'all have a great rest of the day.
Good day, y'all.
Thanks,
Good
Andrew. Love you.